skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effects while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu, Soul Scroll. Souls improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Petal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Petal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming, but not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her rework passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
Marvel gets taken out by who? Oh my, the Valley are going to M4!
I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready. The most thing I like about my team is just how much they care about this whole M4 and then the game itself. The commitment from my teammates is exceptional. I think the Valley is gonna have a hard time at first, but it's really up to how well we adapt to the Asian meta or teams that are coming to M4. The Valley definitely needs more work. It's not as organized as other teams with the organizations, but I think our team bonding is way greater because we all have like one goal, which is winning. That's what keeps us together pretty much. My role in my team is I can pull the team from the negative vibes, because when the arguments gets too heated, everybody has their own opinion because everybody's a good player. We don't have a coach, so I think I can stay in the middle and then see what's the best for the team, and then just games in general. I really love game. I love playing game. I skip school to play games, so I think I'm just born to do this, I guess.
Oh! Mobus ain't able to pick up that Lord.
I think the best player in our team is Zane because his commitment to the game is way greater than others, and then he has many different experiences from different MOBAs, so he knows what he's doing. It doesn't really bother me that I left Gosu, and it was a really great experience. General basically made who I am right now. He really helped me a lot how to set up stream. He boosted my stream. He was basically made who I am. It's just to pursue my career, to pursue the win. I thought leaving that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me. There wasn't any drama, it's just the fans that made it into a drama, which I understand because I was in that team for 5 years almost. I created that team with him, and then we were really good friends, so they thought nothing would actually break us apart, but made the decision that fans didn't want. I think that's why it became a drama. I joined Valley because I thought we actually have a shot to go to M4 with the squad that we're trying to form. That's why I wanted to join. We're preparing M4 by first watching many games from other teams, from other regions, because I think it's the best to know the enemies first, then focus on ourselves. Our playstyle definitely needs improvement. Our communication is a big problem to improve too. But I feel great. I think we'll be just fine in M4. Just new experience, new environment. I'm excited. I want to say to the other players, they need to be ready, because they say I might not do well because I've never been there. I've never gone against the pros in Asia, but I can prove them wrong.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready. I'm really excited to represent North America again, especially after M3 and seeing what we accomplished. You know, I feel like we could make something happen and perhaps even do better than M3. I think the whole world has gotten a lot stronger after M3, and I feel like that might have been because BTK kind of inspired the whole world. Coming from a not so popular region with no organization, it was just 5 friends. I think BTK did inspire a lot of the teams to really try and better themselves all across the world. I think North America might have even bigger tricks up its sleeves this time compared to what we did in M3. I think BTK disbanding might have been the only option because there were some issues that just could not be fixed and probably never would be fixed. Team issues, the roster. I think people got a bit more relaxed after M3 where they felt the taste of success, and it's really challenging to want to push yourself from third to first, but I don't think that takes away from what an amazing and impactful team it was. You really couldn't have asked BTK to have done any more. It's just 5 friends in a looked down upon region, and we did the most for what we had for years and did very well. Personally, within the team, our goal was to reach top 4, and we did achieve that goal. But when you're that close, it is a bit hard to just get knocked out of third place. Of course you want to win it all. And being that close and seeing that it is possible, it really makes me want to get the job done in M4.
Match point for the Valley. The Simpsons could be knocked out and the Valley could go forth.
Valley are going to M4!
The thing I like the most about the Valley is everyone in their role respectively is super strong, pretty much the best player of their role in the whole United States. We haven't been together for too long, so I wouldn't really know what our really good strengths and weaknesses are. I think they might start to come into play the more we adapt as a team and get stronger. They would start to amplify, and you'd really start to see specific strengths and specific weaknesses of the team. Ever since I joined the Valley, all I've been talking about is M4, M4, M4. So at the end of the day, that's really all that should matter to us at this point. I would say that I probably bring a good amount of work ethic to the team and also make everyone see the bigger picture.
Moba Zayn with the lethal double kill for Moba Zayn. Moba Zayn! What is this? He outplays a 1v4! And he's going for the Maniac! What is going on?
I think the best player in our team is Zayn because his commitment to the game is way greater than others.
Moba Zayn, he wants it!
I can rely on him a lot. He definitely proves his worth. You know, I don't have to worry. If there's something wrong with Zayn, there's gonna be something wrong with the team, you know?
Moba Zayn, this man, he is untouchable.
He's really competitive. Really, he's hungry to win.
MVP is going to go to Moba Zayn.
My God, the hype about Moba Zayn is just way too real, man.
What I'm really good at is map control and map awareness and rotations and looking for any advantage I can on the map. I can just find it pretty easy to end up controlling a game if the enemies make one slip up. To anybody who's been following me, BTK, the Valley, I really appreciate the support, and I'll do my best again in M4. I'm sure the teammates will, and I hope to surprise everyone again, just like we did in M3.
M-Series Flashback, the Finals MVP. Every tournament will have its own most valuable player or MVP.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Back in M1, it was Aura of EVOS Legends with his masterful off-lane plays to clinch the award.
Aura!
EVOS Legends bakal melakukan trikol gas dengan masa
and be the first ever Finals MVP in Mobile Legends M-Series. Meanwhile, in M2, amidst the pandemic, Carl TZ of Bren Esports proved that his flashy jungler plays were the top of the world.
Okay, anyways, 3 for 1 immediately traded out. Make that revampers chasing him down, and there's only so much.
And in 2021, Ohev of Blacklist International showed why he is the Filipino sniper with his spectacular Beatrix and marksman prowess.
You're in the early game. Another fight engaged on right edge for the lounge. Asmo still able to run away, but Ohev comes in, so he goes in for 1v3 play. A mistake as he gets shut down.
And claimed the title of M3's Finals MVP. Who do you think will join these players on the Hall of Legends? Can Carl TZ or Ohev claim the title twice? Who will be M4's Finals MVP? See you at M4.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Risk up your life through a wonderful journey.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta. It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game. All eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break
for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished, but they wrong. I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Hands up, all you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
If you cannot.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effects while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Pedal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your pedal blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming. But not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
M-Series Flashback, the Finals MVP. Every tournament will have its own most valuable player or MVP.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Back in M1, it was Aura of EVOS Legends with his masterful off-lane plays to clinch the award.
Aura! EVOS Legends bakal melakukan trikot dengan rekan di masa
and be the first ever Finals MVP in Mobile Legends M-Series. Meanwhile, in M2, amidst the pandemic, Carl TZ of Bren Esports proved that his flashy jungler plays were the top of the world.
Okay, anyways, 3-for-1 immediately traded out. Make that 3 members chasing him down, and there's only so much.
And in 2021, Oheb of Blacklist International showed why he is the Filipino sniper with his spectacular beat tricks and marksman prowess.
Here in the early game. Another fight engaged on right edge for the loud. Asmo still able to run away, but Oheb comes in after he goes in for 1v3 play. A mistake as he gets shut down.
And claimed the title of M3's Finals MVP. Who do you think will join these players on the Hall of Legends? Can Carl TZ or Oheb claim the title twice? Who will be M4's Finals MVP? See you at M4.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Risk up your life through a wonderful journey.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
to the ultimate battle in Jakarta.
It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game.
Where all eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
Talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause work the streets is what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever stop, won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I.
Time to remember. So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up all the way up.
The Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship has begun, and day one of the group stage is blazing with old rivalries alongside the formation of new ones. Once again, Toda proved that they were the kryptonite to Onyx Esports. Coach Amux was able to out-draft Onyx despite Kairi playing that Fanny. Can Onyx bounce back from this defeat? A new rivalry has been formed. In an epic Ling versus Fanny duel, Falcon Esports claimed the victory at the expense of the Cambodian champions. And last but not least, Blacklist International is ready as ever to defend their title with their trusted Ube group hug strategy. Will there be more international feuds in the making? We're about to find out. Let's begin day 2 of M4 group stage. Dare to be great. Hometown heroes, national champions, online sensations, and teams from developing regions all come out to play here for day 2 of M4. Welcome in mabuhay and salamat datang semua to all of y'all watching live from beautiful Jakarta. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Arashi and Lafel. Gentlemen, it's an honor. Arashi, did I say that right? Salamat datang semua.
Selamat datang semua. That is absolutely correct, Leo. You're learning at a very terrifying pace.
Yeah, and again, like M4, it has been amazing. And I love that I'm here with you, Sir Mr. Nche Leo, as well as Sir Lord Mas Arashi. So I said it correct, right?
He's just mixing all
Yes,
of
I'm just mixing everything so that everyone feels included.
I love it. And again,
I love you.
Hey, mahal kita and aku cinta kamu. Did I say that right?
Yep. Yes, that is correct.
I am just getting way ahead of things, but ladies and gentlemen, M4 is powered by Moontron, presented by TikTok, the official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair, and esports charts. Our analytical partner, Gank, our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, and last but not least, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia.
And of course, the TikTok Live Carnival. Cheer up for M4 and watch M4 matches on TikTok. Participate in cheering up the M4 activities by watching M4 matches on TikTok and using the M4 customized using M4. You have exclusive customized gifts that you can get if you cheer for the teams. And of course, you have a chance to be on TV and win those abundant gifts, man.
And I gotta say, man, we gotta talk about our best friends here. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair partner of M4. We're talking about a built-in lumbar support system that it adjusts to your spine. An incredible magnetic memory foam head pillow and brand new fabrics in all sorts of colors and designs. The Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 gaming chair is designed to keep everyone seated in incredible comfort for a long time. That allows us to basically cast the entire day.
Yep, it's gonna be a very, very interesting day too. Never got a style when you wear and game with Gank, our lifestyle fashion brand made for the modern gamer, and it's the M4 World Championships official merchandise partner. Grab the M4 merchandise at www.gank.asia today. Once again, thank you to our lovely sponsors. M4 would not be possible without your support. It's a best of one day. Again, that's 6 best of ones that we're going to be watching here. And with that being said, it's a format that we're familiar with. This is something that we've seen in the past M series. And yesterday really opened up the possibilities for what could happen, right? I mean, we ended yesterday with unexpected results.
Yeah, and now we're actually going to refresh our memories by looking at the format video.
Best 16 teams in MLBB M4 World Championship will be gathered in Jakarta, Indonesia. One dream and one goal only. To make sure all the players, teams, and fans alike are on the same page, it is time to reveal the tournament format. In M4, all the qualified teams will compete in 2 stages to achieve greatness. Group stage and the knockout stage. The teams will play a best-of-1 single round robin during the group stage. No team will be eliminated during the group stage. Now, let's take a look at the knockout stage format. It'll feature a double elimination bracket with a total of 22 series. The first 2 rounds of the lower bracket will be the best of 3. The other series will be best of 5. Except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7. Now the knockout stage upper bracket will feature the top 2 teams of each group from the group stage, and the bottom 2 teams will start at the lower bracket. The losers of the first round of the lower bracket will be eliminated. The M4 knockout stage will be spread out across 9 days, where there will be a live audience for fans like you to support your teams. And that's all you need to know about M4's tournament format. Remember to tune in and see you in Jakarta. Dare to dream, dare to be great.
It's just the group stage, but I'm already feeling great things coming. Day 2 features Group C and D.
Wow, right now RSG going up against Occupy Thrones for now, and later on we're going to be treated to The Valley going up against S11, and of course RRQ Hoshi against Occupy Thrones as well. So a lot of very interesting matchups, and this is why it's so interesting, because we see all these regions go head-to-head with a very different approach.
I kind of feel like with the groups for today, a lot of people have their eyes on RSG, the Valley, as well as both RRQs, because even here on the desk, we've heard a lot of good things about RRQ, but not the RRQ that you guys are probably thinking about. We're actually hearing a lot of good things for RRQ Akira, but the thing is, that is the things that we hear. We want to know what we see. So on stage, I'm really interested to see, especially from the regions outside of the MPL regions, how can they surprise us for today? Because for me, Turkey surprised me a lot yesterday.
Oh yeah, Incendio Supremacy was spectacular yesterday. But speaking of which, match number 4. I'm really looking forward to match number 4, The Valley versus RRQ Akira. It's a clash in the West that they find themselves oddly here in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and I gotta say, for those of you at home, this is your moment to get a lot of prizes because the M4 Pass is available now. Complete all active tasks. This is our responsibility together. If you guys complete all of them, you will get to level 75 with ease. And for free, log in now. Exclusive rewards are waiting for you, like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and the M4 Beatrix Figurines is waiting for you. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB M4, and hashtag Dare to be great.
Something tells me I may have forgotten to get my guest coins in.
Yeah, no, dude, save. No, come on, like we're talking about the games, about the teams, like, dude,
don't open your apps, all right? If I forgot, we all forgot.
I forgot as well, man. I'm so nervous.
We're doing it after the show.
Deal.
Doing it after the show.
For tomorrow then.
Yes.
Yes.
As for now, let's all go ahead and welcome our teams. They're coming in. It's RSG and Occupy Thrones. Straight out of Singapore, let's go ahead and meet their MPL Season 4 champions. It's 505, Diablo, Baby Cakes, Bray, and Lolzy.
Yeah, right now I'm already hearing the crowd, Arashi, they're really cheering for RSG.
Well, RSG has a lot of history, and they have a very different approach. Most teams just go very aggressively, but they like that calculated route that actually leads them to have a lot of success, but of course it leaves a lot of opportunities for other teams to try and take advantage.
Oh yeah, and again, I think you're very familiar with Coach Saint De Lucas, right? They just changed as a squad. They matured, and they had so much macro, and it's Diablo now who's taking control, and he's a fun captain, but serious in game. He's an amazing XP laner, and I can't wait how he's gonna face off against Occupy Thrones, Hulk. Speaking of which, here they are. Fury, Gado, Leo, and Maro joining them. They're representing MPL MENA.
I gotta say, man, this is going to be a match that really will test not only their mechanical skills, but how will they prepare against RSG? Because in my personal opinion, this meta dispatch kind of works in favor for teams from Singapore.
And fun fact, the former coach of Navi, War Barbie, is the one leading the team.
Yeah, prior to M4 Prep, it was War Barbie, best known with his work with Navi. But now they have a Filipino coach, actually, Coach Mundo, leading the squad. They had a very small amount of time to prepare, but I talked to Coach Mundo in the past couple of nights, and he says they're confident. They're feeling good. I saw them right before they walked on stage. Maro and Leo, all smiles.
Yeah, and I gotta say, man, moving into the game, I'm really looking forward to the EXP matchup because yesterday, a lot of the EXP laners really showed up. And for today, I kind of feel like that's super necessary for Occupied Thrones to really put pressure on to RSGSG. Speaking of which, we got to see what does the talent say. My boy from Malaysia, Shamilo, is thinking RSG.
And it's only our bear bro. It's only Renmar from the Philippines who thinks Occupy Thrones. I'm not sure if that's, the Filipino coach diff or there's something he knows about Occupy Thrones. There's something he sees that we don't.
That is a scary prospect for sure. I mean, they have all the chance in the world to surprise us because for the rest of the regions as well, only XLR44 from MENA.
He has to root for his
I mean, he doesn't have it contractually obligated.
It just has to be, and don't at me. I know I said yes, RSG, but that's only because I've seen MPL MENA's games. I've seen Occupy Thrones play in the grand finals. A lot of their games, Lafel, you're gonna note this. I'm sure you're gonna compare how this goes against what they showed today. They're very late game team oriented squad.
And the thing is, going up against RSG, they are very good at late game. RSG is one of the Singaporean teams that actually adapted into a more early-centric kind of playstyle. But if the meta really favors late game kind of composition, RSGSG, that is their home ground, right? That is the thing that they have mastered for years. So even though, Occupied Thrones, they adapted the darkness, RSGSG, they were born in the darkness.
They were born in it for sure.
In the darkness, I mean the late game,
Yes.
The areas of that late game for sure, where patience becomes a very key virtue, and RSG has an abundance of that. As for Occupy Thrones, we have yet to see. Can they actually have the kind of calculative approach the longer the game goes?
Yeah, 20 minutes onwards is where Occupy Thrones starts to get really dangerous. But with RSG, RSG SG having their eternal rivalry with EVOS SG, also known now as Slate Esports, that's what we expect as well. So again, this is something that we're gonna see, especially in the draft. The draft
Definitely,
alone will dictate how long these games can go.
So, since you already brought up the draft, I really want to talk, because as an analyst, we got to talk about the keys to victory. Because for RSG, Ray must own the jungle. He has to assert dominance. They got to secure early map control rather than risky plays. Take advantage of Baby Cake's hero pool and use experience advantage against the newcomers. Because again, they know how to play the late game very, very well. So in terms of the draft for RSG, I want to make sure that they have different kind of win conditions. One, to help them get to the late game, and the other one, be like a massive strength in the late game.
So, Lafel, talk to us how that is going to be countered, or how can Occupy Thrones use that to their advantage?
Well, look at the key to victory. Beware of Lolzy's TikTok plays, which is very, very flashy and engages. Aggress early to make RSG uncomfortable in the map. Assert jungle dominance by Mara invading, as well as secure neutral objectives. Trade wisely. Just TLDR, make sure that the jungle is not comfortable for RSG, and then try to secure the advantages so that they have a small lead going into the mid and the late game. It's difficult, but if they can make it happen, they got RSG's number.
So Bray better watch out, because it's not gonna be easy. The world though thinks that this is all RSG SG. They got it in the bag. And even MENA, their home region, representing all of those countries over there, still split. Arashi, how is this possible?
I think that region is just very unbiased, so compliments to them.
Objective.
But now, Occupy Thrones, they have a huge chance to say, all right, to all the doubters, we're gonna show up strong in this match.
I just love seeing the 50-50. They're like, yes, we understand our national pride, but at the same time,
gotta keep it real.
We gotta keep it real,
Well, it is a story in itself to tell that even your own MPL, your own region, thinks this way. It's time to prove them wrong. Let's start with the draft. It's RSGSG on the play, and Occupy Thrones answering back. Nothing here out of the ordinary. There's the joy and there's the glue. Public enemy number one.
These heroes have been very, very aggressive. And I think right here, the main win condition, the main thing that a lot of teams are contesting in the drafting phase is that lane pressure. If you can have dominant laning phase, that means you can have a lot of control around the map as well. And that is how you get superior rotations that will get you an edge in that control game.
Yeah, right now looking at the bans, I kind of feel like because of yesterday, Glue might be perma banned because of how oppressing it is. Even if you have a counter for it, it really doesn't matter. So Glue has been banned. Carry as well has been banned. So this is very interesting because Carry is like an S tier pick for the gold league. The fact that they banned it out means that they have a different prior for first pick, and they really understand that right now Carry is super strong as a second pick because Carry already prepares herself to counter any kind of tanky hero, so it really doesn't matter. And countering Carry kind of forces you to use like burst mages and an EXP lane that can go to the backline. So for now, RSGSG looks like they have a very clear idea of the meta, and the way that Occupy is just answering is like, okay, these heroes are too strong, let's just get rid of them.
Well, they go for the Kaja as well here. A lot of wave clear, and of course, a lot of pickup potential if they want to try and take advantage of RSG and that vulnerable early game we've been talking about. So for RSG, we have to wonder, are they going to try and get something that provides a lot of protection, a lot of safety to ensure that the early game can be mitigated?
I can't put myself in Coach Sander Luca's mind just yet, but I think I know what Coach Mundo's thinking. By banning off the glue and the Kaja, you're open to split the map because the opponent's team fights are not as strong. Neither are yours. And I think that's very, very in character when it comes to Maro and to a Fury's playstyle. A lot are going to hedge on that main artery in mid. Because again, you can't extend the game if your mid gets pummeled.
Looking at this, I kind of feel like for both teams, whatever their first pick is going to be, it will really set up the tempo for the game. Because right now, RSGSG, they have the first pick, and I like that you pointed out because Glue and Kaja has been banned. Then the side lanes might be something that Occupy wants to take advantage of. So ban out the Fanny because we saw yesterday that Fanny can be countered. It's not like a sure win if you get a Fanny, but for RSG, they're like, okay, Fanny is so difficult to deal with if you can get the purple buff and then put pressure on the side lane. So right now, being the first pick, in terms of prio, what do you really want as your first win condition? Either damage or engagement. And here it looks like they're playing it a little bit safe by picking up the Fredrid, where it doesn't really reveal too much about what they want to do, but it's very safe.
It's so safe that you can put it in the XP lane, you can put it in the jungle, hell, you can roam with it if you want to, but they answer back, Beatrix putting it in the hands of Gado, so their gold lane is safe.
Ooh.
And they go ahead, Maro, take the show. This is a very conventional way to approach a match.
But now, going to try and go for those engages, those pickups, those Wave the Dragon plays with a Fredrin in the mix. It's going to be very difficult, and I think crowd control is a big factor here for both these teams. It can be used by RSG to stave off that aggression, and of course for Occupy Thrones, with enough crowd control, they can make sure that despite RSG's best efforts, they won't be able to escape from the engages.
Something tells me a Valentina is off the order, right? It's so safe, like, I have the Way of the Dragon, should be enough for me.
I got to talk about numbers, man, because Chill and Beatrix have been used a few times yesterday, but 0% win rate. Because for now, it looks like whoever's playing the Beatrix, they really favor the Bennett, the bombs that she puts out, and the damage doesn't seem to be enough. And it looks like they're going for an Eve as well as a Lolita. This kind of shows what they're trying to do. I see AoE crowd control, I see AoE damage, and for the side of Occupy, they have someone to lock it down. So if Eve is not careful, she might get kicked into the team fight.
And honestly, I think that...
Oh, that high! All right!
That's the kind of jungler Leo is. Very rarely will you see Leo play a carry
really, Leo?
jungle. Yeah.
Oh.
Leo, like...
Oh, now I know.
Thrones, yeah. A lot of their games hedge on the fact that Leo, Maro, and Fury need to help Gado get to the late game. So this is completely in character, unless they've learned something in the past week. Something new.
This is the big concern though. We've seen that movement speed and slows having a huge weapon. If you can't get to your enemies, then you can't even begin to engage. With a Yves in the picture, especially with such a vulnerable marksman in that Beatrix, there's a possibility that RSG will be able to zone him completely in any of the mid to late game fights.
Yeah, these two alone, the Fredrin and the Lolita, it's gonna be hard for Gado to do anything.
I would say this kind of already shapes out their draft, because I'm looking at RSG and it looks like what they want to do is they want to control the river side, because a lot of team fights is going to happen there during the turtle fight, during the lord fight. They want to make sure that any kind of river fights they can win, because Eve has the perfect range for the fights in river, same as Lolita. And when you compare that to what Occupy is trying to do, it looks like they're kind of setting up for a very, very high damage dealer like a Beatrix, and then everyone else just protect the Beatrix. So it's kind of like a hyper composition where you put all your eggs in one basket. So looking at this, clear win condition, fight in the river or fight as a team. Very easy to execute. And for the side of Occupy, protect the Beatrix and whoever their mid laner is going to be. and then just try to win off of that. And it becomes like, who can execute better?
It's either the Farsa or the Valentina. That's what the mid lane is looking like for Occupy Thrones or a Lilia.
A Khadira, perhaps.
The Lilia looks a little better now, given that there's a Lolita on RSG.
That is true. I mean, for RSG right now, they still have yet to secure a gold laner, and they will require some serious DPS if they want to bank everything on the counter engage. Because for the side of Occupy Thrones, they have a lot of crowd control. They can cancel out that Numeron Blast as well. So RSG needs to position very, very carefully if they want to find success.
Yeah, there's a solid 2 picks for CC. So they can scramble. Again, they have the way to buy time. But the question is that going to be enough? Because they just need one more. A marksman. Marksman for RSG and they're set.
Actually, looking at RSG, it would be kind of nice for me personally if they just pick up the Valentina. Wait, it's not Van, right? Yeah, pick up the Valentina still as a jungler because now you got Akai's ult, you got Joe's ult.
That's it, worth it.
Yeah, it's just take the Akai, right? Like it's really good right now. And the Xavier has been picked up, and for RSG, they don't have a clear way to dive in the backlines.
Yeah, but
what if they pick up like a Leomord jungle?
They still can, and that would allow them to have a comeback in the late game because, I gotta say, Occupy Thrones, very late game centric right now. Unless they snowball so good that they give all of the objectives over to Leo, and then Gado and Fury just have a fine time just going ahead and taking their lanes, mid and gold.
My concern right now is with the Savior pick, that's a lot of crowd control, kind of. It's a lot of poke damage. But will he get in range to actually do that? Can he even catch up if the members of RSG try and just negate that presence and just move away from the team fight?
About 6 months ago, we tested this in beautiful Kuala Lumpur.
Oh, yes.
The Bulwark actually blocks a lot of what Saber's dropping. So that's a nice interaction. I'm not sure how Occupy is looking to deal with that. But here's the jungler. They have revealed it. Unless it's a switcheroo. We're looking at Fredrin jungle or Martis jungle from RSG.
I would prefer Martis in this situation because you can basically avoid the crowd control coming in from Occupied Thrones and really put pressure on the Xavier, because I kind of feel like Xavier can do a lot if space is provided. So their draft is really following what they want to do. They got a Cho, they got a Akai, so if anyone wants to engage, good luck. We have a lot of ways to heal for our damage dealers. But I kind of feel like,
oh, there we go.
You call that the Kadita, so again, like I said, what I'm looking at right now, Occupied Thrones control the map. This is in their keys to victory. Control the map, control the bushes, make sure that no one touches your damage dealers, win the game, profit.
I now eat my words. They have evolved. They have changed. This game can end at about 17, 18 if they do it right. Yes, there is a lot of demand of gold and the XP in the Beatrix and the Savior, but with the Kadita in the hands of Maro, this could just go under.
That is just another factor for RSG to consider, and with the wave clear on the side of Occupy Thrones and the crowd control, they can actually look to have a very dynamic, a very aggressive early game, and you have to wonder, will that aggression be taken into the jungle?
Likely so, because again, between the Akai and the Martis, Lafel, I'm not sure if this is what you're referring to, but it's usually still the Akai's call. That ult overrides whatever Martis is doing.
Yeah, and right now we're going straight into the first game of the day between RSGSG and Occupy Thrones.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on Maro. It's the way that this Kadita will behave that will allow Occupy Thrones to, I don't know, beat their inner demons of becoming a late game team and eventually taking form here at M4.
Ooh, the early game is going to be slow as usual, but we have to see where are both junglers going to pass towards, because that will decide how it's going to happen. And of course, the mid lane control is going to be contested from both these players, both these teams, to try and ensure that they have the first move, the first rotation in the game.
Fast clear here for Fury and Maro, but what will the rotation be? Folks, confirmed, it is a jungle Martis and then Diablo on the Fredrin in the XP. Oh, this is about to blow up.
Oh, but look at a lot of them actually getting crowd control. Diablo goes in and Maro taking a bit of damage, but I kind of feel like this is the direction that both teams want to go. Control the mid, control the riverside, because you want some kind of advantage going into the turtle fight.
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, both teams, they're trying their best to actually get a lead first, because before the turtle actually spawns. Later on, they can use that to try and get a bit of a play, a bit of a lead in numbers and HP bars, and that is what will allow them to get a very guaranteed objective take.
So far, about a minute and a half in, and we are still at 50-50, equilibrium gold. Very little difference here, 150, 30 between each. And even the marksman matchup, look at this, Arashi. It's still Gado and Babycakes waiting for that big rotation.
Usually you see that the Beatrix has a bit of an edge in the laning phase, but again, it's always a skill matchup. As you can see, Orbital is going for a big play, but Lolzy is forced to use that flicker defensively. That will mean that it won't be up for the play in the turtle coming up now in 9 seconds.
For me personally, that was super necessary because that was a very, very good catch. But right now, Leo, I kind of feel like he already showed his face. And Diablo right now attacking Leo. Leo is going very, very low. And first blood onto Bray.
The Decimate doing work.
That's a lot of damage, and unexpectedly, RSG are the ones aggressing, and now with the members' advantage, their triggers are kind of low, so they're taking it a bit slow, and right now, it just seems like the patience we've been talking about is showing again for RSG.
Yep, RSG just knows how this dance goes, and the clapback from Occupy Thrones is Maro doing his best to keep things under control. He's trying to reset or hold back the turtle so that RSG doesn't convert as quick. I wonder if they can still catch up because look, purple for Leo. Can they stop Bray?
Ooh, Maro goes in with the rough waves as well though. The Rune Collision is being used by the side of RSG, but the turtle will be picked up by Bray. Right now, they're trying their best, but that will be RSG taking out 2 members from the side of Occupy Thrones, and Bray is still not letting Leo off. That will be a very decisive fight for RSG.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate because Hulk, he actually went in, but there was hesitation. He could have caught anyone, but he was like, I don't know which target I want to focus on. And then he was heavily punished. Now, I like teams with aggression, but actually, I like how RSG is playing this. It looks like they understand. They don't have to put their foot on the metal. It's like, we can take it slightly slow because we know that Occupy will be the one to engage. We just wait.
It's controlled aggression, but will they catch Babycakes up top?
Ooh, the snipe barely misses Babycakes. He is able to escape. Purify has been used, so the members from Occupy Thrones can look for a bit of follow-up. For now, it won't be happening.
No harm, no foul. As long as Babycakes is not dying, these early game purifies are worth it.
Yeah, but right now it looks like Occupy Thrones, they're kind of like trying to set something up here at the marksman lane. And they're kind of like taking it very slow because RG is already here and Lolzy tries to engage. Looks like both teams are waiting for a sign of weakness from each other. Look at that Babycakes!
Maro goes in with that rough waves and the petrify as well, but Babycakes is still able to survive. Definitely not the outcome that Occupy Thrones want.
All right, folks, real quick, that is not attack and defense that our tanks are rocking. That's actually concussive blast.
It's just like a blast in the past, you know. Like some people really miss the design of attack and defense. Yeah. I'm one of those guys, but we got to move forward.
You just like how it looks like.
I just like how it looks. And right now, RSG, it looks like they have a 1.4 goal lead. Babycakes just finished his Demon Hunter sword. And the thing about Claude is, in the test servers, he was too strong that they had to nerf him. So I'm really looking forward to see how RSG is going to execute on this. And it looks like a kick is going to happen.
Diablo gets engaged on, but now he is alone. He is actually holding his ground against 2 members from Occupy Thrones. And that'll be a lot of resources burnt before the turtle is even up.
Again, you see here that either hesitation or a communication gap between them because Maro was so far off.
Exactly, yeah. It looked like it was a prime opportunity to get a punish, and Leo is taking a lot of damage, Leo.
Diablo goes in with the Apprentice's Wrath, but now it does seem like Occupy Thrones will be forced to back away from the turtle.
Oh, you meant me. But still,
I'm sorry.
That's about 100% turtle take rate for RSG. They are in control of the map. And again, Occupy Thrones, they tried in the draft to show us that, hey, we're not that late game team anymore, but they seem like they're out of their element.
In my personal opinion, they gotta talk to each other because right now it's like everyone has their own plan of doing what was gonna happen next, but no one's really on the same page. And going up against RSG, that's not what you want to see. If they are comfortable in the late game, then try to farm up as much as you can. Wait for 7 minutes. Try to see if you can fight the Lord, and if you can't fight, then find some kind of farm. Because looking at the items here, Beatrix is starting off with a Corrosion Sight, which is kind of odd because usually we see the Blade of Despair first.
You see a bit of a duo in the EXP lane, though.
A fighting game down there.
Exactly. But Lolzy has been very active in just making sure that his team has some vision, has some security, and that allows Babycakes to be farming really well. But now he might just pay the price. Robert is being used, but the Blazing Duet is being used by Babycakes to try and turn back the aggression. He's getting very, very low. But 505 with the Reward Manipulation, barely out of range though. Members from Occupy Thrones just trying to survive under the turret, trying to find shelter. That will be the Dawning Light being used onto Bray as RSG are trying to make sure that they seal the deal, but they won't be able to. Everyone's so low, but they're able to escape.
Oh Lord, the Fury literally at 1 HP. 1 HP, Grandma, and he's about to go home, and they're not letting go. 405!
Wow. He was like, I'm not letting you guys through. I see all of the small HPs going around. Grandma is like, no. You're not going home. If you're going home, I'm sending you home. 505. Lozi goes in.
Ooh, no that's being used as well, but Gado will be taken out without any issue. Maro tries to turn back the aggression. Unfortunately, he is the one caught right now in the real-world manipulation. Rosway is being used to escape from this death trap between 3 members. It does seem like actually it will be turned around. 505 gets taken out because Leo comes in with the heavy spin, and that will be Occupy Thrones finding some success.
It looks like RSG, they overstayed their welcome because Leo had so much time to rotate to that lane and actually make a difference. RSG right now have a very, very good turn for themselves because it's 2.6k. They have a lot of mad pressure. Right now, they just don't make mistakes because Baby Cakes, I would say right now, he can join the fight. He has a lot of damage. RSG, they can take advantage of Occupy Thrones being a little bit behind. 2.4k, that's a lot.
Yeah, right there. That's how you see it, right? Baby Cakes goes in with the BMI and threatening God. Oh no, God is in trouble.
He's very, very low. The Nuan Blast does not land on him, but the Blazing Duet will secure his fate. And on the other side, that is also RSG putting the trigger. Diablo picking up a kill onto Maro as well. Occupy Thrones. They're just getting caught in these weird fights.
Yeah, 3 different battlefields. The turtle, near the jungle, and then that gold lane. All losses for Occupy Thrones. And look at the conversion. Baby Cake's all about business.
Yeah, the thing is, Occupy Thrones, they tried to attack Bray, but Bray is barely feeling it. That's the jungler. And if they can't take down Bray, if they can't take down Diablo, Lolzy is not looking good because, again, their main win condition is the damage on Gado, on Fury, but they're not being able to dish that damage.
Probably is being contested, and Bray will be picking it up, but actually Maro won't be able to deal enough damage. Diablo just taking in everything in the front. Heavy spin being used to take him back all the way to the back. Occupy Thrones finally secure a kill, but that is so much time.
Straight up, they changed Diablo's zip code, bro. From Singapore to Jakarta. You see how far he went?
All the way to the second turret. That is insane, but actually they're not just over yet. Bray will be jumped on, and Occupy Thrones finally find some measure of success, but if they take that long to take out the tank, that's going to be a very difficult situation.
I feel like this is something that we can touch on a little bit more in the post-game analysis because I want to look at the itemization because if you want to play it for the early game, you have a different itemization. If you want to skill, it's a different kind of itemization. For now, Occupy Thrones, they're really trying to skill. And I think RSG, they realize like, your items is not good for this stage of the game. I'm going to punish this. We're going to go to your lane, and you try to kill Bray. You try to kill Diablo. Diablo went in. Every single member of Occupy Thrones plus the turret was necessary to take him down.
Oh, can they take down Lolzy?
Maro going in with that rock waves as well, but look at the damage. It's so negligible at this point. And just like that, the aggression has been stopped.
I'm waiting on Fury. There's a lot of promise in the way Fury's throwing those beams. I think there's something here.
I kind of feel like right now it's just the difference of gold because right now it's 4,000 gold and 4,000 gold roughly translates to like 1.5 items. So if he's 1.5 item behind, it's not looking good. At this point, they gotta wait till level 15 with like 3 core items and then they can really dish out the damage because right now, if they try to fight this Lord, I think there is a possibility of getting a wipeout.
For sure, if they engage poorly here, the big AoE composition will be dangerous, but Breath of the Ocean being used, it only lands on Diablo, not the intended target, and Leo now will be the one caught out. Movement of Blast does not land though, unfortunately for Lolzy, as in the back line, Hulk actually jumps in and tries to deal with 3 members at the same time, but it's just so sporadic all over the place, as Maro is so far the only casualty, and RSG will be able to take the Lord, but at the cost of 505. Gado though, only alone, trying to make the best of the situation. He is taken out though.
There's a lot of good concepts that OT, Occupy Thrones, are putting on the table, but it looks like they just can't find the timing and the execution to make it all work together.
Well, right now, at 10 minutes, Fury 77 just finished his Lightning Truncheon. And for all of you mages, you guys realize when you have the Clock of Destiny and the Lightning Truncheon, that's a big damage spike. But this is 10 minutes, so that's why during the Lord fight, they tried, but it looked like it wasn't enough.
Both those items got buffed recently.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. So
but you know, it's like bad just now, but it's getting better now.
Yep.
It's getting much better. So because that's the only advantage they have right now. That range, the snipe and the Dawning Light as well, that is what they can use to try and get an advantage before the fight begins, unless RSG are the ones engaging and going aggressively to the front.
Yeah, it's come to the point where RSG are so confident that they're starting to take jungle. They're gonna choke out Leo, choke out Gado.
Oh, that's a Breath of the Ocean, but the Roughest will come out. That is Maro taken out. What a disaster. Now at a 4 Occupied situation, they have to defend against the Lord.
And this is a base Lord, right? Number one Lord, they got it, about a minute and a half ago? I'm expecting at least one inhibitor.
Leo already pushing forward, trying to zone away, try and buy some time for the rest of the members to try and clear. It won't be enough though, the tower gets taken out, and just like that, RSG, they know their limits, they exert patience yet again, and it's as calculated as planned for them.
Honestly, with just an Elemental Lord, you already knocked down one of the inhibitors. That is actually quite a big deal.
Yeah.
RG right now, 8,000 gold ahead, and Baby Cakes just finished his Wind of Nature, making it so that he can actually take some kind of engages from Gado as well as Hulk.
And survive. I think it's a lot to say that, yeah, base Lord, and then you get an inhibitor. They actually also pop the shields on mid and bot.
Oh my, I didn't even realize that.
So the next waves that come in are threats to Occupy Thrones.
That's a dangerous situation for sure, and now they have no control in their jungle because Diablo, he can do whatever he wants. He is somewhat untouchable in the front because Gado, he went for the corrosion scythe. It's not exactly the ideal item, but Hulk now is the one being jumped on.
Yeah,
Sigma
male Singaporean mindset.
Yeah.
I just go around, this is it.
Yeah, looking at advance just now, they're excited because, yeah, RSG is looking very, very good. Whereas Occupy Thrones, this is starting to get towards their comfort zone because, like you said, they could do something at 17, 18 minutes. It's reaching there. Once it happens, there is a possibility of getting this game back in their own wave.
But right now, we have to be glass half full kind of people. Because the early game into the mid game, 10 and 4, 8K ahead, are not ideal for this lineup.
And you think about it, Occupy Thrones have a Kadita as well, and if the Kadita isn't doing well, that threat is just so far diminished. No one from RSG is that scared of this Kadita pickup potential.
Yeah, in simple terms, the CC isn't matching the amount of damage that's being dealt. So they have to reconcile that.
So right now, RG, with a very, very good advantage, they really should force out this Lord. If Occupy wants to fight for it, great, amazing. Because especially with the Wind of Nature, he could just go in, try to catch Gado as well as Fury 77. Because once they're gone, they legit don't have the care. They can force it out. And it looks like Occupy Thrones, they understand this. They let this go, and only Gado is down in the bottom side of the map trying to get any kind of farm that he can.
That was their first turret, by the way.
That's the first for everything, you know. So that's meaningful, yeah.
It's a 14-minute turret, so Occupy Thrones not having a good time, and RSG, they are not showing any chances of allowing them an easier game. But Ray here goes for a bit of a play. Unfortunately, Hulk is just denied at every single turn.
All right, Lafell, you're looking for the items.
Yeah, I'm looking at the items, and I want to talk a lot about Beatrix after the game because even though the new patch has happened, Corrosion Scythe, big buff, Golden Staff, big buff as well, but Beatrix base, the way that she works is basically every single attack, any weapon scales with her total physical attack.
Yep.
And unfortunately, the build she builds right now doesn't have a lot of physical attacks, so the damage is less.
Oh! Leo in the front alone with the heavy spin actually able to escape, but look at there. Baby Case going in the back line, zoning everyone away from the Lord, from the turrets as well. Just like that, with one single ultimate, Occupy Thrones are pushed back away, but RSG are not done just yet. But the Way of the Dragon is being used. That might be the first pickoff. That is a shutdown picked up by Marrow. Golden Staff picked up by Gado in the midst of that fight.
All right, you know what? Glass half full moment.
Yeah.
That was a good defense by Occupy Thrones. They baited out those ults from RSG.
Hey, sometimes we gotta trust our own instincts, man. Like, it could happen because, again, World Championship right now, because now Occupy Thrones, they're starting to scale up. Although, I gotta be critical in saying it was more of RSG kind of overcommitting rather than Occupy Thrones really catching their mistakes.
Yeah, are they looking for a concealed play? What is this?
Ooh, Hulk just comes in and says hi to Lolzy here.
Hi.
Oh, Baby Case interrupts it. The stun is being used as well. Hulk gets chunked very low. RSG with no pleasantries in the Land of Dawn.
Lolzy said hi, and Baby Case like high five.
To your face.
To your face.
With guns.
With a chair.
And my friend Dexter.
Well, that was a shutdown picked up by Occupy Thrones earlier, so this might be just the breath of fresh air they need to try and mount a comeback.
It helps Fury and Gado catch up. I guess that's what explains them for being in at least the upper half of the player gold stats.
Yeah, right now, like, a lot of things that I'm watching here, like just now, Gado is like number 5 in terms of the amount of gold that he is able to collect, which is not what you want to see from your gold laner. You want to see at least like top 3, right? Yeah. And then look at this. Even the damage dealt, Fury's doing good. Fury's doing good. So now he's scaling up. Now it's looking like, okay, there's hope. There is hope.
The hope of mana, that's Fury.
Oh, but Bray though, no hope available. 1v4 in the jungle of Occupy Thrones. And now RSG try and trade back. Leo though is still alive! And the Breath of the Ocean being used. 2 people getting knocked up. But now it's just sporadic. Diablo is still alive in the front lane. 505 with the Road Manipulation, trying to just trade back that damage. And Gado will fall as a result. Baby Cakes chasing something else. But that is a 1-for-1 after such a long turn. That is a jungle for the gold lane though.
Okay, so RSG, now they got to slow down because they've made some mistakes there.
Yep.
Baby Cakes, honestly, was playing very, very well. He kited a lot of the damage coming in from Occupy, but Break coming in alone, like, maybe that's not the best idea you want to do, especially in the late game, because you got to put into consideration that once you get to the late game, it takes more time for you to respond back into the Land of Dawn. Looking at the replay right here, I want everyone to look where Baby Cakes, he tried to dish out the damage with his ult, but instantly got knocked up. Hulk, in my opinion, he shouldn't be that far ahead alone, because even if he does get in range, he's able to get the way of the dragon. It doesn't put them in a position where they can really take anything.
They're going again!
They're still going, and Maro now is the one trying to initiate the play Breath of the Ocean, but the rough waves won't be enough. Wolsey is still very alive, 1 HP, and Leo will be the victim, and Occupy Thrones, they lose 1 for nothing.
And that's clean. Again, RSG, they got the last 2 major plays and major blunders that they had, and they made up for it. Redemption almost instantly.
Yeah, right now, looking at the lore, this is a Luminous lore, so it's going to hit a little bit harder.
Yep.
Coming up in the top side of the map, so RSG, they got to manage their waves very, very well. They got to make sure all 3 lanes are crashing at the same time. Right now, it kind of looks like they're a little bit behind because Lord is already pushing, so they got to push it a little bit for the bottom side of the map.
Yep, got to rush it. And just to say, they could have done better if they waited like maybe 10, 15 more seconds. This would have been an evolved Lord with the static just going around, makes an easier wipe. And look, Gado's gonna defend. Occupy Throne's still in this.
They just take out the Lord, but the empowered waves are still coming in as Baby Cakes will be able to secure the bottom side base turret. Diablo going in for the engage onto Maro, of all people. Engage on the engage tool, and it works. Leo has used the heavy spin right now, and RSG, they have all the tools available, all the ultimates still ready for this next tower take.
This is what Akai is so annoying. This is why Akai is so annoying, because it looks like RSG, they really want to go. They really want to end this right here, right now. But every single time Diablo or Bray tries to engage something, Akai's just going to push them away. Either push them away or push them towards his own base.
Yep.
So right now, RSG, they really want to make sure Lolzy catches this.
Oh, Aluminum Glass with the flicker being used by Lolzy. And Leo, despite his best efforts, will be pushed away. Baby Cakes taken very low, though, shot down by Gado. And now Leo is able to survive from that very aggressive play. It's a 1-for-0 yet again for Occupy Thrones.
Leo was on a tightrope. He was on the edge there. Could have sworn he was going to die, especially since he doesn't have the ult. Now he just got it. I was going to say, depending on how much CDR he has, it could make a difference. Bray!
Leo with the heavy spin will catch Bray out. That's the Immortal being popped for nothing. That is unfortunate. And now with a 50-second death timer, Occupy Thrones have a window.
Dude, I gotta say, man, like, our 18, 19-minute timers, like, we know what we're talking about. And right now, Occupy Thrones, they have the items that they need. They're forcing it down mid. Hulk went back, trying to make sure that no backdoor shenanigans will happen with the minions. So right now, RSG, they gotta make sure that Leo is taken care of, because Akai, whenever he's so strong, gets banned. Now, not banned, getting picked less and less. But remind us again why it's so annoying. Even when you're losing, you can win.
Yeah, no, it's I'd say one of those absolutes in the world of Mobile Legends. If you don't have the Purify, that heavy spin is going to make all the difference.
Or flicker, honestly, because you can still flicker out even if he pins you down. But the timing is key. Speaking of timing, the Lord is here. If RSG can secure the Lord, and this time make sure that all 3 lanes crashes at the same time, it's good. But it looks like Occupy, they're starting to fight.
Oh, yo. RSG, this is a clean go.
Oh, look at Gado. He's so far in front, but it actually isn't going to be working out for them. Maro gets taken out as well. That is 2 of the main carries taken out. RSG Singapore out of nowhere, just getting such a good advantage. Occupy Thrones caught off position.
Why was Gado there, man?
I know.
I mean, like, it's okay if he's there, if you got positions on the map to make sure that he sees what's coming, but it did not happen.
Not just why was Gado there, but I think it was all RSG, because Occupy Thrones, they had Hulk all the way up in the base. It was a 4v5 to begin with.
They just steamrolled right over him, and that is just unfortunate. They need to play the front to back a lot more neatly, especially because Fury and Gado, they are relied on to provide the DPS, because without them, Diablo and Bri can just do whatever they want.
Right now, looking at, because this is an evolved Lord, it looks like RRQ, they're not trying to crash all 3 lanes together. They're just going to move with the Lord, get the buff, and try to end it now. Diablo engages.
He gets a big taunt onto 2 members, but he is forced with the heavy spin, but he actually goes with the truncheon, and now it's chaos in front of the base of Occupy Thrones. It seems that RSG is going for the fight first, not straight for the base. It's very, very close though, and Occupy Thrones actually are starting to pick up some kills, but unfortunately, that will be the base taken out by RSG.
The inevitable victory that RSG has been working towards in the past 20 minutes have come to fruition. Match 1 goes over to RSG SG.
Now in this game, usually my post-game analysis, I will talk about the draft, but for this game, I'm actually going to talk about the items more. Again, congratulations RSG for winning the first match, and Occupy Thrones really push RSG, making it so that you're not going to stump us. We're gonna push it all the way to 21 minutes.
Yeah, there were moments where an Occupy Thrones could have legitimately clap back lethally, right? And I think that was about the 19 or 20-minute mark.
17, 18, 19.
There you go. But again, RSG was just so aware. They knew that this is what we needed to do. We need to make sure that Hulk is split away, or at least one of them is split away, and then just check if Gado or Maro were elsewhere, and they got it.
We're talking about the patience. They knew that they had members down with a very long death timer. They said, fine, take some towers, we'll let you go, let you do whatever you want. And then once we have 5 members, then we'll go and win those big team fights again.
Yeah, but I can definitely see some things that RGSG could improve on, because they've basically got everything else that they wanted. They just don't know how to engage in Occupy Thrones base, and it's just Occupy Thrones. But they have to fight all of the other regions, all of the other countries. They need to fix this. If not, I kind of feel like people will start to see their weakness, because early game, mid game, perfect, very, very nice. But ending it was so difficult. I would say partly it is because of the Akai, but again, it's something that they got to work on.
Yeah, fundamentally speaking, they drafted cleanly, all right? They got the tools, what they needed, but putting it all together, the execution is what might need a little bit of workshopping, a little bit of calibration. But again, given those moments in the 17, 18, 19-minute mark, I think that is prime Occupy Thrones. If they can find a way to make that happen more consistently, then we have a ball game.
Exactly. They're able to actually play the macro game. We saw that there was good potential for the timing for those kickoffs, those engages, but unfortunately, it happens at an unfortunate moment, and they're unable to get anything afterwards, right? Maybe if they capitalized on the death timers and went for more aggression, they could have got something better.
Speaking of death timers, it's so apparent that Occupy Thrones is at home in the late game. It's because that's when they started to clap back. That's when it mattered for them to make a difference. But again, a product of that is how they farmed up, what the Golden EXP did for them. And Lapel, I completely agree with you, how the items look. Even now, even at the post-game stats, that's going to matter all the more.
Yeah, we're going to look at it itemization, because I want to see the core style of the hero really influences what kind of items are really good for them. And why I'm going to talk about this is because RSG, they got a very good early as well as mid game, because they understand how this hero works, so make sure to punish appropriately. Because Gado using the Beatrix, I haven't tested Beatrix with this kind of build before, so I could be wrong. But Beatrix, her passive, right, it really scales up with pure damage, pure physical attack. That's why we see almost every Beatrix player start the game off with a Blade of Despair. So without the Blade of Despair, her basic attack is not as strong. And because of that, if RSG wants to engage, they will not be punished by the damage coming in from the Beatrix. And we said that for Occupy Thrones, this is their win condition, the damage from the Beatrix as well as the Xavier. If they don't do damage, then it really doesn't matter. And Bray, in this game, focuses on getting the defense, because the damage is going to be more than enough. And then actually getting the Winter Truncheon is key, because, okay, you want to lock me down. That is apparent. I'm just going to make myself untargetable and give my team a lot of time to re-engage.
Take me. Psych.
Take me.
Psych.
My body is ready.
Yeah, my body's ready. Psych. No, but again, another key to how Gado actually should have built that Blade of Despair here, objectively speaking, right? RSG, they did not build any Dominance Ice nor Anti-Cuirass. They were all right with just, all right, blade armor, you're good.
Yeah, because the real threat really is Fury 77. In fact, we saw 417 KDA is very good despite the pressure that RSG put out, and he had the most damage in the game just now.
That's a lot of damage for sure, because the range is what was a big deal. We saw that actually it's similar to Blacklist when they want to go with very long distance spells and try and get an advantage before the fight even begins.
Exactly, and it is Fury who dealt the most damage.
Yikes. Okay.
So again, like, the idea is there, but you really need to refine it, because it looks like they have a base understanding of how to play the late game, but not sure how to get to the late game. Forgotten One, Lolzy, 9 total assists. Sandbag Leo took the most damage, 231,000. We talked about it. Fury, 139,000. Rich Guy, Baby K, 770 gold per minute. 100% team fight participation by Fury. And RSGSG, they just capitalized on the mistake that was made by Occupy.
It's so hard to read what Occupy Thrones was trying to do, and I think that got to them as well, right? I'm specifically trying to talk about how Hulk on the Cho couldn't find any of those big ticket Way of the Dragons. It would have been perfect, amazing, but I think he was sharing that role with Leo a lot. So that left them wondering, like, who do we trust? Who do we listen to make this play happen?
Yeah, and right now, we gotta talk about the most valuable player. The MVP for this game is going over to 505, controlling the map, controlling the game, making it so that, Gato, you want to deal a lot of damage? Good luck when I'm rating meters on your head with 427 KDA and not 505, but 550 gold per minute.
It makes sense because for Occupy Thrones, it was Fury who was the main difference dealer, right? Main difference maker. But for RSG, you could say the same for 505. Honestly, if you're looking for a shutdown, if you're Occupy Thrones, it's Bray or Baby Cakes. But 505 was the quiet one, right? He was the one who was making all of the plays from the shadows, and now he's the MVP.
Exactly, he provides so much utility, and the Purifies on the side of RSG is just so annoying because, as you mentioned, Hawk was unable to get any signature plays because of the Purify.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're going to look at the highlights because there's a lot that I do want to point out to see what could have gone a little bit better, because the fight here in the Turtle, it looks like Occupy Thrones, they weren't on the same page. Do we engage? Do we disengage? And we saw a lot of engage from RSG towards the lane of Gato because they understand not enough damage will be put here. So they just snowball based on their understanding of how the game is really moving. And at this point, 10 minutes, it kind of does show a little bit of light for Occupy Thrones, because at this point, Fury 77 is actually doing enough damage, but again, he doesn't have the space to do it.
Yeah, a lot of the moments you'll see here in the highlights, whether it's in the early game or the mid game or the late game, it's just 505 always being on point. Like, he knows his role and he does it well.
It's just really good because he just does the bare necessities, right? He doesn't do anything too crazy, too flashy, but when he provides the slows for the team to outmaneuver their opponents, it's just so annoying.
Oh. See, look, he knows that they were trying to kill Gado.
Yeah.
And he listened, whether it was a shot call or it was pure instinct. 505 knew, I got you, boys.
I would say that is a fundamental mistake because, especially for a lot of the MPL regions, we're really like hard on how they're positioning, right? Especially for a Lord take. If you want to wait in that bush, you got to make sure 3 crucial points across the map, across the bushes, there's someone there, someone that can tank so that you can see the future. You can see someone's going to engage on you. You got to make sure that you put yourself in a position that you can't run away. In that position, Gado was there alone. No one is actually handling the bottom side of the map. I don't know, left, right, whatever, right? But the position of everyone else around Gado was easily exploitable.
And I think that just comes down to execution, given the fact that Leo and Hulk were trying to displace the opponents and finding ways to get a catch. There was no room for vision, so they were just overloaded at that point.
And it's difficult if you're all the way in the front. You cannot use all your utility for the very difficult outplays because you're forced to use it off the bat. So it makes it very easy for the members of RSG to try and get that pickoff onto Gado.
Yep, we'll see how Occupy Thrones recovers, because coming up next, it's going to be our next best of one. And boy, oh boy, it's going to be quite the debut. Folks, it's the Valley going up against Argentina's own S11 Gaming. The West is going to have a clash right here in Southeast Asia.
I would say this match is very, very anticipated because BTK surprised us for the previous World Tournament. So this one, they want to see whether they live up to the hype or they kind of reverted back.
Well, With that being said, I think it's time for us to go ahead and make the preparations for that upcoming bout. Ladies and gentlemen, at the desk is Arashi Lafell, and at your service, my name is Leo. Don't go anywhere. M4 2022 MLBB World Championships will be right back. Stay with us.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the fun together. Pamper your soul. Explore the natural wilderness. Satisfy your appetite. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Gets taken out by who? Oh my, it's out in the valley are going to M4!
I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready. The most thing I like about my team is just how much they care about this whole M4 and then the game itself. The commitment from my teammates is exceptional. I think the Valley is gonna have a hard time at first, but it's really up to how well we adapt to the Asian meta or teams that are coming to M4. The Valley definitely is more work. It's not as organized as other teams with the organizations, but I think our team bonding is way greater because we all have like one goal, which is winning. That's what keeps us together pretty much. My role in my team is I can pull the team from the negative vibes because when the arguments gets too heated, everybody has their own opinion because everybody's a good player. We don't have a coach. So I think I can stay in the middle and then see what's the best for the team. And then just games in general. I really love game. I love playing game. I skip school to play games. So I think I'm just born to do this, I guess.
Oh! Mobas ain't able to pick up that Lord.
I think the best player in our team is Zane because his commitment to the game is way greater than others. And then he has many different experiences from different MOBAs, so he knows what he's doing. It doesn't really bother me that I left Gosu, and it was a really great experience. General basically made who I am right now. He really helped me a lot, how to set up stream. He boosted my stream. He was basically made who I am. It's just to pursue my career, to pursue the win. I thought leaving that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me. There wasn't any drama, it's just the fans that made it into a drama. Which I understand because I was in that team for 5 years, almost. I created that team with him, and then we were really good friends, so they thought nothing would actually break us apart. But made the decision that fans didn't want. I think that's why it became a drama. I joined Valley because I thought we actually have a shot to go to M4 with the squad that we're trying to form. That's why I wanted to join. We're preparing M4 by first watching many games from other teams, from other regions, because I think it's the best to know the enemies first, then focus on ourselves. Our playstyle definitely needs improvement. Our communication is a big problem to improve too. But I feel great. I think we'll be just fine in M4. It's new experience, new environment. I'm excited. I want to say to the other players, they need to be ready, because they say I might not do well because I've never been there. I've never gone against the pros in Asia, but I can prove them wrong.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready. I'm really excited to represent North America again, especially after M3 and seeing what we accomplished. I feel like we could make something happen and perhaps even do better than M3. I think the whole world has gotten a lot stronger after M3, and I feel like that might have been because BTK kind of inspired the whole world. Coming from a not so popular region with no organization, it was just 5 friends. I think BTK did inspire a lot of the teams to really try and better themselves all across the world. I think North America might have even bigger tricks up its sleeves this time compared to what we did in M3. I think BTK disbanding might have been the only option because there were some issues that just could not be fixed and probably never would be fixed. Team issues, the roster. I think people got a bit more relaxed after M3 where they felt the taste of success, and it's really challenging to want to push yourself from 3rd to 1st, but I don't think that takes away from what an amazing and impactful team it was. You really, for what we had for years, and did very well. Personally, within the team, our goal was to reach top 4, and we did achieve that goal, but when you're that close, it is a bit hard to just get knocked out of 3rd place. Of course you want to win it all, and being that close and seeing that it is possible, it really makes me want to get the job done in M4.
Match point for the Valley. The Simpsons could be knocked out, and the Valley could go 4th.
Valley are going to M4!
The thing I like the most about the Valley is everyone in their role, respectively, is super strong. Pretty much the best player of their role in the whole United States. We haven't been together for too long, so I wouldn't really know what our really good strengths and weaknesses are. I think they might start to come into play the more we adapt as a team and get stronger. They would start to amplify, and you would really start to see specific strengths and specific weaknesses of the team. Ever since I joined the Valley, all I've been talking about is M4, M4, M4. Because at the end of the day, that's really all that should matter to us at this point. I would say that I probably bring a good amount of work ethic to the team and also make everyone see the bigger picture.
Mobazane with the lethal double kill for Mobazane. Mobazane! What is this? He outplays a 1v4 and he's going for the Maniac. What is going on?
I think the best player in our team is Zane because his commitment to the game is way greater than others.
Mobazane, he wants it!
I can rely on him a lot. He definitely proves his worth. You know, I don't have to worry. If there's something wrong with Zane, there's gonna be something wrong with the team, you know?
Mobazane, this man, he is untouchable.
He's really competitive. Really, he's hungry to win.
MVP is going to go to Mobazane.
My God, the hype about Mobazane is just way too real, man.
What I'm really good at is map control and map awareness and rotations and looking for any advantage I can on the map. I can just find it pretty easy to end up controlling a game if the enemies make one slip up. To anybody who's been following me, BTK, the Valley, I really appreciate the support, and I'll do my best again in M4. I'm sure the teammates will, and I hope to surprise everyone again, just like we did in M3.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta. This amazing, beautiful tournament wait to get to the game. Where all eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they wanted, I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it up, boy. Hands up, all you get your hands up, all you raise your hands. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
It's a Western clash in Southeast Asia, live from the Bali United Stadium in Jakarta. It's a best of one between the Valley and S11 Gaming. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by the Indonesian sensation Arashi and the Malaysian sweetheart Lafel. Gentlemen, how are we?
I'm happy to be called a sweetheart, by the way. Thanks, man.
You are the sweetheart, man. But how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling very, very excited because, again, like you said, this match is well anticipated.
Arashi?
I am feel, man. I am very feel.
You're very feel. I love it. M4 is powered by Moonton, presented by TikTok, the official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming share and esports charts, our analytical partner, Gank, and our official merchandise partner, MiWatch, our media partner, and last but not least, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Once again, thank you for all those making M4 possible. We are about to go into another best of one after a rather long bout. I'm still trying to break down exactly what happened in the past 22 minutes between Occupy and RSG.
I would say it's about a better understanding of how the game is being played. That's why we're going to look back at the schedule and have a brief recap of what happened in game number 1 for today. And we're going to talk about what's going to happen next between the Valley as well as S11 Gaming.
Yep, there's about 5 more bouts coming up, and we're all running these by the end of the night. Arashi, what's tickling your fancy?
What's tickling my fancy? I mean, aggression, fights, early game dominance. I think that is what I like seeing the most. And for the next match, there's going to be plenty. But after that, though, there's an RRQ against Occupy Thrones. And if the earlier game is any indication, it's going to be a banger as well.
Something that I've known, Leo, right? Yeah. Having the opportunity to work with Gani, he's impatient. Working with Arashi, he's a man of violence. I like aggressiveness. I like team fights. I like trades.
He's about feeling.
He's about feeling. And he's feeling the aggression. And I kind of feel like we will see that today between the Valley as well as S11 Gaming, because I heard a lot of good things where in terms of the NA Pride, right? The Valley, they've showed a lot last season. Yeah, last season of World Series. And this series, I'm actually pretty excited to see Hoon play, personally myself.
Yeah, no, if there is something that the Western teams can bring to the table is the aggression, right?
Oh, yeah.
Southeast Asia recently has evolved to become a more macro-centric team or play style, and I'm so excited to see what the Valley and S11 Argentina are going to make of that. But first, I want y'all to take a sneak peek at all the M4 events and all about the rewards that you can get. The M4 Pass is already available for purchase. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, the Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and the Beatrix Figurine. That's the M4 exclusive, are awaiting you. The M4 support chest is now available, and the in-game event for you to open for loads of M4 Pass experience. On the day of the M4 Finals, that's January 15th, expect to get an avatar border for free. In the M4 Battle Night event, you can unlock a skin chest by completing tasks, and you can pick a skin of your choice within the chest. Make sure you use the hashtags Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. Lafel, you want to tell us about the M4 Pass Card campaign?
Yeah, M4 is available now. Complete all of the active tasks, and you will reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now to get the exclusive rewards. Like you said, the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and the M4 figurine. Beatrix, hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB M4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. Again, just make sure you guys log into the game. A lot of prizes are waiting for you.
What's your level at, bro?
Oh, it's not very high, man. I mean, I'm busy. I'm very excited for this tournament.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot, by the way.
Yeah, I'm being exposed for being a bit lazy here. But you guys at home, you have all the chance in the world. Make sure you don't miss out on that. It's free value, man. Why not?
It's right there. I mean, I paid for the pass, and I'm about to because you can also actually use diamonds to show support for your team. But right now, speaking of teams, it's S11 Gaming and the Valley making their way into the arena. Here we go. Once more, it's North America making a clash against Argentina.
Yeah, let's introduce for the Valley, it's Hoon, White Chicken, Basic, Mobazane, and it's not just Shark, it's Super Shark.
Super Shark, and he is one of the main super players on the Valley. Relied on to make those plays happen. The roamer position is so important right now, especially if you want to go for those aggressive plays in the early game. The roamer is who makes it all happen.
Yep, and again, there is a lot of love for our boys from North America. Again, I spoke to Hoon last night, and he shared me how they formed this North American super team, right? It originally started with just Basic, Hoon, and Shark. And all this while, Zayn and Fight Chicken were here in Indonesia. They had to call him and tell him, hey, we're trying to make the North American Avengers. We're going to M4. Wanna come?
And they came.
And they did.
They came? That's crazy.
And here they are.
I kind of feel like that's kind of the way that all success stories starts, right? It's like you just jump the gun, see what happened. And what's going to happen right now is we're going to talk about S11 Gaming. We got Chan, Papa Dog, Mael, Jotun, and Erwin.
They are the Latam Super League champions. They actually went quite the series against MVG. And here today, they're about to make a lot of leeway because this is their first international event of this scale.
Of this scale, that is the key word there. I've had the privilege of seeing them play before, and they have very unorthodox rotations, and they seem to be very good at avoiding clashes when they don't want it.
Oh yeah, and they are bringing their national pride with them. Here we go, representing Argentina, and of course the Latam region, that's S11 Gaming, gracing our stage. I'm excited. Again, if you are the champion of such a huge region, there is a lot on the line.
Yeah, now we got to look at the talent prediction because for this one, Mars is really not going with the majority, right? Because
Come on, Mars.
From Malaysia is like, I want S11 Gaming. Everyone else, Malaysia, Niker, ST14, Uomi, and Holy are really looking at the Valley and be like, they're the favorites.
Well, the Valley has been gaining a lot of traction, a lot of momentum, right? They've been hyped up to be the next big thing, so we'll have to see. Because for me personally, actually, I went for S11 as well, as you can see.
Are you riding the World Cup hype?
Maybe.
Is that what's on? Is that what's on? Because
No comments.
I don't blame folks. I think there is a lot to go because if you will see the M4 pass, right? A lot of fans from Argentina are helping out. They are voting for S11.
Here's the thing. We got to talk about this before we start the game, right? We got to look at the Valley, let's just say the NA team. They are experienced in the fact that they just went in, tried their best, and they did really well.
Their first time.
Yeah. So we got to see if Argentina can somewhat replicate that because this is their debut and they're going up against the Valley. So will it really be a thing of how do you say it's like the rookie luck? I forgot what it's
Beginner's
called.
luck.
Beginner's luck. Yeah. Yep. Beginner's luck where you start out and you start up very fast.
Very clearly, it's not one of their keys to victory. They have to maintain control of their bushes. They have to give Basic a good comfort hero because again, gold lane is neither here nor there. It's either it makes the difference or your core and your carry is elsewhere. What do we have to talk about though when it comes to Argentina's S11 game? Because Arashi, they're your boys.
Ooh, they're just very good at rotations, first of all. As I mentioned, if they don't want to fight you, then you're going to be very hard-pressed to try and find a fight. They know how to avoid the usual patterns.
Yeah, and it's interesting here. The key to victory, gank, assist, Papa Dog to have white chicken for lunch. Looks like our script writer is having fun with the keys to victories. But I do agree. You gotta figure out a way to shut down white chicken. And the thing is, S11 Gaming, they've entered quite a lot of competition without their star mid laner Chan. So now he is here, and we gotta see this mid lane fight. I'm really interested to see Chan versus against Hoon.
Oh yeah, no. Again, back to the main highlight. It's no secret that we have a lot of emphasis on Papa Dog and White Chicken, given how much fun, quite literally, our writers and we are having on the desk talking about them. But looking at the predictions, it's no secret. The Valley are coming in as favorites.
They're coming in as favorites, but at the same time, you can see that there's a lot of hope riding for the side of S11. There are a lot of people that believe that they have what it takes. They can replicate the same success that their country was able to get. So
in the realm of football.
In the different realm from what we're experiencing right now.
I gotta say, shout out to the Valley. We saw some kills there. Assassin Dave, G, Aiko, Combat Cat. And they're like, yep, shout out to the Valley. Hoping that they do well. And I hope we do well because we gotta put respect on this game, man. This is really gonna set the tempo for both teams because this is their debut in M4.
Yeah, no, effectively, it's Latam versus North America.
Oh yeah,
this is a clash from the West that have found its way here into Southeast
In a way, there's
Asia.
Rumpun.
Yeah, there's
in a way.
In a weird way. There's a Rumpun, and leading them to the charge are their coaches. This is Secretaria, and on the other end is Coach Balut. I'm so excited to see how different their drafts are, given that they have both experienced what the Southeast Asia meta looks like, and that might be an influence.
We'll have to see. We saw that for the first match earlier. There was a big contrast in early game and in late game. A very clear distinction. In this particular match, considering that both teams wants to be aggressive, will we see a bit of a clash in that early game? Because that would mean a very, very short game.
I'm actually thinking about the EXP because I'm trying to think what kind of EXP laners are they really looking for? Either dive to the back line or just to be a very, very strong front line. Because White Chicken, I kind of feel like he's super aggressive when he's given the opportunity, but certain matches he's not really been let loose. It's like, I'm just gonna be reliable. I'm not gonna ultimately be the playmaker. So I really want to see what kind of style this White Chicken want to show us today.
Well, I think the draft will be a huge way of telling. Here we go. On the play is the Valley answering back. S11, they got those 2 power picks on the swing back. There goes the Fanny, the Kaja, S11 Gaming. They don't want to see no Glue, and Valentina, which, very oddly enough, in our first game today, did not see any play. No ban, no pick on Valentina.
The other long-range mages have been more popular, but maybe we'll see a Valentina in the jungle next match. Not in this match, though. For the Valley, they're banning out all these aggressive pick-off, huge burst heroes, and now they banned that 1-1 as well. So a bit of a mix on what they want to take away from S11 Gaming.
I talked about the EXP, but now I'm actually curious about the gold lane because Beatrix has been played a lot, 0% win rate still. Carry looks to be very, very strong. And because the Valley did not ban out the carry, will they actually try to get a first pick? It's kind of a double-edged sword because carry is very strong, but as a first pick, it's very easy to counter. But if you don't take it first pick, you're kind of giving it over towards S11 Gaming. So it's always a topic between first pick and second pick. Which one is better? In this kind of situation with the drafts, I kind of feel like S11 have a slight edge here.
Yeah, because they're able to create.
First, yeah,
they can see what the opponents pick up first. They can respond, or they can craft their lineups a little better given the last pick and the first 2 picks here. But I don't think it would be wrong for the Valley to pick up the carry first. Very, very strong hero, and Basic has been playing carry for years now. He played with the MPL Philippines for a couple of seasons, about 2019, 2020, and he's solid. Again, one of the keys to victory is give Basic solid, comfortable heroes.
And we've seen that the Valley is very adept at playing out these big team fights, so they are for sure, if they go for that carry pick, they're gonna secure some kind of protection for sure. But actually, Eve is the option they go for. That slow, that AoE zoning, that is what they want to have against S11.
Honestly, Eve is strong against most fighters, but because of that, it's kind of almost putting Papadog at a spot where you gotta use a dive kind of EXP laner. I'm looking at the Yuzong, the Lapu Lapu. Even if he wants to use a Cho, where again 0% win rate as of right now.
The
so
XP lane as well.
Whatever Papadog uses is really going to impact what's going on with the Valley, because the Valley is kind of like, okay, we're still going to hide what our marksman is going to be, so we're going to pick up the Eve. Not every single fighter can fight against the Eve, so they're putting a spot onto S11. Do you really want to counter us right now? And I talk about the Cho, and they pick up Cho.
Ooh, Cho pick, very mobile, a lot of crowd control as well. But as well as that, the Fredrin. So now a bit of a switch up. Who is going to which role? This is the power of the flex picks we've been talking about. Flexible teams have been having such success in the current season.
I like though how Eve was the first pick for the Valley, because yes, it's not as flexible. It's very honest where he goes, but it's control in the sense that my mid is solid. You now have to give me the solution, because here's the problem, right? And Hoon is one of the best players to do this. He's so intelligent, has great mechanics, and he can control that mid lane so that eventually Basic can do his thing. And there you go, there's the carry.
Yeah, I really like this kind of respect, because they're really paying attention towards the draft. It's like, okay, do we really want to pick up the carry first? So they pick up the Eve first, where Eve can actually fight against the carry fairly well as well. So they pick it up first, and because they saw the Cho and the Fredrin, you know what? Yeah, carry game, and then they pick up the Lolita. But S11, 100% win rate on this Hayabusa, not for them, but throughout the tournament. And we've been hearing a lot that the Hayabusa has been doing very, very well in scrims.
Jotun is known to be playing this Hayabusa. He's very aggressive, and he has that mechanics to show off. And now with 2 very ideal targets in the back line for the Valley, gonna be a bit of a problem unless the Valley has something in mind. Maybe they can invade the jungle early on and shut it down before the mid game even comes around.
Which they can do, because there's a Lolita in the hands of Super Shark. And this is a homecoming of sorts, ladies and gentlemen. In M3, last year's World Championships, Super Shark debuted the Lolita and immediately, almost in the first game that he played it, made it meta.
Yeah, everyone else used it. It's like, was Lolita buff? Not really. But when Super Shark used it, it's like a super Lolita. It was like, it's actually super strong.
Yeah, and S11 watched a lot of M3 as well. They took out the Roger.
Wow.
This was one of Zane's paramours from M3 as well.
They're taking away all the unexpected picks here. Because as you said, the Valley, a bit of a trendsetter. And this is what makes it exciting, right? You never really know what exactly are they going to come up with. And if they can surprise S11, then they can have a chance to just completely overthrow the expectations. And that means that in the early game, S11, known for having a calculative approach, will not have a solid solution.
Yep, so far, S11 still needing a gold laner and a mid laner. As for the Valley, they still haven't given anything to Zane or to Chicken. I guess S11 might take out here another jungler, but no, they're just closing all the gaps. It's clear that Lolita's going in the roam, but they're afraid of XP Grok.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the way that they're reading the pick and ban right now is like Arashi said, there is a possibility of actually countering this Hayabusa in the jungle, because what we saw yesterday in the game between Onyx and Toda, where you got the Fanny, we're gonna use our EXP as well as our roamer to invade your jungle. So this Grok ban, it looks weird, but it actually fits. So what I'm looking at right now for Chan is to actually use a very, very strong mid laner that can have a very good laning phase against the Eve, because if the early stage of the game, level 1, level 2, you're already losing to an Eve, you're kind of losing the jungle as well.
Lilia, do it, Lilia. You need solid DPS. The range problem won't matter when it comes to the mid game. Again, you're playing Hayabusa anyways. You don't want to go to the late game. It's going to be very difficult.
The Lilia makes a lot of sense. If they want to go for those early game skirmishes, with the setup from the Cho and the Fredrin, that's a lot of damage coming in from those glooms.
Let's see.
Yeah, right now on screen, Fried Chicken as well as Papada. So you're really looking at the EXP. And I kind of feel like the way the draft has been set up, Fried Chicken has a lot of time to see what his matchup is really going to be. So it looks like they're setting up the draft so that Fried Chicken has a good chance for success.
Yeah, they're forcing him, they're forcing Papa Dog to wait. And I think that tension in the draft, going into the game, loading into it, especially knowing that your opponent still has not picked up their hero, it could build up. It's like, all right, so wait, which is Chicken? What's he gonna do?
Well, for the Valley, it's a bit of a different approach right here. They don't go for any flexible picks. We know where each of these heroes are gonna go, but they think it's just that valuable that they don't mind exposing it. And in a way, now they can predict what will S11 take to try and counter the picks that are already so obvious.
Yeah, no, there's a beauty in honesty. Like, this is such an honest draft.
Yeah, speaking of honest, we haven't seen the Thanos, but we've definitely seen the Akai. Very, very strong even when you're losing. And I kind of feel like this is very good going up against the Hayabusa. Looks like they're going to end it off with the Xavier, second Xavier for the day. We've seen the damage. It's definitely going to be there. The problem is, can you actually find a space to deal the damage?
Man, I hate to say it, but S11's draft is so similar to Occupy Thrones' draft, and then RSG's draft from earlier, almost mirroring the Valley here.
Wow.
So, deja vu.
I mean, most effective tactic available, I guess. I mean,
it is.
If it's the most effective tactic, then all right, let's just use it.
But they seem they seem confident. S11, they're going into this and they have a plan. Exactly. What happened earlier today has nothing to do with how they're facing off against the Valley.
And I think with the Hayabusa being a big difference here, they have a better chance of maybe having a lot of pressure in the early game.
Oh, yeah.
Because we saw that the issue was the lack of snowballing in the previous match.
Yeah.
Well, right now I'm looking at the chase, right? Because you got a Hayabusa. You have a timer onto you. And speaking of time, let's go into the second game of the day between the Valley and S11 Gaming.
Quick note as to where these junglers are going to start, and it's not a mirror start here. It's actually orange to purple.
So both of the junglers starting in the top side of the map, trying to make sure that they are in the right area later on. We'll have to see for both teams which lane are they going to try and put their emphasis on as Erwin, where they're looking for a bit of a disturbance onto Mobazane.
And they force retry too.
Yeah, that's very, very solid, because now they have a better chance to actually secure the Little Wanderer, which accelerates your level 4 capability. And right now, Fried Chicken as well as Papadog, it looks like Fried Chicken is really trying to hold off the lane, making it so that he gets his level a little bit slower, and perhaps at the second minute, gonna quickly cut the lane and then try to force a fight onto the turtle.
Oh, already Jotun making his way.
Well, he'll be able to get that Lethal Wanderer. We'll have to see, man. I mean, it's only level 2 right now, but the tension in the air. At any moment, any of these small skirmishes can burst out into a full-on team fight. As Jotun right here will be secure, but Mubazin actually makes the aggressive play, and that will be a stun onto Erwin. He's able to escape right now, but for the Valley, they have secured control over the turtle area.
So despite that Little Wanderer going over to S11, overall map-wise, the Valley walked away with more.
Yeah, definitely. But right now, I'm really looking at the draft from S11. They have two ways that they got to play for it. If they can do both, it's great. Because they got to chill for a single target lock along with the Hayabusa. If they can use that, they can create a lot of space for both Chan and Mile to actually get their items and scale up. If they don't, they can slow down the game a little bit and they will still do well enough, but it's kind of like wasted opportunity. I want to see how Jotun plays with Erwin, because if they can actually put pressure onto the Valley in the early stages of the game, especially around this turtle fight, that'd be great. If they're playing super passively, they're kind of wasting their win condition.
This is the opposite. It's so aggressive. Arashi, look, do you see this? Do you see this? He's invading.
He's invading already, trying to make sure that he takes advantage of the fact that the Valley is prioritizing this turtle. Of course, the purple won't be as important for Akai in the hands of Mobazane, but right now, with that turtle in Tau, actually, we can see that the Valley might be looking for something else. Fried Chicken just pushing that aggression as they are actually making moves towards the purple buff afterwards. Mobazane trying to make sure that he does not lose out on the purple buff. He gets it, and he is gonna use a heavy spin to try and escape from that situation, and S11 Gaming will not be able to find anything in exchange.
Amazing. Hakuna Matata. Everything will be all right. Did you see how Zane took the turtle and then eventually stole away Jotun's purple as well, so nothing mattered.
Well, right now, the Valley, they're in a very, very good spot, because if we look at the map, they're winning top side, mid, as well as the bottom side of the map. And Orwin right now, he's being caught, and Hoon is unable to secure the kill, but that still puts a lot of pressure. S11, they're like, okay, like just to put it in numbers, right now the Valley, they're controlling like 65% of the map, and S11, they're just slowly losing the map away. And if you're losing the map, you don't have catch potential, and your farm is going to be so delayed.
Exactly.
And that's what makes the difference, because S11, going into the game, we said it in the draft, they want a snowball. With a lineup that has a Hayabusa, they need the snowball.
Well, this mid-game might be what they need. Erwin going in, trying to find something, but Super Shark will be able to actually stave off that aggression. Mail goes for the clear, and that's the power of the Beatrix, being able to clear the wave so fast, and that allows S11 to find some breathing room.
This is almost like just because the Valley could read what S11 is going to do, because we see like attempts, okay, Erwin go here, Erwin go there, but Super Shark is just there to mitigate the engagement. Yeah. And Fried Chicken, I don't need no help. I'm a Thanos. Yeah. 1v3 me. I can take it.
That's as dead a lane as it gets, and I love it. That's coming from me. I'm an XP laner in game, so going into the mid game, where we're approaching the mid game, closing up into possibly the second to last turtle here, 10 seconds away. So far, the Valley has known how to respond to everything that S11 is doing. And am I right? Did Mobazane steal it?
Papadog now being the main target for the members of the Valley. He's able to escape though with that flicker. The heavy spin is being used by Mobazane, and Fried Chicken will be able to pick up that first blood. And that will be the Valley getting an advantage. And now they are going for more.
Yeah, 4-minute first blood, that's great. What's not great right now is I have a general rule for Assassins. If you don't do well early, then you're not going to contribute much into the game unless you find the specific target. It's easier said than done, because right now Hoon and Basic, I don't see them getting harassed. And if this continues, the Valley, they can really set up the map so that they can take whatever they want. S11, they got to find a way to make sure that they get a kill or an objective on the map. If not, they're really putting the Valley in a very, very good spot.
Everyone looking for something right here, but Super Shark is being so menacing in the front line, ensuring that the members of S11 do not have any chance to come even close to the turtle. We see a bit of a split right here as Fried Chicken jumps on Chan. He'll be forced to run away and actually almost gets taken out very, very low. The steal attempt from Jotun is attempted, but it won't be enough. The Valley is taking full control here.
Oh, man. Two things, right? Number one, Erwin is overloaded. I feel like that Cho is trying to do too much. Trying to help his team come back, playing for vision, looking for pickoffs. And just the same, Fried Chicken is a monster. You see how hard he was pushing? Oh, wait, top lane!
Top lane, Jotun goes in for the aggressive play. The Shadow Kill is being used, but there's 3 members there, way too much. The Ruin Revision is being popped up, but Basic will be able to get a kill. The snipe from Mail is being used, but it won't be enough. The Valley takes out Jotun, and as you mentioned, Assassins not doing well in the early game.
Right now, S11, they almost got to slow down and actually talk to each other because it's right now, Erwin, like you said, overloaded. You want to catch who? Who do you want to catch? Because almost everyone is impossible to catch. Some minor mistakes from S11. John alone getting chased out by Fried Chicken. MOBA Zane dictating the jungle. There is nothing for Jotun. Level 10, MOBA Zane. Level 8, Jotun.
And this is Akai that's rocking the jungle emblem without the cooldown reduction on the Retri. So he has to make more I don't know, better time decisions?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, so that means MOBA Zane has evolved so much since we last saw him on the world stage.
We see a bit of a movement though. You can see that the Valley looking for yet another play. The slow comes in, the Ruin Manipulation is being used as well. That will be escape from Mile using that flicker, and that is the tower taken away. And look at the sneaky escape being used by Aaron.
Yeah, and again, like, sure, they use a lot of their own resources, but it's totally worth it. You're not letting the marksman farm. You're taking away turrets. 4,000 goal lead with just 2 kills. Right now, it's 11 and the Valley. They're like, we're just gonna play respectful. We're gonna play discipline. If we have to fight, we will. But if we don't want to, then just run away. We're just gonna take what's ours anyways.
Oh yeah, that's something to note here. About 4.5k ahead, 7 minutes in. Slowly but surely, the Valley has become more mum. Earlier, they were more game to find these little skirmishes, but now they're just like, yeah, no, we'll take what we can, but only on our side of the map.
We can see that the XP lane has also been such a problem. Fried Chicken will be a lot more of an issue later on because he is doing that macro play. You can see that the members of S11, they're just forced to be pulled away from the main objectives due to that pressure.
And there's not much S11 can do here. Again, my eyes are on Erwin. LaFell, you started this whole thing. It's like, Erwin do this, Erwin do that. And I think number one question is, do they even know where the Valley is for Erwin to do these things?
I think the Valley, they just have the Sharingan. Oh, Papado tries to engage, and Hun missed flicker, but it really doesn't matter. No one caught him. Right now, the Sharingan eyes on the Valley. They know what's going to happen before it happens. Erwin tries to come in. Papado tries to come in. Is like, I see you coming in, and there's nothing that you can do. Hun 1v1 against Jotun.
Oh!
Not enough damage.
You want to know? You want to know a secret? You want to know a secret? You know how Hoon survived that? And Fried Chicken's gonna get this, by the way.
Ooh, Fried Chicken is still trying to escape from the situation. 1v3, it won't be enough though. Jotun will be able to pick up that kill, but at what cost? Right now it's a 1-for-1, but the Valley will be pushing.
It's worth it, this conversion. By the way, Hoon, his first main item, LaFell, or actually listen up, Brute Force Breastplate.
Wow. I don't need to deal with any kind of damage. Basic, it's all you.
That's 185 IQ right there.
I'm just gonna survive, man. They're gonna try to find me. Well, good luck. You found me. Now what?
Now what, right? Talking about how you buy items at the right time, knowing your role and what your team wants to do, that's something that most Eves won't do right there. First item, Brute Force Breastplate?
Yeah, just to add on just a little bit, Hayabusa needs to win early. He lost early.
He was denied early.
Now he doesn't have enough damage. Now you build tanky items against him. It's not looking good.
There's just a lot of options available for countering this Hayabusa because you can use with the Wind of Nature, but oh, Heavy Spin being used right here. Jotun will be the main target. Fried Chicken jumps on that opportunity as Papadog will be the main target. The flicker with the Numen and Blast does not land, unfortunately, but the Valley has taken control once again. S11 Gaming has no solution.
Man, the Valley made Papadog more like Baby Dog.
He's Baby Dog.
Much. Look, he's sitting at 0-3-1. Usually the Fredrin wants to go 2v1, 3v1 in lane. The way that the economy is gone, he can't build items.
And the thing is, Fried Chicken is like, I don't know what rotating means. I'm just gonna stay here.
Yeah.
And if someone wants to stop me, yes, they can.
Yeah.
But while you're trying to stop me, everyone else, they're moving the gears towards mid, moving the gears towards top side in the jungle.
Oh,
and right now, the Valley's taking all.
That's a concealed play by the Valley, looking for Aaron right here. Numen of Blast being popped so early, it is cancelled, but look at the damage coming from the basic, as well as Hoon. There's way too much for S11 to take. That will be Aaron taken out yet again.
Peter Bryce, you monster. You see how much damage he was dealing? All they needed was to slow down Erwin, not even stop him in his tracks. It's just, okay, stay there for a bit. All right, good, we move on.
Moving on indeed right now. This kill score is 6-1. And S11 Gaming, it looks like they're not entirely sure what should they do. And right now, Hayabusa is just trying to clear the way. Super Shark as well as Fried Chicken really don't care. This is the first Lord. Can the Valley actually end it right now?
They don't really have a lot of range to work around with. Of course, they have the high ground coming in with the real world manipulation. And now with the waves being pushed, they're going to get at least one here, it seems like. But it seems like S11 is playing it calculatively, and the Valley do not want to risk Erwin making that hero play, keeping him on his toes though.
All right, this is the Valley making the call. We'll take it slow. We'll take tier 2 in mid. And so far, yeah, Fried Chicken has left Casa de la Chicken. Like, he left that bottom part of the map, and he's now helping push 5v5.
It's just so difficult as the Valley goes for the top tower right here. Look at Fried Chicken going in, the 1v4 essentially under the tower, and he's not even taken below half HP. The rest of the team tries to follow up on this big play, but it seems like S11 will not be able to even deter him from doing so.
The only reason why the Valley had to retreat because they saw the Hayabusa down in the bottom lane, because it looks like they have the damage, and if they do want to engage, they have that option. They just got to be careful, because if this Hayabusa continues to take all of the turrets, then it just becomes that Lord fight. If they're too occupied around the Lord, the Hayabusa could just end the game. So right now, you said it yourself. S11 Gaming, they are very calculative. So it's like, okay, it's kind of obvious we don't have enough damage. But the turns, they don't buy items. They don't buy any physical items to make sure that they can take more damage from the Hayabusa. So I feel like this is one of the only ways that they can play this out. So they gotta find a way to slow down S11, getting enough items onto the Beatrix as well as onto the Xavier, because the Xavier right now, not having the Lightning Truncheon makes it so that he doesn't have enough damage. And right now, it looks like he's kind of thinking, okay, he finished the Lightning Truncheon, so he should be able to do a bit more damage after this.
Right on cue, but look at the Valley looking for a play yet again. The purple buff will be the main target here. And S11, they just back away so far.
Okay. Never mind. I thought, like, was that a steal now? Momazin still got it.
Oh, wait.
No,
it was a steal. Oh, it was a steal.
Oh, sharpshooter.
Nice.
From up, yeah.
See, Lightning Truncheon, it matters.
It matters. That's a lot of burst damage. And if the game goes longer and longer, that poke might just be what will win them the game, along with the split push.
Yeah, so it's only gonna happen if the Valley makes a mistake. But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here, jumping in, making the play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much damage. Look at That's Fried Chicken taking one versus 3. Erwin is the next target, and Fried Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and look at Jotun. This is a disaster. He's forced to run away as Erwin slowly but surely has to be chased away. Jotun is alone. Look at who with the play. The real manipulation will secure that kill as well.
1v1.
1v1 right here. Look at the blast right to his face. The flicker will not actually help land that skill shot, but the basic, he is trying to go for that kill, but the triple shadow, the quad shadow by the way, by Jotun is being used on the other side of the map though, in the base of S11. Fried Chicken just isn't stopping. He's going in again and again. Mobazane with the heavy spin, a bit too overextended though. This might be the chance that S11 needs. Ruined position is being used, and that will be the Valley.
Overextended is an understatement. I think that team fight and that sequence happened maybe a minute too long, and they're still not done.
They go for Jotun, and that will be him finally taken out by the members of the Valley. And now with the Lord pushing in on the top side, consider S11. They're trying their best to clear this Lord, but it might not be possible. Super Shark comes in yet again, just stunning up Papa Dog as the Basic just do so much damage, and the Numenum Blast actually lands. Basic, no fear all the way in the front, actually trying to out-damage Mill at the same time. Erwin and Chan, the only 2 members left alone against the Lord, against the 3 members of the Valley. It won't be enough. The Valley will be the winners of this match.
Took a while. But the NA representatives, the crowd loves it.
Dude, I mean, like, it's so weird where start off the game slow, mid game slow, and late game just went to 11, man. It just pushes all the way, right?
Late game had, like, fights happening across the map.
Yeah, again, congratulations to our match winner, the Valley. And in the game just now, I feel like when we saw 3 members onto Fried Chicken, we're like, okay, maybe he can take one. But he's like, nah, if all 3 wants to fight, let's go. Vengeance was clutch.
He took down Mail first, and I think that was key. The fact that the first hero that went down was the Beatrix made the difference there for Fried Chicken. And again, Arash, I think you understand this. His aggression and his thirst for violence was well earned.
I mean, I can relate, but when you get the Thamus with the blade armor, with the vengeance as well, he was doing a lot of damage to himself.
Why are you hitting yourself?
Exactly. Why was he hitting himself before Fried Chicken even turns around and spins the whole fight on his head?
And I like how fast the macro play coming in from the Valley, because like, okay, Fried Chicken 1v3. We're not gonna let you 1v3. Everyone else, okay, we secured the Lord. Let's rotate. Let's actually cover all bases, mid, top, bottom side. Make everything move. And the thing is, if Super Shark actually got that 1v1 kill on the Hayabusa, it'll blow my mind.
And the thing is, Yotun was actually recalling in his face, so that makes it all the more spicy. But ladies and gentlemen, I just have to say, and let me be the first to say it here at the world stage live from Jakarta, the hype is real. The Valley has come and they're stronger than ever. North America is a threat. They are here, and it's no... I don't know, I'm surprised how much and how well they've evolved and how much they've grown. Again, you put it so well. They controlled the whole map, the whole game.
It's one thing to be really good mechanically. It's another thing to be good macroly. But it's also another thing where you have evolved your own style. Where we usually see, and we say this, like, good games are boring games because you know textbook-wise do A, B, C, D, E, F. If you like stray too far, you can make flashy plays, but sometimes that can actually be punished. Here they're like, we're gonna be very disciplined. We know what to do. We're doing it. We're not gonna be making mistakes, at least from the early to the mid stages of the game.
Arashi, tell me, because we're about to see the item builds here, how often do you see an Eve build a brute force breastplate first, knowing that Hoon was gonna do what he did?
Against the composition from S11 Gaming, I think it's just a very smart maneuver. I've seen it a handful of times, but for the most part, especially if as a first item, that is a very surprising choice.
Right?
Yeah, timing is so important, and thank you for pointing that out, Leo, because I kind of feel like they've already, like I said, seen the future. This is a Hayabusa, he wants to come in, so my damage is going to be enough, and it's not the thing that really matters right now. The slows, the controls, that's what's important. Surviving is more important because in MOBAs, the damage dealers, you got to deal a lot of damage, but the number one task, staying alive. So that is a very clutch item. And speaking of items, S11 Gaming, Chan did not die in this game, but still, the generation of items is a little bit slow. In fact, having the Genius Wand as the fourth item, I kind of feel like is misplaced. I kind of feel like if he used the Divine Glaive, he would have had a little bit more damage, especially looking at the Valley having, let's count it out, because I saw that Super Shark already has the Athena Shield, and going up against the Athena Shield is probably better to have the Divine Glaive. And if you don't want a Divine Glaive, honestly, Glowing Wand is a good choice as well.
Yeah, no, the Genius Wand actually says you have time, but no, S11 did not have time. Yeah, they couldn't go the DPS route. Let's look at the post-game stats though, and what numbers these players were putting on the board.
Looking at this, again, like not only the draft, but a lot of the same teams in terms of the stats, because team fight-wise, Chan, as a Xavier, 100% team fight participation rate. Besides that, Super Shark, 7 total assists, the Forgotten One, did an amazing job actually preventing a lot of kills going on to his damage dealers. Sandbag, Papadao, 108,000 damage taken. And this is crazy. The rich guy and the carry doesn't go to the jungler, doesn't go to the gold laner, it goes to the EXP laner. Fried Chicken, 778 gold per minute. 50k damage dealt by staying in his own lane.
He's just embodying the spirit of Southeast Asia and just continues farming all the way alone in his lane.
In the southeast part of the map.
Exactly. Wow. So, coincidence? Yeah. I think not. And with that gold lead, he's able to just get so much far ahead, not from kills, but only from farm. So when S11 went for that play, they were just not expecting such strong opposition coming in from Fried Chicken.
Yeah, no, he was not at all pressured, and he literally just did his thing. S11 tried to stop him and failed, and that's how we got to this point.
And this point, we're going to talk about who actually impacted the game the most. This is your MVP from the Valley. It's Fried Chicken. Again, highest gold, highest damage. KDA 4-1. Kill participation barely was there. But whenever someone wants to attack him, bring it on. I got the heat. I got the firepower necessary to take a 1v3.
Yeah, there should be an alternative. Like, besides kill participation, you have to have map presence. He was everywhere, and wherever he was, wherever he was, there weren't kills happening. But boy, oh boy, S11 were distracted. They were like, yo, is that Fried Chicken? Yeah, it is. Should we go to him? maybe Erwin, go. But I'm trying to do vision. Yeah, no, go to fried chicken. That's what was happening.
To take him out because he's just continuously pushing. And if you leave him alone with a turret, with that ultimate, man, the towers just go down really, really fast.
Yeah.
Well, I guess S11 Gaming could not get their lunch for today. Let's look at the highlights to have a refresher of what happened in the game. Again, it was a slow early and mid game because again, it's just the Valley securing one by one what they really needed. And here, White Chicken, even though he's like, okay, you know what, I'm probably gonna die. Let's try to get more stats on my damage, and went for Chan. And in this game, it's just a situation where the Valley secured everything for themselves before S11 could respond.
Yeah, short to say, S11 ain't having no ayam for lunch today. It's actually the other way around. Chicken was the one who made them their
Look
lunch.
at this.
Especially this moment.
Beautiful.
Oh!
Absolutely beautiful, man.
It's just crazy. Again and again, S11, they tried their best, but the harder they try, it seems like the worse they come out at the other end of the team fight. So that domination from the Valley is just insane.
I think that's just the nature of the beast, just the way that Thams works as a hero, that the likes of Yu Zhong and Lapu-Lapu, again, other strong XP lane heroes, don't have. Yeah, they just can't deal with that. They have to hit him back. Yes, you have that clear way to the backline with the Yu Zhong, but if you're Thams, you can just stay there. It's very different from the way Fredrin does it.
I like how EXP laners really have evolved from the early days of Mobile Legends, right? Because right now, we're having heroes like Thams, like Glue, where we like to absorb damage, but we also like to dish out the damage. And this really creates a situation where almost anyone can be a star player, a difference maker. And in this game, White Chicken just wants to remind everyone, he popped off in M3. M4 is going to do it again.
Oh no, and he's doing it so comfortably. Would you agree, Arashi, that the Valley just looks amazing right now?
The domination in the lanes all across the map, it all began with that EXP lane, with him being able to be so oppressive, yet at the same time so safe. There's no real threat from the side of S11 to deter him from just pushing again and again, and from there on, the mid and the top side as well, everything just getting pushed off, and from there, the lack of vision just made it very difficult for S11 to try even find any kind of success.
Folks, the Valley has one more match tonight, but here we go, upcoming. It's going to be another best of one. The next match is about you're not gonna want to miss, all right? Please stay with us because coming up next, it's RRQ Hoshi going up against Occupy Thrones. Is that enough time? Do you think Occupy Thrones has reset?
Okay, here's the thing. They should have enough time, but their opponents are RRQ Hoshi, one of the favorites for this one. And before we go to break, I just want to say, because of M4, shout out to all the EXP laners, because the guys on stage are showing how important EXP laners are in the game.
Yep.
Shout out to you, Leo.
Hey, shout out to you, LaFell. And shout out to you watching at home. Please do stay with us because we are going to go on a quick break. On behalf of Arashi Hoshi and LaFell, at your service, my name is Leo. You're watching the M4 World Championships live from Jakarta. We're going on a quick break. Stay with us.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Embrace new sensation. Celebrate new happiness. Find new excitement. Seek for new tastes. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta. It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game. Where all eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't ever stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight
cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished, but they wrong. I ain't never done. Nah. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Hands up, all of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
If you cannot burn.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victory, and something has gotta give, cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our hearts, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it better. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our hearts, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
live from the Bali United Stadium in Jakarta. You're watching the M4 MLBB World Championships, where the Sang Raja will welcome the Young Pharaohs via competition. It's a best of one between RRQ Hoshi and Occupy Thrones. Welcome to Mabuhay. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Arashi and Lafel. Gentlemen, it's a third game of the day, and I still think we're about to see another surprise.
It's very fitting that we see that RRQ, the Kings of Kings, are going up against Occupy Thrones. Right?
Thrones, Kings, I get it.
They're gonna get dethroned, man, if they're not careful, so it's gonna be a very interesting match.
And something else, Lafel, correct me if I'm wrong, historically speaking, RRQ has yet to claim a throne of their own on the international stage.
Here's the thing, they always do well, but not well enough. They always stop at the end.
Just close enough, but close and almost is never enough. But for now, we would like to thank our sponsors. M4 is powered by Moonton, presented by TikTok, the official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair, and Esports Charts, our analytical partner, Gank, our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, and last but not least, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Again, thank you so much. Terima kasih to all our sponsors. This wouldn't be possible without you. Fellas, it's the fourth match after this.
Yeah.
So it's one half for us, and then our colleagues will be taking over later on. Let's again check out what's happening tonight, what else we're seeing, because there's a couple more teams I want to see, and I'm kind of sad I'm not going to be able to cast them, but we will be in the stands. I'm talking about RRQ Akira and Echo. All right, they're going to be facing off against other squads later on, but tonight, right now, 5 p.m., GMT +7, Jakarta time, it's all about RRQ, Brazil, and the Valley. But first up, it's RRQ Hoshi versus Occupy Thrones.
Hey, here's the thing, man. The start of the day, it dictates the pace of what's going to happen next, right? Because we saw what Occupy Thrones is capable of. Going up against RRQ Hoshi, this is them debuting themselves in M4, right? In Jakarta, because we haven't seen them for a very long time. Basically, after MPL, they basically go to a hyperbolic time chamber where they're training in secret. I have less information about them than the rest of the squad here.
Is that true, Arashi? Do you have any lowdown on what's happening with RRQ Hoshi right now?
Well, they've been training for sure, and they seem to be trying out a new, different look, because there's a lot of teams that has studied, has analyzed RRQ to the last minute, man. Everyone has been saying that if you really analyze it and break it down, RRQ can be solved. But now, since they've hidden everything, maybe this is the surprise moment they've been waiting for.
You know what? With the leadership of Coach Fiel, Coach Arcadia, I have to just trust. Just as much as Skylar trusts his short shorts to keep it all in, I think they are going to go in strong. Speaking of which, I miss Skylar. Can I just say, he's one of my most favorite young athletes from Indonesia, from MPLID, and him debuting here today against Gado. Man, I bet he's just as much excited.
He's a cool guy. I mean, he's always so generous, but once he's on the line of Dawn, though, that's a completely different story. He's gonna gun you down. The Beatrix has been a signature pick, but we'll have to see with the current shift in the meta.
Speaking of Beatrix, she is featured as the exclusive skin via the M4 pass. It's available now. Complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now. The exclusive rewards such as the Beatrix Light Chaser skin, the Beatrix Stellar Brilliant skin, and the M4 Beatrix figurine are all waiting for you. Make sure you use the hashtags Mobile Legends Bang Bang and hashtag MLBBM4 and hashtag Dare to Be Great when talking about it on social media. Lafel, can you tell us about the M4 guess?
Here's the thing. Everyone here, you guys are supporting your teams. But can you guess correctly who's going to win? Because join the guess from December 26th all the way to January 15th to get up to 10,000 pass EXP, which would be enough to upgrade the pass by 10 levels. Don't miss out. And again, you said it, hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. Speaking of daring to be great, I want to see if anyone can make Beatrix work, because so far, Beatrix is a puzzle that no one has been able to piece together. One of the more highly picked heroes. 0% win rate.
And
how is that possible?
Not just that. I think going into M4, given what the word is on the street, as the kids say, Beatrix is still good. Despite the nerfs on her in the recent patch, she's still solid. What's going on?
I think Beatrix has a lot of damage, has a lot more flexibility, but when it comes to DPS, all the other quote-unquote meta marksmen just out DPSs her, and in the late game, that is the main job of a marksman. So maybe in that department, she's not really shining as much, and maybe teams can find a different way to make Beatrix work.
Let's welcome the teams going into our stage. Here they are, RRQ Hoshi, the King of Kings. It's Lemon playing in the mid lane.
Whoa.
R7, Skylar, Albert, and Vin.
Yeah, I gotta say, you guys can't see it right now, but right now the arena, people are walking in, they're cheering, and I feel like the moment they see Lemon is like, yo, let's go.
Yo, Bali United Stadium is gonna be at capacity. Who'd have thunk? Where did this come from? Who said Lemon was gonna be playing? By the way, belated happy birthday, Lemon.
Belated happy birthday, Lemon, and what a moment to just make his appearance. He
Look
hasn't
at him
been
smiling.
seen playing for a long time. And signature, man. Lemon with his smile.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Even he himself can't
Happy
believe he's
birthday to Lemon.
Happy birthday to you. Oh, wow. What a wild card. What a wild card. All right, we were expecting something else, but it's the same squad coming in from Occupy Thrones. It's Fury, Hulk, Gado, Leo, and Maro. There is a measure that they are checked in on, right? Like game 1 today against RSG. There was some promise. Again, I asked this earlier, but what can they adjust? What can they do here to reset and show here the King of Kings something else?
Here's the thing, man. Fury did an amazing job. Most damage dealt, 100%. Team fight, participation. They are strong. I kind of feel like it's just small mistakes, perhaps even nervousness, which is going to be difficult to overcome going up against RRQ Hoshi, but it can be done. Give the necessary resources to Fury, and I kind of feel like there is a chance.
They have to pre-plan their movements as well, because if they don't calculate the movements perfectly, it's going to be very difficult. And on that note, we have to take a look at the talent prediction here. And so far, Mars from Malaysia. Ophel, what do you think about
You
this?
gotta call Mars, dude. Why would he say Occupy Thrones?
I'm like,
what's going on?
Yo, Mars, did you plan this out? Be like, I will take the exact opposite of everyone else. I don't want to be different. I want to be different. I want to go against the flow. Everyone else, RRQ Hoshi, which, again, we gotta say, they are definitely the favorites.
Yep, and for our friends in the
And I
other
agree.
regions, and of course specifically you, as well as Alcubi, Oro, Lim Kochul, Live for Surfs, Chuanha, they all say RRQ Hoshi, but wait, Alcubi, no, Alcubi said Occupy Thrones. Well, that's their region, of course.
Of course.
Talent for men, of course.
For the most part, only Malaysia has been quote-unquote anti-mainstream. So we'll see if that quote-unquote gamble pays off.
Hey, come on. I voted for RRQ, okay? I know where I'm at. I know the safety precautions.
and you know your reputation.
All-timer versus newcomer. Right now, I kind of feel like RRQ Hoshi, they're trying to show we are the kings. Let us remind you, what does that mean? Their key to victory, dance around Albert's quick tempo. Beware of potentially getting counter set up by Occupy Throne. Scare Bash initiated for Vin, as well as show the newcomers a very warm welcome to M4. Because again, the World Series is an experience of itself.
That's a very sinister quote-unquote warm welcome here in store for Occupy Thrones. So I have to see if they can actually graciously accept that welcome.
Yeah, and for Occupy Thrones, I think there's a lot more that they have to deal with. Again, we saw them in action earlier today. There's a lot of promise. They have to consider the fact that it's Vin, all right? Vin is a monster when it comes to setups. I think there was a point in time in 2022, maybe 2 or 3 months, I just called him Franco Man.
Oh yeah, complete Franco Man. And right now, key to victory, honestly, for Occupy Thrones, Fury is their main win condition. And what they need to do, in my personal opinion, is to get a better setup, because the Cho is an amazing hero, but highly mechanical. And it looks like Hulk, probably especially like the first game for M4, maybe not the best to start with a very difficult hero to pilot. So it's kind of weird, because you're putting yourself in a situation going up against one of the best teams in the world, where you want to use a draft that is easy to execute so you yourself don't make a mistake. But at the same time, if it's a simple draft, RRQ can read it.
Yeah, something tells me Occupy Thrones stick to what works, and by God, this
Look at
is
the crowd.
possibly the most one-sided prediction we've seen in all of the group stage so far in M4. Correct me if I'm wrong, Arashi.
It is very, very one-sided, but you can't say you're surprised. This is RRQ we're talking about.
Viva RRQ!
Just Viva RRQ,
It's got
man.
me going, dude. It's got me going.
I mean, I'm known as Arashi Hoshi, so
Come on,
I gotta say.
home ground advantage.
Home ground
we
advantage.
hear the crowds, like, they're loving this. But again, we're here to talk about the game. We're here to talk about the show. RRQ Hoshi, Occupied Thrones. If Occupied Thrones can win, this definitely changes the whole like meta standings, blah blah blah. What's happening in the game?
The world would turn upside down.
Australia will be right side up.
Correct. Just safe to say, all right? It starts here in the draft. Let's see, Occupied Thrones, down to business. Taking out the Kaja, taking out the Faramis, RRQ, banning out the 1-1 and the Joy. Folks, it's not Coach Fiel on the stand right now. I believe that is Coach Achil joining Arcadia in the draft.
Ooh, I mean, they're banning away all these high maneuver, high movement heroes coming in from the side of Occupied Thrones. Maybe they're trying to stave off that aggression because RRQ, they have been known to try and experiment and be a lot more flexible team. Usually, they used to be known to just go guns blazing, no breaks at all, but now they have shown that they have some patience and they get a little crafty with their tempo of the game.
I actually want to have a conversation with the both of you, right? Because right now, RRQ, again, favorites. Is this a situation where they kind of, instead of being very analytical about the draft, I'm pretty sure they will. But I kind of feel like winning is not enough. They got to win with
flair.
With flair, with dominance,
Yeah,
right?
put on a show.
So is it a good idea to draft in a way where you have like 3 early game heroes and then just 1 late game hero just in case something goes wrong? Because this is one of the situations where since they're the favorites, a lot of people are looking at them to win. But is winning enough?
Looking at the lineup, especially since they let Lemon play here, I think I'm agreeing. Like they would put the core hard in mid and then let Lemon do that and give Skylar something like a fighter.
Wow,
it's happened before.
I mean, here's the thing.
It's happened before.
Even if he wants a marksman, like give something like a Brody, like a Popol, right? Like you can get your advantages very, very fast.
With the Popol and Koopa, definitely, and with RRQ's playstyle, that is definitely something that can work. They've banned out the Fredrin as well, so trying to deny a lot of the crowd control.
Ooh, it's open. Glue.
Oh yeah, glue.
Oh.
Okay, if they let go of glue, like that's pretty confident.
Yes.
But if they can win, then that really shows something here. And
Oh!
are we surprised glue first pick? Like the undiable man.
Not
the
at all. No, no, no.
Undiable jelly.
But here's the thing. Achil and Arcadia, something's coming. It's part of the plan.
Seems like it's all
There's got to be a reason why.
Faramis is banned. So
Faramis is
Faramis
banned.
cannot be used as a counter against glue.
I mean, sometimes you just need to counter. You just need to play around it.
We'll have to see because R7 is the XP laner for RRQ and he's known to have a lot of rotations, a lot of creative ways to approach fights. But now with the glue being such an oppressive presence in his lane, can he replicate the same kind of performance?
Again, with a hero like Glue in your matchup, I call him the relentless one, El Capitan. I don't know how much relentlessness you can get in. Like
I want to see Carry. I want to see Carry right now.
Carry.
And Carry has been picked up.
Carry Dita.
Carry Dita. Because again, Carry can kill any tanks. You could be meta, but you're nothing in front of my eyes. I'm the carry. I will carry the entire team to victory, and Carita controls the map. And right now, we're going over Occupied Thrones. They picked up the Leslie.
Yo,
Very interesting approach.
Coach Mundo's over the Beatrix. Like, no more.
No more.
There's something is up with the Beatrix, but God, no more.
They just haven't been able to make it work. But right now, if you think about it, right, being on that Leslie is going to be a lot more important for the positioning to have a lot of sense because Leslie is a marksman, but she doesn't strictly do DPS. If you can find an opportunity to try and pick off one of the Squisher members, that is one of the main strong points a Leslie can bring to the team.
She's bursty.
She's very bursty, and right now the Akai has been picked up. So far, I would say the Akai has been pretty good for any of the teams. And I'm not so sure, but looking at the lineup, right now RRQ, they picked up the Benedetta, and I'm talking about it because perhaps Occupied Thrones, they're kind of going back to what they did in their first game, have 2 main damage dealers. So in this kind of situation, it would be good if Skylar can be like, I can kind of take care of myself. All of you guys dive to the back line. Now there is a Benedetta for RRQ. They could just add more and give enough pressure towards the Leslie. Try the attack. I dare you.
I mean, right now they want to dive towards the back line against an Akai though, so that's going to be a bit of a tough assignment.
It's like an oxymoron. Like, I should do this, but not that. But I mean to do this.
It's counterintuitive,
Yeah.
but if anyone can make it work, it's going to be the unpredictability of RRQ that will shine through here as they ran out that Farsa as well.
Yeah, they know that Occupied Thrones is short on range. I would not be surprised if this last man over here would be a savior.
Yeah, right now we're looking at both mid laners for both teams, and I kind of feel like this is appropriate because, again, Fury did great. And Lemon, we all know he is greatness, especially in MPL Indonesia. So the GOAT. He's the real GOAT, man. I mean, like, again, belated happy birthday and all, but we are not entirely sure this Karita, is it going to be a roam Karita? Because we usually see the Karita in the roam.
Exactly, I was about to
Lemon
bring that
could
up.
have used it.
Yeah, there are two flavors of Kadita right now. Mid and roam, and both are just as lethal.
And Lemon is well known to try and make those crazy plays, those insane plays where at a glance you don't even know what he's going for.
Oh yeah.
But on a hero like a Kadita, that is the kind of pick that will really suit his playstyle.
I'm even thinking, what if it's just like, you know what, Lemon, you can use the Karita, so use the Karita. How about we just pick up the Diggy and kind of just like cancel out the Akai? So be like, now there's no more oxymoron. So it's like, if we want to dive, just dive. Who's really going to stop us?
Welcome.
Come on in. Yes, come on in.
Here's that ban that's got me thinking, are they allowing the Savior and Fury? Because they take out the Estes. Do they know something? Because look, Maro's very vocal about, oh look, they banned the Estes. What's going on?
Ooh. Banning out the Estes, trying to make sure that they can get the burst damage. They don't want security. But in this situation, surely the Diggy would be a better pick than the Estes to try and deny those pick-off potential from RRQ.
No, right now, RRQ, like, again, I'm just saying it could be a very, very good pick because Diggy you can use defensively, but you can also use very, very offensively. And I kind of feel like banning out the Estes, they're probably thinking because, again, the way that they play, they want to stick together, right? Making sure that Fury can deal the damage, as well as their gold laner. So they're like, maybe what RRQ is going to do is they have a lot of burst damage. And burst type heroes don't like healing because you basically dealt all of your skills.
And then it's undone.
And then it's undone. So I kind of feel like this show that they want a lot of burst on their side. And now they have a Terizla diving in. Very big boy.
Big boy.
Can't be taken down and can deal a lot of damage.
This is not a drill, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, actually picked up by RRQ Hoshi. Is this going into the XP lane? Going into the jungle?
That's a scary part. You never really know. It's an absolute unit up hero, and in the right lane is just such a big problem. Right now for Occupy Thrones, we'll have to see what exactly is their solution here because there's so many dashes. Something that can punish that or stop that can be very useful.
It's not even impossible that this might go into mid.
Oh.
It's possible that this could go mid. Right?
Terizla?
Yeah, but like a lane bully.
Why not?
Like a lane bully.
Exactly.
Why not? Okay.
It's RRQ on their opening day. They can do anything they
gotta
want.
put a statement.
They gotta make a huge statement, trying to show dominance, being one of the main favorites, but ooh, this is Maro on that Franco here. That's a lot of pickup potential if it lands onto the right people.
Yeah, Franco man against the Franco man. There's a little bit of this is an oxymoron. It's like, I'll play the Franco against the Franco specialist, but Maro.
Look at this.
Yeah, he's like
focusing on Vin is like, you're using my hero.
Yeah, but I do like the Sicilian pick. The Sicilian pick is solid because, again, we were talking about how Farce is banned, Saber's banned, but I think Sicilian's a better pick, especially for a late game lineup like Occupy Thrones.
Can they reach that late game though? It depends because there's a Kadita, and if the Kadita gets rolling, it is a very oppressive presence, especially for a vulnerable mage like a Sicilian.
Right now, RRQ, they finish off with a Xavier of their own. And so it looks like Vin will be piling the Kadita. And we've seen Kadita not doing well if the early game is not good. But having Albert on the Benedetta as well as having the Terizla, I don't see them losing the mid, the EXP, and the jungle. They can force a fight. They can really force a fight, especially against this Sicilian.
They can just keep going. I think the only real thing is you have to watch out for mana. But that aside, they can just keep going. This is, wow. They answered the glue here by going, on and on. Fight forever.
Well, Glue doesn't really do well moving backwards. It's always a very oppressive hero, provided that he is actually aggressing. So maybe RRQ just plan to fight fire with fire and bring the aggression to Occupy Thrones instead.
Could this be the answer to the glue?
Well,
very surprising.
We're about to find out because going into this first game, let's introduce again both teams from Jakarta, RRQ Hoshi going up against Occupy Thrones from Mina.
It's an Egyptian and Saudi Arabian squad, and all eyes are on Maro. I promise you, the game changer here, especially come the mid to the late game, are those perfect hooks. It's gotta come from Maro.
He's on that skin as well, so it's a very Some people say it gives you a buff almost. You get better when you use this skin. We'll have to see if that is the case for this particular game. He is looking for early advantage here. Because in the early game, the Franco is just so dangerous. Vin chunked a half HP, but they're trying to trade it back. And for now, this is going to be the same pattern.
Keep on doing that, and he will prove your point. When you use the skin, you get better. Now, RRQ Hoshi, sure, they get poked a little bit, but I kind of feel like Fury and Maro, they took a little bit more. Right now, RRQ, they got to look at which part of the map do they really want to control. Same thing with Occupied Thrones, because looking at the map right now, it looks like Terzla is winning against the Glue. I'm not familiar with this matchup, so I can't really say for sure which one will have the better laning phase.
Yeah, this could be the precedent. We could figure out if really that Terzla is the answer, or at least this kind of lineup and this approach could be it. We're about 40 seconds away from the first turtle, and there's a lot of pressure on gold lane. RRQ Hoshi given God of hell.
Well, RRQ Hoshi like playing for the gold lane. Skylar is one of the main players that they rely on to carry. And carry, despite being a late game specialist, actually has a lot of healthy damage in the early game. Albert right now will be colliding with Leo. Just spotting him out right here. In the XP lane, that's where the real fight is going on. Hawk against R7 1v1. Hawk will be finally able to escape, but look at the final blow. He's so low, 1 HP. R7 comes in to secure that kill. Albert in a tough spot, 1v2, but the mobility will allow him to escape.
Wow! Not a single punish on the baby alien. He gets away with it.
I mean, like, look at how they actually executed it, because they even like telegraphed, like, I will attack you. Glue or no glue, you're gonna go down. And at least for right now, it looks like in terms of the laning phase, R7 is really controlling Hulk, making sure that he doesn't get ahead. And he has to be aware of that, because if he can't win the 1v1, it's gonna look bad whenever someone wants to come and trade.
Bring comes to the Breath of the Ocean. The Rough Waves also takes Maro out. That will be the Roamer, not available for the first turtle play. And RRQ, they're looking to straight away capitalize as Albert goes in. 1v1, dumps a lot of damage onto Leo. Let the final blow actually fails though. Hawk steals the turtle. Leo makes a play with a heavy spin, but that will be 4-0. Hawk is still just dueling 1v1 against R7. But that is that advantage.
Like finding a needle in the haystack. I don't know exactly what triggered the damage from the glue that actually took down the turtle there, but hey, Occupied Thrones can walk away with what they can. That's a small victory.
I kind of think like it might have been the slam, but either way, that we did not see that coming. And right now, Vin catches Maro, but looks like it's not that big of a problem just yet.
Oh, the Bloody Hunt being used now. Vin being very low, taken out by Fury 77. Leo trying and get some more, and just these small pickoffs, the roamers.
It looks like Occupied Thrones, they're not afraid to actually get fights here and there. And RRQ Hoshi, they're reading, and Gado almost got 1v1 by Skylar. Skylar feeling very confident up here. And Albert, he's putting so much pressure all across the map. It's like every single time the camera pans, Albert's there.
He is playing that Demon Slayer Benedetta, but look at Skylar right here. 1v2, heavy spin actually does not land onto him, but look at Iron Castle as well. What is going on? Skylar very low. He'll finally get taken out as we see Vin trying his best to try and equalize. It won't be available though, and that is one strike back from Occupied Thrones.
Maybe 2 or 3 seconds too late. Vin came to the rescue. Skylar's flicker was on cooldown. And the main difference between Albert and Leo is the fact that Albert is more proactive. And folks, what you're hearing right now is a cheer within the stadium.
It's a drum.
I thought something fell. It's like boom, and it's like boom, 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 boom. It's like, okay.
Are they dropping it over and over again?
I love it. But that was a very interesting interaction between the Franco Iron Hook as well as the Hurricane Dance. Like, he pulled it back in and then pushing it away again. I gotta feel like it's something that they have to put into consideration whenever they continue an attack.
Yeah, but the potential for it is huge, right? Like, that's massive displacement.
Massive displacement, that's for sure. And now with RRQ just circling around this turtle, they're looking for a way to maybe capitalize on a fight at the same time. Vin already still very exposed though, and as an opposite, that is going to be the secure being taken by Leo. But look at that, they are actually going for R7 as well. They're looking for more advantages as Vin is also stuck in the turtle pit. He'll finally get taken out by Hawk. Actually, finally, that will be it. That is a disaster for RRQ. They lose 2 members and the turtle as well.
Hulk smash!
Dude, like right now, Occupied Thrones is actually getting a lot of work done because 100% turtle secure.
Being used by Maro. Skylar forced to flicker out. Finally, he is actually able to survive. That is a dangerous situation.
The ultimate sniper cooldown.
What's going on here, Leo?
Oh man,
What's going on?
they're almost 2k ahead and they're taking control of the lower part of the map. I don't know if R7 is enough to stop this.
Oh, he goes all in. He finally takes out Fury 77, and Hulk tries his best to try and turn it back. He is just way too low though. The torrential damage is insane. But on the other side, the rough ways from Vin will be able to take out Maro as well.
Oh, this is a scrappy matchup. We were just saying how Occupy Thrones was in control, and just as quickly RRQ Hoshi goes, nuh-uh, no, wait.
Hey, now this is a game, right? Fights on fights on fights.
Yeah.
This is Arashi's home, guys. Like, I like violence. Don't you like violence, Arashi?
Early game tempo, man. This is the exciting gameplay we've all been waiting for.
Answer the question.
Do you like violence?
I love it, man.
Looking at the items, is there enough here for Occupy Thrones or even RRQ Hoshi to have violence on demand?
Right now, I'm looking at Turizla. I'm looking at Turizla. He's being very, very aggressive because he has the Fury Hammer as well as the Flawless Axe. So it's like, yeah, screw defense. We'll build that later. I want damage right now. I want to make sure that I can get advantage on his glue.
I will heal by hurting others.
Yeah.
Green goes in. He's forced to use the rough waves, though. He's stuck in a tough situation, alone all the way on the side. That will be a kill for Occupy Thrones as RRQ. They go for a bit of a weird fight as the turtle is actually spawning.
And what's weird about it more is it's a 4v4. And in a 4v4 like that, given that there is a Franco, Occupy Thrones is way ahead.
Yeah, right now, Occupy Thrones, it looks like they're starting to read what RRQ is all about. Albert taking a lot of damage, and I kind of feel like that's kind of what's happening towards the entire game, where he's everywhere, but everywhere he goes, he gets hurt. And Gato just finished his Berserker Fury, and for Leslie, that is a huge power spike.
Ooh, Albert goes in with the upper final blow, trying to make sure he secures that turtle. It will not be secured. It's taken by Leo yet again. He will pay the price for it though, as Hulk just zones everybody away. Look at the Iron Hulk being used by Maro. Skylar in a tough situation, but he's still alive. He's still alive and doing a lot of damage for RRQ. And he is actually forced to back away, but RRQ, they clap back from that play.
So close. There could have been more that Occupy Thrones done with that kind of engagement. I had my eyes on Maro, and he had his eyes on Skylar, and it was so close. He could have taken down RRQ's gold laner.
My eyes were everywhere because that was a fight, and right now it really looks like, you know what, Glue has to be perma-banned, man, because we're going to look back at the instant replay to really understand what happened just now, where the fight around mid, Leo again, right now 100%, turn the secure rate for Occupy Thrones. Hulk really goes to the backline, making sure that not enough damage is there. But Fury 77, he was left alone. So it looks like both teams have the same idea. Go to the backline. Right now, Hulk is getting attacked.
He is bursted down, but he is able to escape. But Albert is making chase. Unfortunately, the regeneration is way too much. Now RRQ, once again, trying to establish a foothold in this game.
Given what's happening here in this about 8-minute, 30-second game, this is very characteristic of Occupy Thrones. It's not clear that they're winning, but the fact that Leo is sacrificing himself for the major objectives is making a difference.
That is a pickup, but R7 now is the next target. He's trying to stand his ground. Play, but no, it won't be enough, as Vin now is the one caught in a tough situation. Skylar tries to deal out a lot of damage as Lambert makes the play, but the hook lands onto him. It won't amount to anything as Leo finally gets taken out. With a shutdown for Fury 77.
Arashi, the violence, the carnage, look at all the bodies underneath tier 1 in mid, and Occupy Throne stands tall.
Yo, Leo, we gotta look for their coach, man. What happened between then and now? Like, all of a sudden, they just, like, woke up. It's like, we're ready for RRQ Hoshi, because that fight, it wasn't clean, but that's the kind of fight I like to see. Fury 77 actually kiting things up.
Let's hook to Albert.
Maro, what?
Buy this skin.
That is very, very dangerous.
Skin.
The skin difference, man, is just making it so obvious. And if that lands at the right moment, whew, that could have been really, really disastrous for RRQ.
All right, so far, key for RRQ to regain control is vision. I think they need to watch out really for where Maro is and the angle that Leo is coming at. These little base by Vin.
Oh, Iron Hook again. Suppression is being used as well as Vin will be taken out without being able to use any of his spells. And RRQ has forced to back away from this Lord.
My analysis is, yes, buy this skin. Like, legit, because Maro is doing a lot for the team. Hulk goes on to Albert, and Albert, right now, he's having a tough time to actually get in range to the Lord R7 at the front. And right now, Hulk is doing 1v3.
Hulk is zoning everyone away from the Lord. That'll be a shutdown picked up by Skylar, but the Lord is secured by Leo and RRQ. They are powerless to change the outcome of the fight. Look at the Hulk again!
What?
R7 alone! Fury pops the ultimate as well. And now, you can see Albert goes in to try and help out, do something more as Leo follows up. Vin, late to the party yet again. It won't be enough as Leo just taken very, very low. But look at the dawning light, finally trading back a kill for RRQ.
It's scrappy, it's dirty, but boy oh boy, does Occupy Thrones appreciate this kind of gameplay. They're 2K ahead. I'd say this Lord was worth it despite the trades. And look at this. I think this is where they need to be. This is where they want to be. They have Gado safe, far away from trouble.
Right now, looking at the players' goal, Fury 77 as well as Lemon. 1,000 gold difference between both mid laners. So right now, Lemon has to find a way to get a little bit more gold onto his hands so that he has extra damage going on to the side of Occupy. Because again, the Dawning Light secured the kill. Perfect, amazing. But right now, they need a little bit more DPS because Skylar can deal the damage. But every single time he goes in front, he has to be careful because with Maro hitting all these hooks, that's amazing.
Being used by Occupy Thrones though, looking for an opportunity. Albert goes in to clear the Lord, but look at the side lanes. Leo already pushing Vin away. He's suppressed as well. That's all the damage. But look at the combo traded back. Maro gets taken out. Both roamers down as Skylar jumps in forward aggressively. Albert as well chunked down. And look at the HP. 1 for Leo.
One, Grandma! One! But look at down bottom. All was worth it because Hulk was pushing away at tier 2.
No.
Albert, baby alien!
No.
Baby alien!
He's gonna be covered by R7. That is a very, very close situation, but Albert makes it out alive.
All right, so one thing is clear. Once Occupy Thrones sees Vin, they are not pulling any punches. I think that's one big problem that a Kadita Rome has.
This is what I want to see, confidence and trusting your shot caller. Like whoever's in front is like, yeah, let's go for this target. Right or wrong, as long as you act on it, you will get results.
Make it right.
Make it right. I like what they're doing right now. They're not being scared. They're not trying to run away. They're trying to fight back. And now with a 2.4k gold lead, and it looks like Gato as well as Fury 77, they're doing a lot of damage. Skylar, because he flickered to the front trying to get the kills, it shows desperation. He still has to be careful, but this does show that RQ, they're feeling the heat from Occupy Thrones.
Occupy are the ones going for the purple buff right now. Leo with the heavy spin as well. R7 is forced to flicker out. Skylar, chunk very low as Hawk goes in, but look at the Hawk again! That is a huge play from Maro. Hawk escapes with his life in the midst of that situation. No one is taken out just yet.
Oh wow, they're scrambling each other. They're scrambling each other. You see the composure of RRQ Hoshi here. That could have been lethal. And again, they are down maybe one major core item, but they knew that this was not the fight to take. And I think Occupy Thrones also just had to think twice, like, no, don't.
I just like that right now, Occupy Thrones, they're really running very, very fast because in that previous fight, they were able to dodge the Dawning Light. And now, Occupy Thrones, they're starting the Lord. RQ, how will you respond?
Vin gets spotted by the snipe. Maro makes the play, but it doesn't land. That's a flicker down for the Franco and RRQ. Look at that opportunity. They see an opportunity to just capitalize as Hulk goes in alone. He gets bursted down though. That is not good at all. No front line for the side of Occupy Thrones as RRQ push them away. Maro and Leo tries to get a pickoff, tries to get something. The steal, can it happen yet again? It won't be available. Being used but look at that! That is a mega kill picked up by Fury 77, but Skylar will be picking up a kill as well. The fight is not over, and OT, they're trying their best, but the one securing the Lord is going to be Skylar. It's still a 2-4-3, but that was a bloody endeavor from both teams.
They served them all up to the GOAT. Lemon just had them all set up, lined up, and swing. Oh my lord. RRQ Hoshi now back in control, scoring that Lord. That's a Luminous Lord.
Yeah, right now, Skylar is putting on his big boy pants because look at the items. Right now, it's very scary. Demon Heart Sword, Scorching Scythe, Golden Staff, as well as the Endless Battle. He has a lot of heal. He has a lot of true damage. So Hulk, he has to be careful of that because he went in alone. That's not the best thing that you can do. Someone is not listening to the shot call because that was not coordinated well.
Yep. So also, something to point out, he's not picking up the usual Windtalker because again, Leslie is not one!
Skylar gets hooked out, but it won't be his death. R7 comes in to zone everyone away, and RRQ stabilized. They have a lot of damage done on the top turret. Maro is lethal right now. That is dangerous.
Watch out. Still could be a game changer despite RRQ being ahead. But I was saying, Wind of Nature, Skylar's not building one because Leslie is not a marksman you build the Wind of Nature against.
Yeah, true damage, man, not physical damage. And right now, RRQ, with just one Lord, they've already turned things around. 500 gold lead ahead. It is not big, but considering they've been on a deficit for like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, this is huge. This is great. But again, looking at how Maro is playing this Franco, he could really change things around if he could get Albert, Lemon. I don't think he's going to get Skylar, but if he does, then, dude, Occupy Thrones, they're going for it.
Lemon right there with a Dawning Light is able to chunk Gado down to half HP. That is one spell on a very low cooldown. If they can do that again and again, they can almost get a guaranteed 4v5 in these big objective takes.
Yeah, no, more likely they are. I mean, the time that Skylar and Albert bought for Lemon is going to pay dividends.
Oh! Flicker onto Vin as well. That will be the unstoppable picked up by Fury77. The roamer battle here between Vin and Maro.
Can I just say, LaFell, that was overkill?
I kind of feel like they have some kind of vendetta with Vin, and just Vin.
Yeah.
That was highly unnecessary. Where it's like, it was worth it.
3 ults?
They want to send a message.
Yeah. It's like, specifically you.
Oh no, they're gonna lose this inhibitor. Oh.
That is the pressure being exerted by RRQ. And now, Occupy Thrones going for the purple buff will be able to secure it away. That's unfortunate for Albert.
Oh, well, I mean, I was gonna ask if that was worth it, but yeah, no ults were harmed in the stealing of that purple buff. So yeah, that was worth it.
I mean, like in
was
this
just a hook.
I mean, like, okay, let's put into consideration. So like, yeah, you use a lot of ults, but if you're not gonna fight in the next 30 seconds,
why not?
40 seconds, it's fine because again, you want to create some kind of psychological pressure, and R7 goes in.
R7's very, very low right now, but look at the Dawning Light. Gado is half HP. The snipe does not land on the right person. Skylar being chunked out, but not nearly as badly as Gado was.
You know what? The draft between RRQ and Occupy Thrones now in hindsight is so multi-layered, it's so deep, because there's so much these two teams can do on the near range, melee, long range, mid range. Oh lord, this Lord fight!
Vin gets hooked again! Maro making the plays happen for his team! That is a roamer from RRQ, unavailable to make any plays. It's still a 5v4, but RRQ are not backing away. Hawk is trying to zone everyone away, but it's not enough. Leo with the heavy spin, trying to make sure that he can get this Lord, but they're both getting low right now. That is a kill picked up by Gado, but he will be taken out as well. Skylar gets a shutdown, gets unstoppable as well, and that is the Lord secured by Leo though.
Skylar is doing work, man. I mean, Leo, good job to you, man, securing the Lord, but still, is that gonna be enough? Because in the later stages of the game, it almost doesn't matter if your entire team gets wiped out. It's just 2. But the thing is, the 2 that got hit was the damage dealers. And right now, we're gonna look back at the replay because a lot of things happened. So let's break it down in this instant replay where the fight around the Lord. Look at Leo. He's taking a lot of damage from Skylar, and Skylar is really waiting for everyone to come to the front because he's like, I don't have to force this. Flickers in, goes on Fury, and this is the game changer. Skylar is baiting. Once he sees the bait has been took, he goes in front, he doesn't care, he flickers and he gets the kills.
So it's an alley-oop again, like what happened with Lemon earlier on during RRQ's comeback. It's the same story with Skylar. But dare I say, in that moment, in that instant replay, my eyes were on the 6'5" Egyptian, the jungler from Occupy Thrones, Leo. He was on point. I could have sworn he used Retribution earlier in the fight, but he had it and he knew that they needed this. Was that, what kind of Lord was that?
Oh, that was just a...
Was it a Evolve Lord?
Yeah, Luminous Lord. And look at Ghost Gaming, even he's like very, very hyped for this game.
Of course!
Yeah, Ghost is like, let's go, let's go, let's go!
He's a one-man cheering squad.
He's up against the whole kingdom of RRQ, but Maro
I don't like
here,
his odds.
all the hopes of Occupy Thrones are on Maro right now. He is the man that they rely on, and along with that, Leo with the Retribution, man. It's been so solid so far.
So we're about a minute and a half until that next Lord. You think we're going to get there? You think we're going to have to wait for this? Or is somebody going to pull the trigger?
I kind of feel like we have to. And this is a situation where Occupy Thrones, if they can set it up, then it's going to be great because Maro's hooks has been so good. So if he can if he can hook someone around the Lord,
they're cooked.
They could create a very good situation because, in my personal opinion, don't focus on the Lord. Focus on the kills, man.
All right, so they turn on heroes.
It's so dangerous right now because both teams can scout right here. Lemon with the Dawning Light and Gado with the snipes right here. That is exposing everyone and allowing Vin and Maro to attempt that play. Unfortunately for Occupy Thrones, the Franco engage is just so much more dynamic.
It's so good. Look at Albert. I think this is the one game changer. Leo has to always be with his team to make that play. And again, that's what I'm saying about Albert since about minute 3 or 4. The Benedetta is the proactive one.
Yeah.
The Akai has to answer back. The Akai, you can see his plan from a mile away.
Yeah, right now, going back to the keys to victory RRQ, they need to use their experience, and they're using it well because they understand that with the draft coming in from Occupied Thrones, they have to sacrifice one lane. And what lane it is, Albert will go and attack it. And Skylar, he's been in so many fights in his life that he understands that because of the short range of the carry, you can't be too aggressive. But the moment he sees certain skills have been used, then I'm gonna go. If you catch me, catch me. But I will die, and I will bring most of you with me.
Yeah. And look, now they've started it. RRQ Hoshi made the call.
Ooh, Iron Hook does not land right here, so RRQ still have a lot of options to play around with. Again, looking for a chance in the side, looking for a pick of potential. Leo is in position, though, to try and make this a very difficult contest. The Retribution battle has not been favoring RRQ, so Occupy Thrones are very happy to make the plays happen. The flicker is being used. Unfortunately, the hook does not land. That is massive for RRQ. You can see they move in a more aggressive manner. Pay attention to Vin. Look at him. He's trying to make sure he gets the right play at the right time. They see him, though. Conceal is being used, but he's suppressed. He cannot make the play happen. That is him taken out of the equation. And now Occupy Thrones have the chance. Leo goes in, but the Immortal has been popped because Skylar is doing way too much damage. Lemon takes him out, but the Lord is taken by Albert. Fortunately for RRQ, one man down from both these teams, but that is very, very valuable for RRQ right now.
Lafel, you said it right. At the end of the day, whoever turned on heroes first and whoever makes that call will win the fights. And RRQ Hoshi, they did just that. They baited out the ults first, and then eventually, yeah, you can separate Skylar from us, but the call is still there.
I actually like trading Vin there because he gave vision. He gave enough damage to Gato because if you look at his playstyle, if his HP is below 50%, he will not commit. And because Gato was not in like 2/3 of the fight just now around the turtle pit, around the Lord pit, RRQ Hoshi really took that advantage. Like, yeah, kill Leo, get the Lord, get Profit, and right now, can they actually survive with RRQ here pushing with this evolved Lord?
RRQ trying to make sure that the waves are on point right here. The Lord is on the top side, so RRQ can do a bit of a split push in the situation. They need to be careful, though. At any moment, Mauro can make the play happen. His flicker is not available, unfortunately. But look at R7 making the plays happen, initiating for his team. Skylar is dishing out damage upon damage as the Lord is distracting everyone else. In the back line, there is going to be suppression being used on R7, but it won't be enough. Both teams just going all in all. With the trunks coming out again and again. The Skylar will save Vin, but Skylar is still devastating, doing all the damage possible. Hawk is alone. He won't be able to save this game for his team. RRQ, they reign supreme.
Big congratulations to RRQ Hoshi. But what a match. What a game. The debut of the King of Kings here going up against Occupied Thrones. It went all the way, and what an amazing showing by both teams.
For a good 10 to 15 minutes, Bali United Stadium was very quiet. But I'm glad now with the victory of RRQ Hoshi, it seems like all is well. But let's not take away from Occupied Thrones. They got the Sang Raja into a corner and it kept them there for quite a while. What an effort.
The Prodigy, the youngest player on the team, Mauro on that Franco. He is just crazy. At any moment, he just makes that play happen so decisively as well. There's no hesitation at all in his movements.
Oh yeah, no. Gus Gaiman, there's more. Occupied Thrones can show more. You watch out, you wait for my team. We're not going home today. The knockout stage is where we're gonna show up, and I do believe him. I'm just assuming on what he's saying, but I do believe him in saying that there's more to Occupied Thrones.
We have to say this, that there was quite a lot of opportunities, a lot of moments where I think everyone, even in the comment section, is probably looking at this and it's like, perhaps the world is turning upside down.
We were on the way.
Because RRQ Hoshi, they won. But along the way, they bled out quite a lot.
And that is an issue right here because RRQ, they're very well known to be very dominant, but afterwards, it's about that discipline, right? Can they maintain that perfect execution all the way for like 20 minutes? But yes, there's a lot of ways you can vibe in the studio right now. This is insane energy. from the fans.
But just the same, for them to have come back, I think we'll see it later in the highlights, and it'll be more explained via the item builds and, of course, the stats that were put on the board. It was not easy at all. There was multiple steps for them to do that.
Again, I don't know what they're saying because we're wearing headsets, but again, like, that was an amazing game. Let's talk about the knowledge aspect of it. The moment I want to talk about analysis, they go even louder. Let's go, do what you got to do. But again, RRQ Hoshi, the reason why they won is because of experience. Control the game, control the map, because the way that the draft Occupy Thrones, they have to sacrifice one lane. And because of why Albert was pushing, it caused them to have decisions. And when you have to think about decisions, you're not entirely sure what's your next plan of attack because you're always thinking about defending. Let's look at the items for both teams, because this is one of the rare situations where we can see fully built items on all of the heroes. And in this game, Skylar really popped off because Carry is already an amazing hero. And the fact that he doesn't build a Wind of Nature because, like you said, Leo, it doesn't matter towards the Leslie, but a Winter Truncheon might be good.
Yeah, no, I think that was a juggled Winter Truncheon. Again, there was so much happening in that last maybe 30 seconds of the game that he needed to juggle it. He sold the boots. This is the NBK, the no boots carry. And again, when you go about 20 minutes in, this game almost went 23, that's what happens. But yo, look at the GOAT though, 6-1 and 13.
6-1 and 13.
Belated birthday buff?
That is crazy. And on the other side, just on a quick note, 3 BODs on Gado and all that damage.
Oh, wow.
It still was not enough. RRQ,
Okay.
they're just way too clean with it.
That's cool, but I kind of feel like that's a little bit too greedy. Like, legit, I think that because the way that I see the game, like, he has enough damage, I wouldn't even mind him taking a Hunter Strike just for that extra movement speed, because I think like that's what he needed. Because everyone's chasing after him, he needs a little bit of movement speed. If he doesn't want that, then honestly, it's even fine to take the Brute Force Breastplate, because damage is already good. Just survive. That's what you really needed.
You can't output damage when you're taken out, especially against a Benedetta, against a Kadita. There's just so many threats that Gado needs to maneuver away from, and I agree, LFL. I think some defensive options could be explored here.
Speaking of defensive, the baby alien on Albert, I love how he's grown up. I love how he's started to play more utility junglers, and this Benedetta was utility Benedetta.
Yeah, I want to talk about Fury, man. 100% kill participation with the team fights, Lemon 86. And I would say every single fight that's won, it is because of Fury. But right now, let's talk about the rich guy, Skylar. 754 gold per minute. And the thing about Xavier, he's extremely strong right now. To carry Lemon, 123,000 damage dealt. The Sandbag, Leo, he did the best that he can. 227,000 damage received. And Forgotten One, there's no way anyone will forget Maru after this game, man. 14 assists. I have no idea how many hooks he has landed.
He's 17 years old, I believe.
Wow.
So he is a prodigy in the making. And of course, Leo just going toe-to-toe against Albert in that retribution department.
Damn, Leo.
Very impressive.
Yeah, no.
Very good, Leo.
Reminds me. It's in the name. It comes with the name.
And with that, we got to name our most valuable player in this game. The MVP for RRQ Hoshi is going over to Lemon, 6-1 and 13. 86% kill participation, the most damage dealt. And basically what Arashi said, any fight, yeah, Lemon is going to be there. Lemon is going to make sure that Gado can't join the fight because of his dawning light.
He's just never going to give you up, never going to let you down. He's just always going to be there. He built cooldown reduction, he built damage, and he built that burn. Again, I think it's this glowing wand that really made Gado think every single time if he can stay to fight. And it's like, no, I cannot always. And that's what made all these engagements for Occupy Thrones all the more awkward.
It also makes it very difficult for the tankier members to withstand the kind of poke because it does percentage HP damage. So Leo, trying to sustain in the front, he's just constantly chipped away by the glowing wand.
With this, we got to look back at the highlights because this is refreshing, right? For today, the third match, this is the one where a lot of things are going on. In early stages of the game, this caught me, and I feel all three of us by surprise, but Occupy Thrones actually catches the mistake from RRQ Hoshi where, Albert, you're being a little bit too forward. They're gonna catch you. And Hulk smash, always getting to the back line, getting the proper targets, but things change when Skylar gets strong and when Lemon gets the glowing wand.
It's just a very sporadic chain of events right here. But that is exactly where the team with more experience has an advantage. They've seen all this before. It looks crazy to Occupy Thrones, but RRQ, they are known to play like this.
Yeah, it's a matter of tunnel vision. Something tells me maybe they were too hard on the whole Vin situation, and that's exactly where RRQ put Occupy Throne, specifically Lemon. He knows where dudes were gonna be, and he was calling on Vin. It's like, all right, are they there? Are they killing you? All right, my turn. Something tells me something like that, similar to that happened.
Looking at this highlight, if I'm any of the other teams, I will put a target on the back of Lemon as well as Skylar, because Lemon, he makes his presence known without showing his face, and Skylar, he's super patient. He is like micromanaging every single visual that's happening in game. It's like, okay, what spells do I see have been used? What skills do I see has been used? All of you are done, my turn. And again, it's amazing. Lemon, Skylar, they just popped off.
The patience, I think, is what really shines for Skylar, because there's plenty of fights right there where he'll be pressured to try and participate because it looks like his team is actually falling behind. But he knows his limits, he knows when he has a window of opportunity, and it's always so difficult. There's so much effort required for Occupy Thrones to reach him in the first place before even trying to take him out.
Yep, it's the patience and the violence. I do believe RRQ Hoshi never lost their edge. They were always at a point in time wherein maybe we can try, maybe we can bait out a few ults and make them make a mistake, and it never really had to come to that point. They were always somehow in control despite losing their top lane inhibitor first and actually being on the back foot for a majority of the game up until when it mattered. So with that being said, congratulations to the Sang Raja. I do believe they will compete once more tonight in day 2. But the upcoming match, boy oh boy, I think a lot of us are looking forward to it. Me specifically, I think I'm going to stay in the studio just to experience it in the flesh, because it's going to be another matchup that the West has been waiting to watch, nay the world, and it's happening here live at M4. It's RRQ Akira going up against the Valley.
Again, man, like the games today, like we're gonna stop here because the second rotation of casters is gonna take over. But I gotta say, ending our cast with that game specifically, that was great. But I'm definitely gonna watch this as well. RRQ Akira going up against the Valley. The Valley won dominantly in their fight. We gotta see, how did they face up against RRQ Akira?
For sure, we're all staying by to actually watch that game as well. And as you mentioned, LaFell, that last game was insane, man. I feel like I lost a bit of my voice in the process.
That's good. That's good. It's like battle scars.
Yeah. Great. Yeah. Embrace the violence, Arashi.
Watch me in a year like, oh my god.
I mean, like, you know, like, violence doesn't solve problems if not enough violence is used.
Yeah, no. Again, there's a lot more to digest from that game. So if I were you, stay with us, don't go anywhere. We're going to go on a quick break. More action from the group stage of M4 coming at you. Once more on behalf of Arashi and LaFell at your service, my name is Leo. You're watching the M4 World Championships. Stay with us.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment. Enhance your creativity. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to M4!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream. I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going. Hi, I'm Mobazane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready. I'm really excited to represent North America again, especially after M3 and seeing what we accomplished. You know, I feel like we could make something happen and perhaps even do better than M3. I think the whole world has gotten a lot stronger after M3, and I feel like that might have been because BTK kind of inspired the whole world. Coming from a not so popular region with no organization, it was just 5 friends. I think BTK did inspire a lot of the teams to really try and better themselves all across the world. I think North America might have even bigger tricks up its sleeves this time compared to what we did in M3. I think BTK disbanding might have been the only option because there were some issues that just could not be fixed and probably never would be fixed. Team issues, the roster. I think people got a bit more relaxed after M3, where they felt the taste of success, and it's really challenging to want to push yourself from third to first, but I don't think that takes away from what an amazing and impactful team it was. You really couldn't have asked BTK to have done any more. It's just 5 friends in a looked down upon region, and we did the most for what we had for years and did very well. Personally, within the team, our goal was to reach top 4, and we did achieve that goal, but when you're that close, it is a bit hard to just get knocked out of 3rd place. Of course you want to win it all, and being that close and seeing that it is possible, it really makes me want to get the job done in M4.
Match point for the Valley. The Simpsons could be knocked out, and the Valley could go forth.
Valley are going to M4!
The thing I like the most about the Valley is everyone in their role, respectively, is super strong. Pretty much the best player of their role in the whole United States. We haven't been together for too long, so I wouldn't really know what our really good strengths and weaknesses are. I think they might start to come into play the more we adapt as a team and get stronger. They would start to amplify, and you'd really start to see specific strengths and specific weaknesses of the team. Ever since I joined the Valley, all I've been talking about is M4, M4, M4. So at the end of the day, that's really all that should matter to us at this point. I would say that I probably bring a good amount of work ethic to the team and also make everyone see the bigger picture.
Mobazane with the lethal double kill for Mobazane. Mobazane! What is this? He outplays a 1v4 and he's going for the Maniac. What is going on?
I think the best player in our team is Zane because his commitment to the game is way greater than others.
Mobazane, he wants it!
I can rely on him a lot. He definitely proves his worth. You know, I don't have to worry. If there's something wrong with Zane, there's gonna be something wrong with the team, you know?
Mobazane, this man, he is untouchable.
He's really competitive. Really, he's hungry to win.
MVP is going to go to Mobazane.
My God, the hype about Mobazane is just way too real, man.
What I'm really good at is map control and map awareness and rotations and looking for any advantage I can on the map. I can just find it pretty easy to end up controlling a game if the enemies make one slip up. To anybody who's been following me, BTK, the Valley, I really appreciate the support, and I'll do my best again in M4. I'm sure the teammates will, and I hope to surprise everyone again, just like we did in M3.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'm reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on being strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold.
victory.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta.
It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game.
All eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, told me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. Ain't something that's gotta give. Cause what's the streets is what I made it now. Made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't ever stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes to remain strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting and show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Call my Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, told me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. Made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't ever stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes to remain strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver your style. You're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it up the coast. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. With fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
"16 teams, 12 regions fight for their place towards the MLBB World Throne." Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship, where we are now entering day 2. 3 games have elapsed, 3 games still ahead of us. And today, to accompany you is going to be me, Eterna, together with Naisu, as well as Gideon here at Jakarta, Indonesia.
Well, happy to be here. Happy to be on desk again with you, Eterna. And Gideon, I feel like I just saw you.
Yes, of course. And honestly, today's games can't be any more exciting. We're the second shift, but man, the West is really showing up today.
Ooh, and we're going to start with, once again, the Battle of the West. But before we get into that, M4 is powered by Moonton. Presented to you by TikTok, the official content partner. Supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair, and Esports Charts, our analytical partner. Gank, our official merchandise partner. MeWatch, our media partner. And last but not least, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Once again, thank you to our lovely sponsors, because M4 would not be here with your incredible support.
We just had a marching band come in
Yeah,
with all of that. I was like, whoa.
Where did they get the drums from? They've got a whole party. They got the flags as well. People are ready for today's games. But once again, as you were mentioning, used to be East versus West. Now, for this upcoming matchup, it's North versus South of the Americas. I honestly am not sure who's going to come out on top of the Valley already starting off strong.
I gotta say, man, after watching, now this is the first game that we're gonna see RRQ Akira, and I can't wait to watch it, but also, the Valley's performance in their previous game was clean. Like, that's the best way I would put it. It is clean across the board, objectively, and let's talk about, I mean, even fried chicken, right? I was about to say fried chicken. It's fried chicken. He's a monster on that Thamus pick, and I can't wait to see what they bring out for the next matchup.
I mean, basically you can say that, right? Because he fried his opponents there. I mean,
works.
he went on the Thamus, 3v1, maybe even 4v1.
Fried him
it
with
was
the Inferno.
insane. There you go. And we are about to check out today's schedule. So maybe for those of you just tuned in, you want to know what you missed perhaps, and maybe you want to know what's ahead as well, because we've been talking about the Battle of the West, who exactly is going to be playing. As now we can see, it is going to come from Group C as well as Group D. Once again, RRQ Akira from Brazil going to take on the Valley.
Then we have Echo and RRQ, and you know, I'm sure there's a lot of people waiting for that one. And to round out the day, just like yesterday, we're going to end it with Team Hawk from Malaysia against RRQ Akira again from Brazil. I think we're going to end the note on a high note again.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, I'm down for Malaysian teams, so I'm excited to see the debut here for RRQ Akira at the world stage. It's not like they are strangers to an international tournament. The organization of RRQ was very, very generous to pick them up and really showing off strong.
Exactly. And remember, all three of the members from RRQ Akira were present at M3. So this is something quite similar between the two, where the Valley was previously, they came from BTK, and that's when they started to shake mountains. But now you can see here the group standings. Now, TV, the Valley, heading with 1-0 in game wins and losses.
I mean, so far when I'm looking at these group standings, it doesn't really tell us much just yet. And that's why by the end of today, expect these standings to start shifting about. I'm guessing a lot of fans are hoping that the Valley's going to stay on top, but we don't know. RRQ Akira could really show up here.
But what about you personally, Gideon? I mean, THQ, Team Hack.
Don't even get me started
The Cinderella story. We did not expect such crazy performance coming from someone who just went in through the open qualifiers all the way to the champion.
Well, I mean, they took their time with it. They had experience, but I'm looking at the debut of RRQ Akira this time around, mainly to size up my opponents, to maybe scale, even out the scales, hopefully. I don't know. We're just going to have to wait and see.
We are. What are you thinking about this? Like,
I mean, before that, let me just go ahead and just shout out to our viewers out there. The M4 event preview for you guys. Take a sneak peek at all the M4 events and about all the rewards you can get, because there's plenty of them for you guys. The M4 pass is already available for purchase. It comes with exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, M4 Beatrix figurine, and more await you. M4 support chest is also now available in game for you to open for loads of M4 Pass XP. Hey, that's all pretty much what we need as well, right? So on the day of M4 Finals, January 15, expect to get an avatar border for free. And in the M4 Battle Night event, unlock a skin chest by completing tasks and pick a skin of your choice within the chest. Don't forget the hashtags, of course, hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. Who wouldn't want to pick a skin, right, for free, basically?
you're saying that's for free?
It's free.
That's insane. That's insane. And when we're talking about the M4 Pass, the card is also available now. So complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 at ease and for free once again, right? Log in now. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting you. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and of course, hashtag Dare to Be Great. And I'm so on the way to the figurine. Did you guys get the Roger figurine from M3?
Nope, I was 5 levels off, and it's a bit disappointing, but I can't believe you went through that entire ad read because the RRQ fans are packing up the stage right now.
We're not surprised by that here in Indonesia. We're used to how fans are going crazy for RRQ, but we are now going to take a look at RRQ Akira all the way from Brazil, starting with Sabian.
We have Sagan, Takashi, Gusta La Gusta. Love the name. We have King and Luis. These guys, obviously, there's faces here that a lot of people know, and then there's some names that maybe some don't, right? But still, it starts here for them.
Back-to-back champions of MPL Brazil Season 2 and Season 3, introducing RRQ Akira onto the stage.
Look, this team is like no other. They're picking up a mantle of RRQ, jumping onto their fan base that they do not want to disappoint. I'm looking at King from the jungle. He's expected to do great things.
And not just him, because we gotta talk about Sagan as well. He was the MVP finals, but now we're gonna take a look at the lineup from the Valley here.
We got Hoon, Fly Chicken, Basic, Mobazane, and Super Shark.
Yep. The Valley has been looking so very clean today. If we're talking about the king in the jungle, we also have to look at Mobazane, who's been absolutely crushing it with his team dominating each lane performance.
The NACT champions here to pave their way through the mountains within the land of Dawn. Here we are, the Valley from NA.
Man, that is, I mean, I'm not used to it, right? I mean, we don't have the drums in the Philippines, so I think even the Valley, you know, they just had their I think it was the first time they had an offline event back in NACT Grand Finals, so they're probably feeling it too, you know?
Look, this could go both ways, but the fact that Valley has performed so well in their first game, it just means this is more fuel to the fire. So let's have a look at the talent prediction. I'm curious what everyone's thinking.
Oh, it's kind of a split here, right? 4 casters, they're vying for the Valley here this time around, but Lucky as well as Puba, they're going for RRQ Akira. But what about you guys personally? What was your prediction here? We know yours though.
This is a heated, I was gonna say.
We already know yours.
This is a heated question. I mean, I was in the crowd watching earlier, you know,
yeah.
and I made sure I held up a proper note for people that caught me on camera. But yes, this one I am voting here for the Valley. I've been a big kind of rooter for the NA scene, and I'm happy to see them here. But again, RRQ Akira is a force to be reckoned with from what I've heard, especially their time here in Indonesia preparing.
Absolutely. We've seen a lot of teams who've just gone into the hyperbolic time chamber. 1 month later, it feels like they've been playing this game for 5 years straight, and they're not going to just drop without a fight. So I'm expecting these two neighboring countries to really bring it to the next level here.
I mean, we've heard a lot about RRQ Akira, right? A lot of people say that they're kind of a pseudo blacklist with a touch of RRQ Hoshi, but talking about them, we are going to take a look at the keys to victory.
Absolutely. Number 1, I'm looking at Takashi specifically. He's laning against Fly Chicken, who dominated in the previous matchup. But not only that, Hoon needs to dictate the pacing of this game. That mid lane is such an important part of the map to allow people like Luis and even King to roam freely.
Yeah, and I mean, next up, we're going to be looking at the keys to victory for the Valley in just a second here, but specifically, too, that jungle mashup is going to be crucial here, but already, as you can see, as I was saying, Mobazane's tempo hero for map and macro control. So against someone named pretty much King of the Jungle, that is going to be crucial for them. Shark to assist Mobazane on all aggressive early rotations, very similar to what we saw in their game previously.
I personally think that when we're looking at the overall macro, the supports are going to play that big part, right? But the meta has, well, I don't know, shifted interestingly from hard tanks to even finding mage who are looking to snipe the backline, even looking to disrupt as much as possible. Early games and even late game strategies, nothing has been predetermined. People are playing by feel.
That's the thing about the roaming position. I feel like that's the challenge, right? Because if you are all too in the initiator tank role, it is going to be very difficult for you to go and adapt with the meta. But the audience prediction, as you see on screen, somebody said wow there. What's going on?
I mean, there was a lot of RRQ Akira support here, and it's great to see, right? You got the drums in the background too. And then, of course, you do have countries and regions voting for the Valley as well. I think, you know, this is still a prominent match ahead of us because a lot of people are wondering exactly how is RRQ Akira prepared, because they've already got a taste of how the Valley has performed.
Remember, RRQ Akira, all the way through their way and performance in MPL Brazil Season 3, no match loss.
Ooh, okay. Let's see whether that record is still going to stand as we jump into this drafting phase. And I think a lot of the battle is going to be predetermined right here, right now, to kick things off. And I mean, Cho, Kaja, instantly, Ultimate's looking to pick people off. Say no more, get it out of my face. And of course, thank goodness Glue is out of here. So sick of him.
Yeah, I was gonna, well, how can you be sick of Glue already? It's only day 2, Gideon. I mean, give the hero, I was gonna say give the Glob like a chance here, right? But I get it, right? You don't want to see Glue pop up too often. I am more interested in those interesting matchups in the XP lane, right? And that's why I said I love seeing some of those. I mean, we even saw Terizla, right?
Yes.
And which was interesting the way that it worked out. But again, this still leaves a lot of flexibility in the draft already, even though it's only day 2. Now, of course, we're going to see kind of that meta set in as we get further into the M4 tournament here. But so far, we're waiting for one more ban. I do like the Valentina ban as well for the last part of the first draft from RRQ Akira.
I do think that Valentina, even though she got nerfed a couple patches back, she's still a viable choice. Why do I say this? She's so flexible.
Yeah.
You can put her in the jungle, you can put her as a roam even, and we've seen her time and time in the mid lane. So now we're gonna see the last ban coming in from the Valley. It's actually going to be the Wanwan. So really taking that as an option away for Gusta Lagusta, but the Joy was left open here.
Yeah, now, Joy is one of those heroes that we need to talk about. The question is she as good as people say she is?
Yeah.
There are many, many times where, what role is she going to go into? How much impact does she have in those games? And more importantly, it tells the Valley, hey, your CC might not necessarily be effective, assuming they play Joy perfectly.
Well, that's why I'm saying, like, if you think back to MSC, where another hero that started with J, Julian was a big question mark.
Yeah.
People were like, you know, does he work better in the jungle? Does he work better in mid? But this time, Joy adds a little bit of flavor to that because you can also play her in the side lane, the XP lane, which we've seen done before too. But yeah, the question is, where does she work best? So we'll see where she ends up going here for RRQ Akira. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Valley, with their 2 picks locked in, it's going to be the Faramis and the carry.
Yeah, it feels like right now the Valley, and especially for Basic, he's super comfortable playing this carry, knowing that she can scale to ascend through the heavens if she has to with the golden staff. But that does mean that the laners have to be strong, especially when we're looking at Gusta Lagusta. If he's going to pick up something like Beatrix, he needs to win the lane. But even more so, something even safer is going to come down to the Claude. Louise is going to be locking it. Oh, sorry, not even that. RRQ Akira is going to be locking in onto that Lolita to ensure team fights can be disengaged. And finally, the Frederick.
Okay, very, very quick picks coming through here. Now the Valley already taking that Fredrin for that side lane. Quite strong, one of the main meta EXP heroes at the moment because of how sustainable he is. And we're going now into the second phase where Yves is banned out. And I gotta say, like right now in this current patch, in this current meta, I think Yves is so strong.
Yeah, I mean, even with a little bit of minor changes she's had, you know, where you only have pretty much a couple options to really stop that real world manipulation. It has to be a suppress. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's a big, pretty much taking out of that picture is going to be good. But I still want to talk about flexibility, right? Because still, you don't know where the Joy's going exactly. And secondly, with this Fredrin, could possibly end up going in a side lane as well, like you mentioned, or even jungle. We've seen him flex there.
Yeah, he has been flexed in many different places, and we're finally seeing a Leomord ban after quite some time here. I don't know. I feel like Leomord is one of those heroes where it's like you can almost guarantee a win towards the later stages of the game if your comp builds around you. However, that build-up is so very painful and such a slow roll, and I feel like teams, they want to snowball as soon and as fast as possible.
And I think that's what makes Leomord fragile. Because I've seen a lot of teams pick this up, but because they were unable to attain that early game snowball, it was kind of difficult for the Leomord to do anything in that jungle. But we're going to see the Farsa being banned out. So what does that leave Sagan, right? I guess the Xavier is something that we saw earlier, but what do you think here? I think the Lilia could be good as well.
All right, it really depends on what they're trying to achieve. The fact that the Valley is banning out both Even as well as Farsa does give the idea that they want a team fight, and more obviously so, the Farm is. So when we're looking at, okay, do we split push, or are we looking for the full-on team fight? There are 2 options. Xavier for team fights looking really good for the later stages of the game, and the fact that they banned out Grok tells me they don't want them to disengage. So it's going to be a bloody battle here.
But remember, because the Lolita was picked up by RRQ Akira, that actually might give them an advantage going against someone like the Faramis, who naturally you want to clump up around for that ultimate to hit. So that's something that honestly the Valley needs to think about. But first pick here for the Valley, they haven't secured a hero. Oh, but we don't know yet because Fredrin's really flexed. But has Mobazane used the Fredrin in that jungle?
I wouldn't discount him the fact that he's probably played it at some point through the scrims here, right?
Yeah.
But with the Matilda coming up here, now you've got that roam choice available to you. So I still like this. There's a lot of mobility here for the Valley, right? You have the Faramis, you have Matilda, you can get into the action, you can escape it, right, with the Guiding Wind here. But still, the fact that you have for RRQ Akira, you also have that Claude and Lolita combination, but the Claude answers a lot of that Cold Altar pressure too, if placed properly, right? You still have to kind of dodge a lot here being thrown at you from the Valley. So really interested to see what their last two picks are going to be to round out this draft for RRQ Akira.
Yeah, I think RRQ Akira need to foresee that there is a good possibility that Kai is going to get picked up by Mobazane to actually help out. They're going to be playing around basic for the most part of it because carry junglers don't necessarily work with the composition that Akira has right now. Benedetta and as well as Xavier. I love Benedetta so much. I'm so glad she's picked twice with 100% win rate. However, it might be a little bit tough, especially with the Matilda, to help you get out of those tough spots.
Last pick here for the Valley. It's either someone for that jungle or someone for that EXP, but at this point, I think they have enough sustain. I think they have enough mobility. I would really love Mobazane to pick up an assassin here, going against the Benedetta. We'll see. Oh, it's actually going to be the Lapu. So
there it is.
Fredrin in the jungle.
That's the flex, right? I mean, this is why, again, there's multiple heroes that do this for a team in the way that they draft. So I think it is a great way to do that, but you also lock in yourself a Lapu, able to jump in, can actually do the same situation that we saw with the Thamus, where you can go 2v1, especially if you get an early lead. So far, solid draft from the Valley here.
Absolutely. I think solid drafts from both sides. They have some clear strategies, and I love the fact that the Indonesian fans have adopted the Brazilians here on home turf. This is going to be a beautiful game.
It's still RRQ, right? So we're going to see the same five that we mentioned earlier going head-to-head with the Valley with way more mobility in their arsenal. They do have a lot of peel, and as well as they are going to be able to maneuver around the CC heavy of RRQ Akira.
It's going to be tough here. I'm not sure. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered, but there's only one way to define it. It's through battle. Welcome, everybody. It's RRQ Akira going up against the Valley in this best of one. Good luck to both teams.
Oh, this is getting so exciting. I mean, right now, we can already see that Louise opening up the map, trying to give some vision, trying to figure out Mobazane's pathing, because everyone talks about the Valley, and they always say that Mobazane is one of the main pillars of their team.
Yeah, I think, we even talked about this in Keys to Victory, right? A lot of this comes down to these two junglers here. And King being on the Joy jungle, I want to see how it plays out, right? If we're going to have our answer at some point here, Gideon.
Absolutely. We want to see that highlight reel. Oh, no.
That's already going to be the first blood drawn here by Takashi. That was a great Mystic Field.
That was an interesting movement coming in from Takashi because there was, again, he's clearing up the wave against Fried Chicken. Did he also get the gold crab? He gets the kill, gets the gold crab. He's winning on all fronts for himself, all because of an individualistic play.
And I'm quite surprised, right? Because the way that the Valley drafted, the mid lane is so strong on those rotations, because RRQ BR, because they brought in Xavier, they are going to have to wait for that level 4 to hit in order to maximize the potential damage. But even then, RRQ Akira, they've actually managed to get a point above the Valley at this point.
Notice the movements across the map here. Again, Joy and Benedetta just cutting off the waves, making sure that Fried Chicken is just going to be stranded by himself, knowing that the turtle is going to be spawning 20 seconds on the bottom side of the map. The Valley understand this, putting their pressure on that top side to maybe draw them away.
Yeah, I think this is smart moves by both teams, the way they're answering it, but still going to lead into that first turtle of the game. It's going to be up here in just a couple seconds. But you see them both. I mean, the question is, how does RRQ Akira play around with Takashi's lead that he has? knowing that this first turtle comes up, it could be anyone's ball game, especially the Petrify's there. You've got the Electro final blow, and you're going to see them battle out for it already as both teams juggle it around. This turtle dance, Luis going to charge up the flicker in, not going to connect though. Still the fight goes on. It's going to be red treed away by King. The king of the jungle stands for now as they secure the first turtle,
no, King.
but he's going to get focused down. It's Fried Chicken to take out King.
So, I mean, at this point, it is a 1-for-1 trade. Takashi is going to be able to get out of that situation alive, but King for a turtle. What do you think about this here, Gideon?
King for a turtle, honestly, it's not the best in the world. Obviously, you would like to be able to survive and get the turtle at the same time. And especially when your teammate Takashi actually getting an amazing stun engagement onto the Valley, catching 4 people in that. Just no real way to capitalize on it, because again, their early game heroes is literally just Takashi, and maybe even you can make an argument for Gusta Lagusta at this point, but Sagan needs to scale up. King needs more farm, and Gusta Lagusta, just keep him in place. He's eventually going to carry at 2 items.
Yeah, I feel like right now, RRQ Akira, they really are playing into the tempo that the Valley wants to create for them. You can see them already once again with the better rotations. They're much faster. They're looking to secure and maybe pressure those side lanes, and that's exactly what they're doing. Basic is also farming really comfortably at this point.
Oh, they're going to put pressure here on the purple buff. RRQ Akira going to do their best to just try to secure it, but King going to go ahead and use those beats to get out just in time. Should be able to secure it, but still, Mobazane going to park himself here. The battle for the purple buff. Luis going to charge up, gets him right on target. It's Mobazane going to be in trouble. Colt Alter plus the guiding win. There's a flicker from Hoon as well, all for the purple buff.
Oh no, that's so unfortunate. Sagan actually had a great opportunity to punish, but wasn't able to actually open up the gates there to lock him down, giving that moment, that small little moment for Mobazane to get on out of here. But now Takeshi is actually struggling against Fried Chicken. Now that Fried Chicken has all of his combat abilities ready, especially that ultimate, the all-ins could be devastating if he doesn't have his eye for an eye.
6 seconds left on the next turtle to spawn, and you can see RRQ Akira trying to set up first. We do see that Super Shark already on the way, already opening up vision. They don't want to give that early game lead that they've already attained for themselves over to the Brazilian representatives, but here we go.
They're going to start it up, looking for it. Like the final blow did come out. Who's going to secure it? It's King, but Mobazane going in as well with the guiding wind and circling eagle combination. King falls again for the turtle. Ooh. It's another trade though. Everybody low on the Valley
Shark?
as one after another fall. Luis to get the double. Hoon and Fried Chicken the backside. Not going to be enough though, as another member's going to fall here. Fried Chicken only to stand.
Man, 3-for-2 trade here, Gideon. What the heck?
Yeah, beautifully played by RRQ. I mean, everything you could have imagined worked out for RRQ. The Valley were looking for an engagement. Did they have to go for it? I think they could have just backed away. The turtle was already gone. But we'll pull up the replay just in case you guys missed the action, and we'll break it down from there. Because number one, the position that we see from the Valley wasn't as good compared to RRQ. And more importantly, once the abilities start running on through, Takashi has already found his kill. Luis and as well as Sagan still alive, being able to overwhelm and out damage, isolating the right targets once Mobazane fell.
I mean, Luis is on point so far with these Noon blasts, really finding the right targets, especially around, I mean, objectively, right? The Valley's going to want to contest those, but they've got to keep a constant eye on Luis, and Takashi being 3-0-1 on this Benedetta too is going to cause havoc as the game goes on. Look how confident he is. He's cutting that deep into the wave, right? I mean, it is pretty much happening on both sides, but still, the upper hand is for Takashi.
That's the beauty of the Benedetta, I guess, and we're going to take a little sneak into the emblems, but before we get into that, here's Super Shark getting a little chunked in terms of that health, but I think maybe King wants to go for something here.
I think they're still going to put pressure here. Under the turret they go. Ooh! Everybody joining the fight on the top side. Electro final blow, the Petrify. Takashi able to get the double. Can't get Hoon. Mobazane a little bit too late to the party. Gets the taunt off though, with Hoon picking up a kill. But look at the backside. It's Fried Chicken. Finds one for himself. But ultimately now Takashi going to be caught in a position of 1 versus 3. Does he still commit to it? He bobs, he weaves. Mobazane still sticking to him. Takashi should be able to survive.
A 2-for-2 trade overall. A really good setup dive for the side of RRQ. And I think I think RRQ Akira had a really good idea. They should have cut their losses as soon as King was out of position. Back away. You don't need to give anything else, but the Valley's taking one step forward, getting and buying time for White Chicken to jump right into the middle of that fight to even out the score.
And now we're gonna see once again the setup for the next turtle, but I saw that Gusa Lagusa already had the golden staff as well as basic now, but remember that is going to be the key item for Gusa Lagusa as once again they're going in for an engage.
They pull the trigger on Saiyan, they push him back here.
Oh!
They get the turret though, Dawning Light's gonna come out. Turtle still work on Gusa Lagusa though, able to grab a kill for himself, but they do trade the turtle. Nothing too much after that.
White Chicken is playing so boldly, running right into the middle of that, knowing that the Golden Staff is already completed, taking a good chunk of damage from the Blazing Duet, and yet he still almost picked off a free kill for himself.
1,300 gold in their hands of RRQ Akira right now. I mean, at this point, I want to know, has the Valley been playing into Akira's tempo right now? But oh, wait a minute. Gusta Lagusta needs to be careful here.
Yeah, there's three. Actually, Luis here to help him out, so this might just be a disengage. Luis, though, just there to help Gusta Lagusta out. It's going to be a poke battle back and forth. The rest of the team still in the vicinity, but nothing going to come in out of that just yet. As you were saying, Eterna.
Yeah, I just want to know what's happening here. How did RRQ actually pick up the lead? I mean, earlier on, the Valley seemed to have the tempo. They seemed to be confident with what they were doing. Are they playing a little too aggressively into RRQ Brazil?
Well, I think it comes down to the draft, right? When we're looking at Benedetta specifically, her relevance and her power, her strength in the earlier stages of game 3, level 4 is already pretty good. Unfortunately for White Chicken, that's not the same for Lapu Lapu. He only feels relevant as soon as he hits level 4 and starts participating in these fights with the Bravest Warrior. So the fact that Takashi has already enabled RRQ Akira to get this lead is already great because that was the toughest part. Now they just need Gusta Lagusta and Sagan to scale up and eventually outscale the Valley. Basic on this carry, yes, he can hyper farm and scale as high as he can, but if he can't get in range, it's still a tough game.
Yeah, I think that's the downside of a carry, right? The range. The range is a big factor here. So you've really got to be careful on how your positioning is, right? Now, the Valley at this point, almost 10 minutes in, they don't have a turret just yet. So they got to be careful on especially losing map control. They already got the Cult Altar out. So that's massive before the next Lord comes. Actually, it's already spawned. So if RRQ wants to go for it, they have a perfect time.
They can They can literally start pulling away, allow the Valley to actually move because they've got priority on both bot and top side.
Yeah, they're going to be bobbing and weaving here. The Lord still being worked on, half health so far. Boba Zane, though, he is going to be just taking the front of this damage. They're going to go on for Super Shark. Sniped down with the Dawning Light. Gusta Lagusta going in. What a petrify from Takashi. Able to find a basic, the perfect target needed. He's going to get cut off, but Luis with a kill for himself. 3 down for the Valley. And they're still going. What a Mystic Field with King for the cleanup. And now it's a Moba Zane left alive. And that's going to be the wipe out for the Valley. What a massive play for RRQ Akira.
That was insane. The way that they played that team fight was so beautiful, so textbook. And that's going to give RRQ Akira a massive lead. And not to mention this free Lord.
I get it now. I get it why you were saying it was like a mini Blacklist International. A lot of their macro play is centralized around one objective, one thing at a time, but covering all of your bases, making it very difficult for the Valley to keep up, even if they're just slightly behind in tempo, which is rather frustrating because RRQ at this stage of the game are breaking apart the Valley just by looking for these strong engages, and especially keeping your eyes on Sagan. His Mystic Fields have been on point.
From start to here. I mean, that's what got them the first blood, right? And this all snowballs Takashi, but they're still going to be focusing here on the bottom side. White Chicken and Moba Zane to be the front. They've got the Lord to handle the mid lane eventually, but they might get sandwiched in here for that tier 2. Look at the backside. Takashi goes in, forces them back. And just like that, they're going to lose more space on the map.
The front to back, the peel, the damage coming in from that backline from Sagan. You can feel it, and it makes sense looking at the items that he already obtained earlier. But once again, onto the mid lane.
Here comes the assault. Lord's got to be handled here. They should be able to clear it up as they hold on to both inhibitor turrets. But still, do they press the issue here? Another Mystic Field the Dawning Lights have all been on point like you mentioned.
They're just slowly cutting them down, and especially when you have Lord Empowered minions, you want to take as much advantage as possible. This is only the very first Lord, so if they get an inhibitor, it's already a big win, and there we go! It's cracked wide open.
They're gonna crack it open here. Luis goes in, another Dawning Light. For now, though, it's only that mid-turret. You can still see the rest of the Valley. We're gonna clear these lanes here. They don't want to lose any more. They're trying to hold on with their dear lives 12 minutes into the game.
They need a way to get to the back line of RRQ Akira. I mean, the damage output coming in from Sagan with the Clock of Destiny and the Lightning Truncheon alone is already dealing that much damage here, Gideon.
It's tough. It's really tough because if we're thinking about who's going to be playing in the backline to anchor and hunker down for the team, it's definitely going to be Sagan. Oh, no.
Oh, all for the purple buff again. They're going to force Zane back.
Okay.
No one there to help him out.
All right. The Valley make a very intelligent decision. Just back away. There's no need to fight right now. 50 seconds away from the Lord, 12 minutes into the game. Your biggest objective is going to be that Lord. But yes, as I was saying, Sagan is going to be the anchor of that backline. You would expect someone like Gusta Lagusta to go in and out of fights. Luis wants to stay in the middle, but then you have Takashi and King. They're allowed to go crazy. And I think that's what's really difficult to get on top of them because you have to go through multiple layers. And even if you gap close, there's a good amount of CC to keep you in place.
So what do they do? I mean, at this point, I was like thinking about it, taking a little pause there. How is the Valley gonna enter that backline? Because in theory, with the draft that they had, they do have Super Shark, Big Brother Shark on the Matilda here to dive into the backline with her ultimate, obviously, and bring someone with her as well.
Well, the easiest way that they could possibly do this is to get fried chicken specifically on Sagan. But wait, a fight's about to break out here.
They force Mobazane back, right? But he's going to be able to heal back up here. Still the battle for this Lord. It looks like everybody from each team is going to make their way here for this fight. Meanwhile, Takashi still trying to clear that wave a little bit. Put pressure here. Dawning Light going to be committed. Now Takashi goes in with a Petrify, able to find Hoon, gets the Cult Altar out. Lord whittled down, secured by Gusta Lagusta. And RRQ Akira looking still for a moment if they can. A guiding wind to come out. Still, Basic could get cut off here. The flicker, perfect timing. King finds Basic as he falls, and it's just disaster for the Valley. Who trying to saving grace, but he can't. 3 down, 2 in the base here. Fly Chicken finally able to get King out, but it might be too late.
Might be too late. Oh my god, that was brilliant by Akira. Luis found that perfect moment, and now they're gonna crack into the base. Only Hoon, only Mobazane is left.
This is gonna be dire for the Valley. They're trying their best here, but RRQ Akira gonna be taking a game in match against the Valley.
The Brazilian representatives come out on top, bringing down the Valley just a notch here with such an exquisite gameplay.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Shout out to you, Cabral. You've done a great job with this team so far. But man, oh man, they already knew what they had to do. They had the foresight. I'm going to get into it a little bit later on. But once again, bask in the glory as RRQ Akira have taken a game off of the Valley.
Man, I don't know if it was the marching band buff or the drum buff here, but that was quite the game from RRQ Akira here. And yeah, there might have been a saving grace there for the Valley if the game could have been drug on, but still, even with the tools they had, like you mentioned, Eterna, they had a hard time getting to the back lane. And I don't know if they could have solved that if the game went on.
I mean, other than that, what I really noticed was the way that RRQ Akira played that entire game, right? They realized, okay, maybe in the early game we can't be too aggressive, so they went in for the objectives. They took the bottom and the top tower, and from there they had way more map control for them to play around with.
Well, here's the thing. I'm very curious to know whether Takashi had the instinct to actually make that movement down into the mid lane to get that first blood, or whether or not this was pre-planned.
Right.
Because their entire plan, they understood that their backline was going to get threatened by one person, and that was going to be Fried Chicken. So they made sure he was at a level deficit and then continued to press their advantage afterwards. All of it, very genius movements coming in from RRQ Akira.
That's why I'm saying, you know, Saigon with those Mystic Fields from start to finish was on point. The Dawning Light was great, but I mean, really the big factor here was just the Mystic Field after Mystic Field. And yeah, Takashi able to get that first blood. That's what I'm wondering too. Was it Was it all planned? Was it all part of the plan because what they saw Fly Chicken do before, and they knew that was a key component for the Valley here? Either way, still a brilliant game from RRQ Akira.
I mean, we're talking so much about Tekashi, we're talking so much about Sagan, but nobody's talking about Luis. I mean, that play at the last minute, I think he's had those moments over and over again.
Yeah.
The brilliant Numenor Blast taking 2 to 3 members. That's all it took for everyone else to kind of rally, and you can feel the synergy coming in from RRQ Akira as well to follow up.
For sure, and I think it's all about like understanding where your weak points are in the composition itself. So yes, it is very ultimate-centric, but at the very least, if things are going bad, then Numenor Blast can be used defensively or aggressively. Majority of these Numenor Blasts, very aggressive, big plays being made when Flicker is up.
That's what I'm saying. High risk, high reward, right? When you play with that Flicker on that Lolita pick. And there was, I mean, I think he maybe only missed 1 or 2, but he made up for it for the perfect timing ones that he did land. 2-3 members of the Valley, that already made up for the misses, right? So great play also from Luis.
I'm actually curious, did anyone from the side of the Valley bring Purifying?
Shark.
Oh, Shark,
Shark,
yes.
only Shark.
I think Shark at that point of time, and I think it's important that he does have it because he's supposed to be an extending arm to the Valley, which got cut off very, very fast. Let's have a look at the item build, and I think we can dive in a bit deeper into the numbers because right now RRQ coming up in their debut game under the RRQ banner, 18-6.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, that's huge, right? That's super one-sided here. You can see the gold difference as well. 10K up until that end, 14 minutes of a game. And what else stands out to you here, Gideon, in terms of those items?
Well, the things that are standing out to me, let me just have a quick skim through between each and every one of them. All right, so when I'm looking at Sagan, very standard build overall, but when you're talking about the way that they're progressively, not really extending the game, but taking control over the game, they understood that they put a big, well, not the biggest deficits against Fried Chicken. He wasn't able to get to max level, but that's just good enough to allow the rest of RRQ Akira to start punishing the big members. Shark, for an example, in the draft alone, he lost his comfort pick in the Lolita and putting him on something, I don't know, not as tanky and forced to be an extension rather than be stronger.
Ooh, do you see the goal difference between Mobazane and Luis right now? Not a good look, but we are going to take a look at the post-game stats here as well between RRQ Akira as well as the Valley.
Yeah, I mean, they have broken the system. They just
Wow.
they have
That's
done
not-
so well.
What's going on?
Exactly.
Let's turn his brain.
Yeah, I was loading. I was like, wait, I don't think anyone played Mia. Why are there 5 Mias on both sides?
Just
The
crushing
system's
it.
trolling me now.
Look, that's what happens when Joy is just popping off at times. Here we go. With the correct stats here, you can see how wild it is. Just look at the Turtle Lord and Tart. It's pushed all the way. Even the icon is barely visible. This was, again, very slow, very painful, very much like Blacklist International. And that's what's frustrating because I was hoping for an absolute bloodbath here.
This is crazy because, like, yeah, the Valley had no space to work with, and I feel like it just started very early on, right? And I'm wondering, too, does this answer the question about Joy? Did it work really well in the jungle, or is it a specific game to this one?
I feel like she was an add-on, you know? She was more like a condiment to a great sandwich already. You're looking to try and jump into the backline, but doing it by yourself can be difficult, especially since the ultimate does, you know, pulsate, and it takes a good amount of time. But when you have Tekashi, who already has a whopping lead joining with you and setting up for you, it makes all the difference.
And now thinking about who got the MVP for that game, it's giving me a little bit of a headache, right? Because I felt like everyone really did exactly what they were meant to do, especially when it came down to those team fights. So we're going to have a little countdown here. Who won the MVP for that match? It is going to be none other than Tekashi, the EXP lane on that Benedetta with a 709 KDA. But look at his KP. For an EXP lane, that is super high.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Every time I see Benedetta, such a high skill cap hero with an 88.9% overall kill participation. No deaths, played it as perfectly as he can, but extremely efficient with the hero, especially when you have something like Petrify. As soon as it's off a cooldown, let's look for a play.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying, right? Like, it's such fitting for the name, too, because Benedetta is such a flashy hero, right? And you have the name Takashi, so just a great game again. And it started really just early. The whole game was going off with the Electro Final Blows. The Petrifies were on point, too. Compared with, I mean, in comparison to with Luis and how they were able to play around those two just initiations worked really well here as we take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, and once the snowball started going on, RRQ Akira really understood how the Valley needed to work together. They needed to kind of stick, they needed a group to make sure they could maximize the call altar as much as they could. But that kind of works counteractively when you have Petrify and Takashi jumping in with the Electro Final Blow. It's such a huge area you can cover and lock down the Valley long enough for the Numenon Blast to connect.
And other than that, one thing that I noticed about Takashi was the fact that not only is he dishing out the damage, but he's also able to bait out so many resources from the Valley before they even go into a team fight.
Oh, I mean, they need to have those conditions, right?
Yeah.
This honestly, if you just took out the IGNs, you wouldn't be assuming this is Blacklist International, would you not, Naisu?
I mean, I'll agree. Yes, I will just say yes. I agree. You know, maybe again the only variable here is maybe the Joy pick in the jungle,
for sure,
right?
yes.
I think obviously, you know, Wise could play it, but
Of course, what
I
can't
think
Wise play?
Yeah, he'd probably go with something else, but still very reminiscent of Blacklist.
There
Yes.
you have it.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like the meta is shaping up to be more team-oriented. And I mean, the slow snowballs, the different types we've seen so far, EXP lane, I thought it was generally quite boring with the addition of Glue being really strong. But now when broken. But the fact that they axed it out and they made it into a brawl of Lapu Lapu versus a Benedetta, I'm still surprised. Yeah, I'm still surprised because Benedetta has been known to not be as good as she used to be. Takashi making all the difference.
So what do you guys think? I mean, I've seen a lot of teams that bring out the pick-off strategy, but it hasn't worked. Like for Indonesia, okay, RRQ won it, but when Onyx used it and they took in the Kadita to get that early game pressure, it didn't seem like it was working. So are team fights more important now coming into this meta?
I think it really comes down to which objectives you're looking to control, and more importantly, so who is going to be your carry, right? I mean, when you literally have carry on your side, you are dedicated to protecting her, and her short range does limit you in a lot of senses. So I think, you know, RRQ Akira, they came in prepared, they came in really, really strong, and more importantly, not a single moment wasted.
Not a single moment wasted there, but we don't want to waste a single moment either, because this next match is the game to watch. Everybody wants to see it. Everybody wants to know what's up, because it's Echo from the Philippines going against RRQ Hoshi from Indonesia, both of the runner-ups from their respective regions and both the tournament favorites as well.
I just realized I'm wearing a blue suit. I'm not biased, right? But I'm just going to throw that out there. It's a match I feel like a lot of people, we're waiting to watch here, myself included. Echo's performance throughout the MPL Philippines was massive improvement, as well as the grand final that we saw them play against Blacklist. So can't wait to see them fight off RRQ.
Me too. And honestly, one of the other things that I want to point out is that the coach for RRQ Hoshi was the previous coach of Echo. So I want to see how that pans out as we're going into the break. Before that, me, Eterna, Naisu, as well as Gideon going to be signing out for just a bit. So guys, stay relaxed, stay chill, because we'll see you after the break.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Visit new places. Look for new uniqueness. Take a new experience. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
I can't wait to get to the game.
All eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, told me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause cross the streets is what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't ever stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gon' let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished, but they wrong. I ain't never done. No. So turn it up the way up.
Hands up, all of you get your hands up. All of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
If you cannot focus.
You'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back as we are back to bring you more Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship action. I am Eterna, and joining me here, well, you can't see us just yet because it hasn't really shown us on... Okay, there you go. Hi! My name is Eterna. Joined to me today is going to be Naisu as well as Gideon.
After what we saw just now, I thought today could not get any better. What I didn't realize is that I forgot to check the schedule to realize an even bigger game is right at our doorsteps, Naisu.
I did not forget. As I said, I'm excited for the matchup, but also my suit has nothing to do with who I'm rooting for,
No
okay?
bias.
No bias here. But of course, jokes aside, I can't wait to watch Echo play. Their improvement, like I said before we went on the break, has been massive. And I can't wait to see what basically 1 month or even longer improvement time has done for them. But I mean, RRQ as well. Obviously, they've got the band buff here, the fan buff, and the home turf buff.
The home term buff, I like it. But before we get into the next match, let's thank our official sponsors. M4 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by TikTok, the official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair and esports charts. Our analytical partner, Gank, our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, and last but not least, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Once again, without your continuous support, the M4 World Championship will not be possible. Now, coming back into our next match, we're finally going to see Echo going up on stage, and there are just so many things on the table that we really need to discuss, because these two teams, a lot of you have actually predicted for them to be at least top 3.
Yeah, I mean, again, I feel like a lot of people around the world, right, obviously have their favorites, and usually you're looking at those regions that have the MPLs, the champions, and everything else. But I feel like, if anything, from day 1 to today, day 2 so far, you've learned a lot about these teams that you may not know so much about, right? Even Occupy Thrones, the way they performed earlier, a lot of people were like, wow, now they stand out, right? So that's why I'm saying I can't wait to see what's more in store for the rest of the group stage.
He's like Gani.
Yeah, he kind of
can't
is,
wait,
right?
Everybody just can't wait. Everybody's
wait.
getting the Gani syndrome here. But we also can't wait to take a look at today's schedule. From Group C and D, we just watched RRQ Akira go against the Valley. And next up ahead, it's going to be Echo going against RRQ. But that's the interesting thing about the format of M4, right? Nobody's going to be eliminated just yet, but this is going to set the stage of who goes to the upper bracket and who goes to the lower bracket.
Conspiracy theory. Left side seems to be doing a lot better than right side
You're right.
now. Blue
Since
side,
yesterday.
well, I mean, yesterday there were one or two
just
moments. Yeah, it was just one. It was just one. That doesn't really count. We can omit that. That was an outlier here. But yes, Echo versus RRQ. I'm very glad to be on this side of the table because I don't have to put any stakes on this just yet.
Yeah, I'm shaking. I'm sweating. Echo looking strong. And as we're going to take a look now into the group standings, where RSG and RRQ, they are leading here with 1. But no, actually, it's Occupy Thrones who's leading.
I mean, they played more games so far, but I think they've had the most improvement that we've seen, right? After those 2 games, one looking like, okay, a bit slow, the second one actually looking so very close to a victory. They still are in it to win it, and hopefully it should be enough. They still have a good chance to maybe even look to tie up and try to get into the upper brackets from there, but it's solely dependent on this match.
That's what I'm saying. Like, again, you saw Occupy Thrones, right? And you still have to look back at that game, even against RRQ, like how well they did, so you can't count them out just yet, right? So, but other than that, we are going to have to give a mention to the M4 pass card once again. To all our viewers out there, it's available now, and all you have to do is complete all active tasks, and you'll be able to reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now, exclusive rewards like Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and of course the M4 Beatrix figurine. They're all waiting for you guys, and don't forget the hashtags. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great.
I can promise you that that skin is waiting for me in particular because I'm already level 70.
Wow.
So close.
Wow.
No, seriously.
In Filipino, we'd say Sana All.
Sana All, man.
Sana all.
Casual
Hope all.
flex. I hate the fact overall that even though their turn is already so very close, Naisu looked at me knowing that it's just like, hey, how's your guest coins doing? Because the M4 guest is already live. It's ridiculous. So join the guest from December 26th to January 15 and get up to a 10,000 pass EXP, which will be enough to upgrade the pass by 10 levels, so don't miss out.
Wow.
Same hashtags here.
Same hashtags, don't forget, okay? Dare to be great. But what else is great? It's going to be Echo here with the main 5 lineup. We have Sanji, Sanford, Benny QT, Carl Teasy, as well as JP.
Wow, okay. JP's going to be playing here. This is what we call the San duo, right? Sanji, Sanford. So let's see how it all works out for them.
We're all passengers of the hashtag Echo Express. Introducing the runner-ups of the Philippines, Echo on the stage.
Look at them. Look at them.
Look at the jackets.
Yeah, they've got the jackets. They even have stage presence. Look at that. They were ready. They prepped this all day to show it off. And I don't know, it's stressful for me to see both of the 2 top teams in the regions looking to battle it out here today.
And on that note, we have RRQ Hoshi's main 5, but without Clay once again. It's actually going to be Lemon stepping in with R7, Skylar, Albert, and Vin.
Like I said, man, after quite the nail-biter game that they had with Occupy Thrones earlier, I'm looking to see how they approach this game, right? Because we had interesting picks for them, so I want to see how they handle this game.
So let's introduce the Kings of Kings looking for their next crown. It's RRQ Hoshi all the way, well, still here in Indonesia.
They still had to travel, right? That's okay.
They still had a bit of travel
10-minute traffic from the hotel. But yeah, I mean, RRQ Hoshi, a lot of eyes are actually on them today. They nearly lost that game previously, and I can feel the crowd really shaking as we're also going to take a look at the talents prediction.
Okay, all right. I'm seeing the even. This is the even split here. Couple people leaning towards Echo, couple people leaning to RRQ. My personal prediction, however, I really hope it doesn't show up on this next page.
It's the next slide.
So I can make my little bit actually work on. So I'm gonna drag this out a little bit longer than I should. Please don't be me. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, thank goodness, because I am voting for the team that's gonna win.
That's the safest answer you can go with on the desk.
Look, I would like to have my Instagram with me by the end of today, all right?
And on that note, you know, I was thinking that Gideon should actually be the one sitting between me and Naisu. Because 100% I'm hashtag Indo Pride, right?
Whoa.
He's
no
unbiased.
Who's biased?
He's, well, me, technically, if it
you're
was
biased
Malaysia.
too? Oh, yeah, but are you biased?
No.
Oh, man, I was so excited to do a fist fight against Naisu.
I'm... Are you sure? I just had to retract there. Are you sure? Because earlier I did have someone challenge me to an arm wrestling match. I'll leave that up in there. Who would challenge me there?
I love it. But well, let's jump back into the keys to victory here. And especially when I'm looking at Echo, they're looking to disrupt win Finn for sure. Again, a pivotal part, but they need to prioritize initiators, something that, you know, Echo is especially good at. When we're talking about throwing things at the wall and making it stick, Echo knows how to do it well.
Interestingly enough, too, because, like I said, JP's here playing, right? It's not going to be Yaoi for this matchup. So, how will that change what we're used to seeing from Echo? It might change a little bit. It might not. Again, this is something that they've had time to practice for ahead of them. We're going to be taking a look, though, at the keys to victory this time for RRQ. Vin can either initiate or counter-initiate, depending on Yaoi's position. Again, Yaoi, JP, whoever, still pretty much standard, right?
This could be a really big point here. The fact that JP is stepping in is something that RRQ might not have prepared for, or they might have to readjust their strategy accordingly, because focusing on the team fight is going to be key here. And despite their disrespectful draft against OT, and yes, they did win that, I think they're going to play more standard now.
Where's Yaoi?
Hey,
we
man.
want to see Yaoi. Yaoi, where are you at, bro?
He's back at the hotel just cheering his team on. Yeah, let's go, brothers.
Man, I was so excited to actually see him today.
Well, I'm sure at some point we'll get to see Yaoi here. Like I said, this Echo squad still very deadly. And taking a look at the audience prediction here, though. All right, you can see
Let's talk about bias. Let's talk about that was crazy, okay? So much for RRQ Hoshi and so much for Philippines from their respective regions. But on the other side here, in the second slide, we're seeing a lot of voting for RRQ Hoshi.
I'm curious, who's the 3%? Who's the 3% in the Philippines? Where do they go? Were the Indonesians in the Philippines to make that vote? To make that skew the turns a little bit? I'm not sure. But I think we have to remember, Call of Duty, previous world champion here, up against RRQ. He knows how they play. They're basically the same lineup.
MVP M2 finals as well, right? He was the MVP. He actually got the Lancelot skin as well.
He's got a skin.
He's got a
That's
skin.
how great he is. But if we're saying that he knows what's up, we can also say that RRQ has that information as well because of something that we mentioned before. Arcadia used to be the coach of Echo, which he just left recently back in July. So we're going to see how that pans out here in the drafting phase as we are going to go in it. RRQ Hoshi on the blue side and Echo Philippines on the red.
That's an interesting man. The fact that they're banning out Diggy does kind of give some signals. They want to play CC, they want to play team fight oriented comps. It does have a good opportunity that Farmus might be thrown into the mix. They might even drop, well, this is what I'm hoping for, that personally Echo wants to take it a step further and start bringing out a Minotaur, because why not?
You think Minotaur? I was going to say, I'm thinking Atlas.
That too,
Who, I can't recall from yesterday all the matches, but I don't think, have we seen an Atlas yet?
No, not yet.
We haven't, right? And usually the bane of that is that Diggy pick. So it's banned out, and the next ban here from RRQ is going to be that Joy, so they don't want to have to deal with that big question mark, right? There's going to be one ban here left for Echo, but my question is, what does RRQ want to prioritize?
I was thinking the Valentina was going to be taken out, but Echo, they don't want any counter. I mean,
they hate glue too.
Glue is a little disgusting at this point, right?
I would agree.
Really good CC, and he also has really good cooldowns, and he can basically not have to recall because of that skill 1. But now RRQ Hoshi, are they going to be prioritizing this Valentina? And if so, that is going to be a super great hero for Lemon in particular.
It honestly is really difficult because this first pick is so very important. Most people, in previous metas, we've seen a lot of flex picks coming out first, but this Valentina is going to force, at the very least, Echo to adjust their comp to make sure they don't give too many valuable ults. But no, instead...
Just as you were saying.
They're like, nah, we'll fight you. We'll fight. Take my ult. Me.
We got it. I was going to... And to build up on that, I was going to say, Valentina's a great priority pick because then the other team's going to be like, okay, we got to be careful. But like you said, no, not here, right? So rear world manipulation on both sides, possibility there too. I like the carry pickup. I still feel like one of the biggest disadvantages of the carry pickup is obviously the range, like we talked about in the previous game, So if you get shut down to the point where you can't even get into the fight, and which, again, could be another opposing real-world manipulation that makes it even harder than that already is.
Very possible,
That's troubling, right?
Of course, and I think, at this stage, now that you see Eve, do you want to pick up Suppressed? Yes, they do! Both Claude and as well as the Kaja, really smart options here coming up from RRQ. Kaja, at the very least, can lock down can lock down anybody, but more importantly, can stop the box, the real-world manipulation coming out of Eve. And obviously, you gotta have a Claude. I mean, Skylar, he's gonna be cracked at it.
That's the question that I was thinking, because it's either the Kaja or the Franco. And we all know Vince Franco, especially in MSC. It was always banned from him in each and every single match. But the Kaja is going to be the choice this time around. It is a lot stronger. But now we're going to see here, coming in from Echo, the next pick, Fredrin. So they want to secure a really good flex pick as well. Not really sure just yet where this Fredrin is going to go.
Yeah, so far, based on what we've seen in the pattern of day 1 and day 2, most Fredrins do go into the jungle just so that you can have your presence and at the very least be the shield for the rest of your team. But I think Echo, the fact that they're banning out the Lapu Lapu, they want to protect their backline as much as they can to ensure that nobody really gets in too deep on this carry.
Yeah, because, you've already got obstacles in front of you. But that also makes me wonder, is the Fredrin jungle, right? Or is it going to be thrown in the XP lane? Now, with that Lapu Lapu ban, maybe they want to come in with a different matchup, right, for Fredrin if they park him there. Because like you said, if he is in the jungle, sometimes you really have to play around that, right? Now, Fredrin takes a lot of damage, but it's also sometimes you have to put yourself in a not so favorable position to get those knockups, the taunts off. And how often really do you see that Prazer's Wrath pick up a kill? When it does happen, it's awesome, right?
Yeah.
But it's still something that's difficult to pull off in the right moment.
That's actually a really good point here, because when we look at RRQ, the fact is that their composition generally wants to limit what Echo plays around, right? Oh, you're looking for an engagement? We're gonna shut it down. Pick one of you off and then look for the all-in at the end of the day. The Lolita gets banned out, and finally, the Hayabusa coming in from Echo.
Yeah, they're starting to limit any options for Albert here. What is he going to be picking up? But the crazy thing about Albert now is previously he was really known for those assassin types, but he's also evolved in case he wants to onto those tank or even fighters in the jungler. So with this much CC from the Eve, do you think he could pick up someone like the Martis?
Honestly, I think it would be really, really disrespectful if he locks in Lancelot and plays Call TZ skin and wins this game.
Oh, I'd like that.
Think about that for
I'd
a
like
moment.
that.
That would be ridiculous if he pulls that off. A bit upsetting, of course, but the Yuzong going to be locked in.
So I think that gives us our answer where the Fredrin's going, right?
Fredrin jungle.
And I was going to say this similar concept here was that Carl TZ, known for the assassins, right? But at some point in the meta, like a lot of these junglers, they had to force themselves to learn these objective-based utility junglers, right? So again, I feel like jungle is still a very important role for all of these teams here in M4, but at the same time, what we're seeing is XP, roam, the mid lane especially, where then gold lane, the marksmen, or it's not always marksmen, but the gold lane, they shine much later on. The thing is, the trend so far is we don't see these super long games, right? I mean, there's been a couple 20-minute games, but again, how does it all play out? And look at that, RRQ is going to lock in an Akai as well as the Benedetta.
I feel like this is like an RRQ classic, is it not, Eterna? Come on. I mean, they got the Benedetta, I mean, the Akai, of course. I mean, honestly, I would have loved to see a Lancelot. That would have been great, but Akai does the job so well at pushing back the aggression of Echo.
I mean, it's Benedetta's on R7, R7 on Benedetta, so that is a signature pick for him, in particular here in the Indonesian region. And now, what is Echo gonna, sum this up with? Because I really like that Yuzong pick initially, taking it away from RRQ to choose because they had a really strong backline in that heave. And as a result, they are gonna be picking up a CC hero here in Kufra.
That's really interesting. I was thinking maybe some way to combo with the Eve, some way to kind of disengage.
I was thinking Atlas.
I was thinking Atlas as well, maybe even a Lolita, but Kufra, I think, is an interesting blend of both, right? It's still spatial denial, but the playmaking capabilities could be the difference in this game.
There you go. The two final lineups coming in from RRQ Hoshi as well as Echo Esports. Who is going to come out on top, as they have brought very distinct, different type of playstyle in the way that they drafted and their composition-wise.
Yeah, and honestly, if they want to be playing for the later stages of the game, that's absolutely something that Echo can do. However, as we saw in our previous matchup of RRQ Akira up against the Valley, that Claude can make all the difference, including that Benedetta with a Petrify. So let's jump right into it. The Land of Dawn awaits us here, as one of these teams are going to be walking away feeling real good about themselves. Is it going to be from the Philippines or Indonesia? Take your votes and your guess coins out now.
Let's go. Coming into this first game here between two of the giants of their particular regions, we see that Benny Cutie is actually going to start off with helping out Carl TZ in that buff, and therefore he is going to be able to rotate quite faster than Albert.
Whoa. What's going on the top side here? We see the Kufra actually looking for it, and he hits it.
Yeah, he's going to find Skylar here, but BMI's out. Should be fine. Vin now there to help him too. So, and this is the thing, right? Where do you park these roamers, JP and Vin, to get the most value out of it, right? Because at the same time, XP lane, that Benedetta-Yuzhong matchup, that's going to be more so interesting how they develop into these objectives, right? Especially the first turtle, and where that first kill can be, and it could be up here, and that's the focus, but it's Lemon, though. Sanji forcing the flicker out. He flickers in. Sanji with the first blood.
I mean, you could see even from the beginning of the game that Sanji was really pressuring Lemon there in the mid side. Lemon is known to play really aggressively, and this time around, it actually put his team in a disadvantage.
Yeah, this is great for Sanji as well. I mean, he's already got the mystery shop, so he's going to be accelerating even faster. Luckily, at the very least, Lemon only loses a bit, but now the catch comes through.
Oh, that's going to be tough, but they do get the flicker out from Vin, so that's a nice pickup, right? Because he doesn't have the Divine Judgment just yet, but still, with that being down, this should make it a little bit easier to grab, or at least contest that first turtle.
Right now, Albert already going into that bottom side, looking for the pressure because the turtle is going to spawn in under 5 seconds. And that's exactly what they want to be. They want to set up first. And even in the top lane, it seems like Skylar might be having a little bit of a hard time with the early game damage that Carry has.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about like the timings, right? Level 2 is when Carry starts to get really, really good, but now they've already locked down Albert. Let's see how it goes.
Okay, they're going to force this one. Turtle still going to be focused. One retribution comes out, but it's focused by Carl TZ, able to secure it. And now they're still going to be focusing on the target as Albert falls here. So it's a turtle and a kill for Echo.
100% worth it for Echo there. I think RRQ Hoshi, they went a little bit too aggressive. They did set up first, but unfortunately, at least they couldn't have gotten a trade because Albert missed his retribution.
Yeah, but it's one of the... Hey, it happens. It happens. But for now, Echo is going to be in the lead, and they're going to take their time with this. This is going to be a very slow roll considering the composition overall.
1,000 gold though.
Relax.
Guys,
Relax. The table didn't do anything to you, Eterna. Don't abuse the table. The table didn't do it.
I'm sorry. I'm getting very passionate about this game. But yes, Echo is leading with 1,000. You can already see that Benny QT has secured that corrosive scythe. So all these items are starting to come into play, and that might be bad for Skylar here in the top lane.
Honestly, it's quite interesting that JP is hovering around the top side so much.
I mean... that's the best case scenario for them. You really want to just park there. If you can find a pickoff, this is something that we were talking about previously in the backstages. Where does Kufra fit in now? It's high risk, high reward, and that's going to be the right target as they find Vin, forcing the flicker out. No one's going to go down just yet, though. Carl TZ now looking to back everybody out. There's probably not going to be anything committed just yet, but still, JP going to charge up. Do they go in on this top side? But for now, disengage.
Yeah, they have to. 25 more seconds until the turtle comes back up. I mean, the proxy of the waves started by R7. They don't want that to go to waste, but he's not going to get caught here, right? No, definitely. He's R7. He's got a brand to keep.
Hopefully. Hopefully. Still sweating here. 1,400 gold lead. 8 seconds left on the clock. But you can see Fredrin already. Seems like Echo, Fredrin, they all have that better space on, and they have the better setup for now. Either RRQ Hoshi, they're not going to contest this. They're going to look for something else. Or they have to find the proper setup here.
Yeah, they're going to have to rely on Vin, but the Black Dragon form does come out to Sanford. Albert looking to try to get the turtle. He does! What a retribution as he's able to secure it. And now Sanford caught in the back line. Carl TZ, though, to help him out. It's R7 on the hunt here. Gets the Petrify off. Can he get the kill? He's bobbing, he's weaving. He's slashing. Still, though, it's Carl TZ that falls. And that's going to be a... Actually, R7 survives it.
Oh, wait, no, no. Okay, he does.
He does.
He gets away with 1 HP.
Oh my goodness. I was about to throw up there. Literally about to throw up, and I could definitely see it in Eterna's face. If that Appraisal's Wrath went through...
Yeah, it was close, man.
Very different story. However, I will say that RRQ, their win conditions in a 4v4 comes down to whether or not Vin is able to find that pick. Oh, no.
JP. Again, Skylar, will he be? He actually doesn't even need to use the BMI, but now Sanji up here too. Vin gonna have to back off, does not have the Divine Judgment. Lemon, though, gonna take the real world manipulation back and now forces them to disengage. It's a cat and mouse game here in the top side.
Does not end. It really does not end. Both sides not trying to not give each other that space, and I think RRQ need to unlock Skylar from this gold lane. These are strong 5v5, but 4v4, it's really, really awkward when you don't have that damage and you're depending on R7 and Lemon, who are, especially with the heroes that they're using, aren't known to 100-0 people this early on in the game.
You gotta say though, like Skylar, as much as focus has been put on him from Echo, he's doing a great job. He hasn't died, right? And he does have that Purify able to help him out here, but still, so far, with as much attention as being put up there, this is best case scenario for Skylar. He's still able to farm up, do at least decently well in that lane, and then hopefully transitions later on. Again, Vin really hasn't had the opportunity either to find the Divine Judgment he's looking for. So this could be it. Conceal Play gonna come out, Flicker comes in. They find Carl TZ, that's gonna be a kill under the turret. Looking for another, but JP gonna charge up and not commit. The turtle has spawned though. So now does RRQ look to take the turtle here with Carl TZ down?
Doesn't seem like they want to. They have a man advantage though, so it should favor them in particular. But look at Benny Cutie. He is so focused on those objectives. He's gonna get a tower to the top side. But oh my god, Albert!
They're gonna find Albert here. Quite a few combinations coming out. Albert gonna fall, but look at the damage from the Electo final blow. R7 gets Sanford. It's Skylar that grabs the kill. Benny Cutie on the backside. He's in misplaced. Benny Cutie though with a play before he goes down. He's one hit away.
Wait.
Benny Cutie survives.
Oh, 2 for 2 for now, but that was beautifully done by Echo. Okay, they did have a lot of casualties, but they are going to be able to force and push RRQ off this next turtle and even perhaps take it for themselves.
The pressure is on. Did Benny QT just first item Wind of Nature to survive that with 1 HP? We're gonna have to check the items in a little bit. There's just so much action happening across the map. It's hard to keep up with it this time.
I mean, there you go. Items.
Oh my goodness. Wait, having a
He
look.
has it.
Yeah, he has it.
But he had
Second
the
item
corrosive
already
side,
gone, but
yeah.
he had the corrosive side, which is actually really important here because if he did not have that corrosive side, Skylar would have easily just walked away from the fight.
Man, that is such a clutch moment to have that too, and just the way that all played out. Again, Benny Cutie able to grab that early kill does set him up here, but Skylar still, right? He's managed to grab 2 himself, so those marksmen, those gold lanes are really going to pop off as we get into the further part of the mid to late game here.
Oh, I will say that Skylar has a bit of an advantage with the golden staff, but until we see the man, the myth, the legend, Benny QT get one for himself, that's when he's really going to show his stuff here. Oh,
Vin
no.
is just waiting to see if they can. Both real-world middle agents come down, but look at the damage from Sanji. Able to grab a kill, Lemon falls. Carl Teasy on the backside, though, now on the hunt for Skylar. Pokes him a little bit, but not able to commit. The taunt's there. Vince could be in trouble here. JP, he's actually gonna survive, so doesn't have that follow-up they needed there.
No. 2 of the members from RRQ Hoshi, they weren't focused on that. They were trying to get objectives in the top and the mid lane, but now RRQ Albert, he could be in trouble as Echo once again getting another tower in that bottom side.
Again, the slow roll, this is what I was talking about. As soon as Echo was able to actually get that lead, they're going to slowly start bleeding RRQ out until they have no more resources left. And it's going to be highly dependent on Skylar to try and get to that game. But the later stages, yeah, look at this. R7, again, I'm not even worried. Look at the Classic just going at it. An absolute OG, naturally with his own mechanics, gets out of the situation. But yes, Echo is playing for late, and that's where we have to keep our eyes out for.
But even then, Sanji's already popping off with that damage. I mean, he doesn't even have any damage items per se, right? He has the frozen, the Ice Queen Wand, and he also has the Enchanted Talisman, so more cooldown, more to utility. But even then, the damage already felt, and even Lemon was taken out before that. So very well played by Echo in terms of that team fight, as now both teams are going to start centering and focusing on the next objective, and that is going to be the First Lord.
Well, I don't want to be that guy that said, you know, Lemon's taking all that damage and died, but that was kind of on him for the most part.
Well, I mean, either way, both teams here in a good position for this First Lord. I think it's just going to be juggled around a little bit as both teams do the Lord dance, as we've seen many times before. But still, there's the golden staff pickup for Benny Cutie here. So if he can get in that range that he needs to be, this could be a very bad position for RRQ to fight in.
I agree. But on the flip side here, we can see R7 already clearing that top side, putting a little bit of pressure, as here JP misses his ult.
JP's going to miss that, but Albert poked a little bit here. Black Dragon form going to come. Who does secure the Lord? It's going to be Carl Teasy with the Retribution. But on the backside they go. Electo final blow. It's R7 that falls. Benny Cutie, though, and Sanji. 2 down for RRQ. Carl Teasy still on the chase to push him out. And now the eyes are set on the tier 1.
It looks tough here. I mean, the fact is, Echo is playing as a 5-man unit. RRQ just one man, just a little bit late to the party, and even Skylar just struggling to find the opening to get into that middle, get into the middle of the fight. So they're just cutting their losses for now.
Oh my god, the pressure coming in from Echo. Now they're focusing on the mid side. They're trying to clear the waves as fast as they can because they have a Lord to cover here on the bottom side. Carl Teasy going to take away that red buff as well. This is looking quite chaotic for RRQ.
Oh, Albert going to get caught here in a bad position. He's going to heavy spin, try to get out of there, pushing Carl Teasy into the turret. Able to grab a kill himself. Albert with a pickup. They lose that turret, though. Does Echo press the situation here? JP going to jump in, finding Albert. Rear world manipulation going to come down from Lemon. forcing Echo back a little bit here. Black Dragon form committed. It's Albert one hit away as he goes down from Benny Cutie. Lemon falls too. JP into the deep of the base, but R7 with a massive play. Electo final blow committed as 3 fall for Echo.
Oh my god.
Oh.
What was that sound, Gideon?
What a I mean, there's just so many moments.
Gideon sound.
It's still sorry. It's just the ad libs at this point. But like Benny QT, when you see somebody get to that level of attack speed, you don't get to see people survive it that often.
No.
I mean, just look at this. Albert, he dies. You're expecting that. Lemon dashes one time forward, takes 12 auto attacks and dies instantly.
And look at this, Vin also taking so much damage, but this is the masterpiece. R7 able to deal out so much damage there in the bot side, and even buy enough time for RRQ Hoshi to kind of recalibrate themselves into this next part. But we're going to take a little look into the items first.
Looking at R7 right now, he's currently 3 items. I think he's building into a Malefic Roar for his 4th. Looking at Skylar, he's in a good position with 3 items in and of itself. But if we're looking at supports, that's the big difference here. Because with the supports, they're building as tanky as possible, but Immortality makes all the difference for a Kufra.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, the question about Kufra, you know, where does he fit so far? Because he's kind of, in a way, that hero has fallen off a little bit. But so far, JP's doing an amazing job at really finding the setups that he needs to, utilizing the Kufra here. Especially, I mean, with Sanji setting up those perfect real-world manipulations so far, Lemon's doing it too. But the thing is, I haven't seen Vin just yet exactly find the mark he does. He has the 7 assists. He's finding targets, but if he can cancel out Sanji, that's going to be a huge play for RRQ.
Okay, that's a good disengage. Nobody is going to, bite the bullet for now. And I think RRQ also understands, like, yeah, we're slightly behind, but it's not the end of the world. Sure, you want to have Lord? Fine, we can defend against it. Their high ground should be enough for this.
They don't have the real one manipulation, but a Flicker 4. A Flicker comes out, the Blazing Duet from Skylar. But Vin could be in a bad position. R7, though, keep an eye on him. Looking for an angle here. Electo final blow with the Petrify going to come out. He gets canceled a little bit here. Sanford still up. R7 gonna fall to Sanji, and he's still going as Lemon gonna be the next target, able to survive, but they might chase him down. He's slowed with the flicker in from Sanji to clean up.
My god, 3-for-0 trade. Echo gets the Lord. This couldn't be a worst game for RRQ Hoshi at this point. You saw that R7 was trying to do his best. The way that he does it, right? That's so signature R7. Which, whatever hero he chooses, whether it be the Benedetta, the Cho, he tries to looking for that flank, but unfortunately the follow-up damage from the other members are not there. And here we go, the siege from Echo.
Gonna be a full force siege here from Echo here. One more turret to go up on the top side. They've got to handle this Lord. Echo setting their sights on the bottom side. Carl Teasy already handling that wave. Can RRQ defend here and keep in this game? Echo now full force bottom side. Sanford comes in with the Black Dragon form. RRQ looking for any angle, but Echo calls the back signal.
Value. Just cash money all the way through. They've gotten a 7.7k lead for themselves. They don't need to go any further. No Lord empowered minions, no Lord in and no Lord as well. So they just back off. They don't need to do any more than this. They know that they're getting really close to the end game. Oh my god.
Well, they're going to focus on R7. I don't think he was expecting that death bush either.
Oh, that's so cheesy. It always works. It works every single time. Everybody forgets about the bottom and top rush, and this time R7 has to pay the price. Right now, when we're talking about this Kufra, there is, I mean, in previous metas, we have seen Kufra play into the Kaja because it doesn't allow Kaja to get away after the Divine Judgment.
Oh man, Echo looking to end the game here as both real-world manipulations come down across from each other. Lemon and Sanji, still no commitment yet on that crystal from Echo.
Anybody else getting bombing run vibes just to be like, just to show dominance? It's like, yeah, I can mess with you too.
I can tap faster.
Man, 8,000 gold lead for Echo up until this point, and the damage dealt is mostly coming in from Sanji. So that's why I love the Give in this current meta. I love it because you don't have to build too much damage. You can build for utility. You can build something like the Brute Force Breastplate, but still have as much damage as all the other members.
Well, I mean, it depends on the person. I'm more of a Farsa kind of guy.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I like both, but Gord number one. But going back to it, did you see the discrepancy on the damage dealt? Right, typically when you see that Valentina picked up against a Eve, you kind of expect them to be in the same ballpark, but it was a huge difference, and that's just the fact that Lemon hasn't been able to get in range to even take that ultimate or use it the way he wants to.
And that is also a big part because of the fact that they have Sanford, right?
Yeah.
That was a problem. They picked up Sanford, so even if the Valentina wanted to take the real-world manipulation, it could be a little bit more difficult because of the damage input that he's taking from Sanford himself. And on that note as well, that's the thing about Lemon, dude. That's what caught me a little bit surprised because Lemon's great when he gets it. He's like a double-edged sword for RRQ. When he plays great, he plays great. But if not, look at his KDA.
Look.
0.55.
Everybody has their day, right? Knowing Lemon and seeing his career over many, many seasons and many, many M series. Oh god, R7's dead.
Man, R7 gonna just be deleted once again. Death Bush, but this time in the mid lane, Sanford forcing everybody back. The Black Dragon form, and just like that, Echo grabs himself another Lord.
Oh, that's so brutal. This Kufra is just getting so much more value than I was expecting. I feel like now is the time to respect the Kufra. Prior to this, they should have absolutely disrespected JP. Like, what was he really going to do? And the fact that they did have R7 on Benedetta, maybe they could have made some play towards the mid lane like Takashi did against the Valley. So that's what I'm hoping to see. But right now, Echo, they've got all the marbles in their court, and they're just going to slowly lob them down one by one until this crystal breaks.
Look at JP charging up once again. Not going to commit to that, though. Lord here in the middle lane of the base of RRQ. They're going to set it up. Lemon with the real-world manipulation. JP going to go in, finds a couple of targets, but has to get out of dodge as well. It's Albert taking the brunt of the damage. It's R7 that falls again, though. Echo still pressing the situation here, looking to end the game as Vin falls and they find another. Benny Cutie free-firing in the backside, and now it's going to be the crystal work done. Echo takes the game against RRQ.
Clean from Echo from the Philippines. That was so beautiful to watch at the end. The damage coming in from that carry was just so terrifying. It was disgusting at that point.
It is. You can literally see the light wheels just overlapping each other because there's so many auto attacks. Sometimes there's two in one. You never really know. But don't worry, RRQ fans. One loss doesn't mean the end of the world. Nobody gets knocked out.
Don't worry, Eterna. No one's getting knocked out. if you heard the fist bump on the table, that was Eterna.
I'm stressing in my seat, but I gotta say that was a really well done performance by Echo.
I don't know why you're looking at me in the eyes.
It was great, Taisu.
Hey man,
great.
I always support the winning team.
I was gonna say the safest guy over there, Gideon. But still, again, going back to this, I think JP did an outstanding job, right?
Really
because
did.
JP or Yaoi, whichever is going to be playing, and there's still more room for switch-ups too, right? As the tournament goes on. Again, the big question mark was how is Kufra? And I feel like we got our answer. Just like the previous series, we got somewhat of an answer for Joy at least.
For sure. I think, Kufra in this particular case, there were moments where I thought, okay, Kufra is able to do multiple things at a time, but the question is, how do you distribute your resources across the map? And I think, JP sticking around and making sure that Skylar had an uncomfortable time really struck a nerve with RRQ, and Skylar is just frustratingly not entirely sure whether he can commit onto Sanford sometimes when the dive initiates. It's okay, Eterna.
She's still recovering. I mean, Sanji too, right? Sanji, the early kill that he got, the way that he plays that Eve, it's just, man.
I have a question though. I was curious, right? Because in the drafting phase, RRQ banned Cho in the first phase.
Yeah.
And I thought that would be great if he was going against Yaoi in that rover position because Yaoi's really known for his Cho. But even without Yaoi, is JP like a Cho player as well? Or what's going on? Because I don't know much about JP.
The whole Philippines is a Cho player. I mean,
interesting.
They love their TikTok
point.
Cho plays, and it's there. I feel like any avid fan of Mobile Legends Bang Bang can. Usually, they when they want that tricky, flashy hero, Cho's one of them. He's on the top of the list.
Yeah, because somebody played Cho yesterday. I didn't really do good.
Yeah.
Well, to each their own. I personally feel that at the end of the day, the draft really made a huge difference here. And I think, RRQ, with their performance just now, the only thing that could have really been that could have been done a little bit better is the utilization of Valentina. There were other options than just the real world manipulation. Yes, it's the biggest bang for buck, but maybe consider going for, I don't know, Kufra's Tyrant's Revenge. That might have been the game changer here for RRQ.
And it's confusing because Lemon is usually very sharp with those, because I've seen time and time again where he uses the perfect ultimate in the perfect moment, but I honestly didn't really see that. So is Lemon shaky? Is he nervous? Not really sure what's going on.
Just one thing to add to that. I think it was the bush play. Like they did such a good job at taking away that vision for Lemon to actually get those ultimates.
Interesting.
It's. I think it's really tough here. Like, no matter what, nobody can really face check. And even so, I think Echo played a lot better when it came down. Because a lot of the fights just came down to how many people do you have? 5 people compared to 4 people. 5 people compared to 4 people. Every single time. RRQ, whenever they won, they had 5 people. And again, they're banking a lot on Skylar right now. But the lack of damage from their overall team composition makes it very frustrating. Because Echo, again, a lot of bruisers, a lot of real ways to slowly cut down your opponents.
Huh.
That's exactly what you think it is.
Yeah. What?
It's called greed.
Please explain.
It's one of those cheat codes called greed is good, and then you
I know it.
popping off the queen. Honestly, when you have Queen's Wings at this stage of the game, it's like you're top tier. You know that you're not going to die, and nothing really threatens you at this stage of the game.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're in the mindset of Benny Cutie here, you're so well protected. Why not go in that way, right? Because again, when you have Carl Teasy on that Fredrin, you had JP just all over the place, and then Sanford causing havoc with the Black Dragon form. Sometimes it was disengaged, sometimes it was to engage. It worked out so well for them to allow Benny Cutie to play like that.
Now, coming down into the damage charts here, right? In terms of team fights, I mean, Vin was part of every single one of them, but Sanji makes his life so very difficult because even if he catches anybody else other than Sanji punishes him. Not only that, you have the Kufra. Every time you land the Divine Judgment on the Fredrin to stop him from retribution, bam, bouncing ball, can't pull him back into his own team. He's stuck dead in the water every single time.
He missed once.
I
saw that.
Do you have a tally just like on a notebook separate?
I'm so salty, okay? JP, you missed. And that's all I remember. But yeah, I mean, these post-game stats are very dominant for Echo. You can see the damage to the turret, the objective takes. It was just so one-sided. It's very difficult to see RRQ Hoshi in this kind of position. And you're right. They really relied on Vin for that initiation, but he just couldn't get it properly. Even if there was any follow-up, they had to be aware if JP had his ultimate or not. So now we're going to take a look at who was the MVP for that game between RRQ and Echo. And it's going to be none other than, drumroll please, Sanji.
Oh boy. Mel, honestly, I would have given it to JP. Personally, I would have given it to JP. Sanji played a very pivotal role in terms of just utility. Look at his build. He's looking to make sure that he slows people down to ensure that his carry is able to get out the damage consistently, comfortably, and not really having to worry about the space as much as most people would imagine.
I mean, Sanji here getting the MVP, like I said, he himself snowballed and then it allowed the team to. But yeah, I do agree with you. JP did work, especially putting the pressure on Skylar, like you mentioned earlier, Gideon. I mean, that alone, because even if Vin was able to find those divine judgments and everything and those setups were there, Skylar was a little bit delayed comparison to Benny Cutie, right? So that follow-up damage wasn't actually available for them. And Sanji was an integral part to start this whole snowball effect for Echo.
Yeah, I mean, he got that first blood in the beginning, right? Against Lemon, and then kind of went from there. And honestly, a lot of the times when they went into those team fights or even skirmishes, I felt like it was Sanji opening that up.
Yes, it was. I mean, the box is the real world manipulation is a really powerful tool, and if you can adjust it in the right way, then you can kind of limit the space and force your opponents into the most optimal way to get out of the box so you can predetermine their pathing. So when we're looking at these highlights here, I mean, again, Benny QT, he literally purchases it in the middle of that fight, utilizes it, and gets out with 1 HP. Well done to him. But now, moment to moment, keep your eyes on Sanji as well as JP. they're switching roles with each other every single time. JP trying to hold back as much of the aggression as possible with the bouncing ball, and when they can capitalize on it quickly, that you do see Sanji drop down the real world manipulation. And with the Ice Queen's wand, it made it so difficult for RRQ to comfortably disengage, even for Albert.
See, I mean, Lemon was finally able to pick up the real world manipulation, but if you notice a lot of these fights, he doesn't have an ultimate available. I mean, even here, right? Doesn't have one, because Echo did a really good job at counterplaying against that Valentina pick, and they just took away those opportunities to take the ultimates.
I mean, it's a tough game here. I think both teams played as good as it could get. A lot of respect coming in from Echo towards RRQ. They took it seriously as well. Even RRQ doing their absolute best to be triumphant in this matchup.
Hashtag Viva RRQ! Yeah, that's all I can say right now. But, you know, like we keep mentioning, the group stage is not going to be an elimination thing, right?
Yeah, huff that
They're
copium.
just vying for that upper and lower. What did you just say?
I thought I could get away with it.
It kind of rendered a little late for me. I was like a delayed response. Okay, what's going on?
You can still cheer for RRQ the next match. I mean, they're still playing.
Are they playing again?
Yeah. I think it's
Against
Team
who?
Hawk and RRQ Akira.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's the one where I get to be biased. Why are you fooling me?
RRQ though.
I mean, you guys adopted them in, and the fans are willing to give their all. So therefore, we kind of expect you to do as well.
Oh my, what a crazy match number 2 for our shift. And it's going to be insane to see the next upcoming one, because once again, it's the Malaysian team going against Brazil.
So sassy.
But that's RRQ Brazil, a turn up.
RRQ Brazil.
Let's see some smile.
RRQ Brazil.
There you go.
Okay.
I was channeling my inner Mara. Shout out Mara, we miss you.
We miss you here at the desk. But yeah, I'm excited for this upcoming matchup. I don't know about you guys, but I need to huff my own copium a bit later. Oh boy.
Okay, and on that note, we are going to take to break to give Gideon the space he needs for this next match.
I'm fine.
Naisu's fine, and I'm sure you guys are as well, because you're excited for this last match of the day. So it's going to be me, Aeterna, Naisu, as well as, I was going to say Leo for the jokes, but Gideon. We'll see you after the break. Don't go anywhere. Bye-bye.
As a local craft, there's no shortcut to being authentic. This one can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature, while the other one breathed new life to a tradition. And this one has to blend flawlessly. For every question we asked what good it might bring, at the same time, they worked tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently.
my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out hard to be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out hard to be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta.
It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game.
Where all eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't ever stop, yeah.
touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall.
make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't you stop, you're a man of silver and gold. Don't you stop, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it up the coast. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. With fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands on fire, giving up. They say that I finished, but they wrong. I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it up.
hands up. All of you get your hands up. All of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The last match of the group stage, day 2, is upon us. Welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship that is happening now here in Jakarta, Indonesia. And this has been an amazing turn of events. Welcome back to the caster desk. It is me, Eterna, with Naisu, as well as Gideon.
Once again, I would like to be a fence sitter. This time I cannot be, and hopefully we can actually get it through. But I am scared that RRQ Akira might have a perfect group stage. Just the seed of doubt.
I think they're in the right moment for that, the right position, right? And I think this is going to be a big thing for them, because if they can take out Team Hawk here, not out of the tournament, but in this match, they set themselves up at the top of the groups, I believe, with that 2 points.
Yes, absolutely.
They were looking really strong. I mean, I don't think anyone really expected them to be able to go that dominant against the Valley. So we'll see what happens, because before we get into the last match, we want to remind you guys that M4 is powered by Moonton. Presented to you by TikTok, the official content partner. Supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair, and esports charts, our analytical partner, Gang, as well as our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, and last but not least, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Really, once again, cannot thank our sponsors enough, because this amazing event would not be possible without your help.
With that being said, the final match of today, Naisu. Now, you're putting a lot of focus on me here, and so I want to know your thoughts about this upcoming match that's going to come up on screen.
Well, you know, I gotta say, I'm impressed with RRQ Akira. We're gonna be taking a look at today's schedule. It's kind of crazy. It just hit me that this is the last match of the day, right? Because I feel like it's going by so fast. There's been so many, I would say some surprises, not so many, but there's been some surprises here. But for me personally, RRQ Akira, this is somewhat something that we expected. I mean, even Leo and I talked about this on one of our pre-streams before leading up to M4. We were thinking, man, RRQ Akira, they've adopted this playstyle, right? And at the same time, they've had plenty of time to practice. And I feel like this is a great step for them again against Team Hawk. Like, that amazed a lot of people too from MPLMY.
For sure. I mean, both teams have like amazing stories slowly building up, and I think there's more history around RRQ Akira's, you know, starting and really shooting up to where they are now. Again, M1. Coach Cabral played in it and has brought his experience and passed it on to the next generation upon generation. And look at them now, close to almost perfecting a group stage. If they beat Team Hawk right now, they set themselves up for an almost dominating lead.
Oh, it's really going to come down to that final moment. But if we saw in the schedule, we were talking about the left side meta. And it's coming true so far. And if that's the case, then maybe Team Hack has it in the bag. But looking at the performance by RRQ Akira, it definitely is not going to be easy.
I think one of the big things too from Team Hawk is just, it's something that I learned while watching from them. Of course, a lot of the players there are familiar names, right? But I think one thing you really have to point out is the jungler, you have Gary, and also the Min-Man connection. I feel like that's something that, you know, some people that don't follow, there are actual twins on the team, right?
Yeah.
So we'll dive more into that as the draft is upon us, but also the M4 pass card is also upon you guys. One last time, if you want to, it's available now. Complete all active tasks, and you'll reach level 75 at ease, just like that. And, of course, for free. Log in now, exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and the M4 Beatrix figurine that we're all after are awaiting you. Don't forget the hashtags, hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and the hashtag Dare to Be Great.
In the span of the first game that we casted, or match rather, I'm already level 71. So I think you guys want to catch up. It's gonna be a crazy figurine. I'm so excited to get my hands on it. But yes, I agree with you here. I think one of the main players that we are going to be centering out for Team Hack in particular are going to be the twins, Min and Man. It seems like the rotations really start from them, as we are now moments away to see the official team lineup. for Team Hack.
All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be Team Hop coming all the way from Malaysia. It's going to be Mon in the mid lane, Lola EXP, Panda in the gold, Gary as their jungler, and Min as their roamer. The connection is strong, but there is question whether the meta has strayed away from them. Can Team Hop pull it back?
The Cinderella story in the MLBB world. Please welcome Team Hawk all the way from Malaysia.
A team that has featuring core members from Orange Esports. I mean, they clinched 5th and 6th at MSC 2022. A lot of people were still impressed with them. Gideon's obviously very impressed with them too. And again, it's you can't count them out, right? We saw just how strong Todak was yesterday. What's not to say that Team Hawk can't do that today?
Yes, there's a lot of replication that we could, but their opponents here, people have called them just Junior Blacklist International. They are slowly building up to something even more with Sagan, Takashi, Gusta, Lagusta, King, and Luis. It's RRQ Akira who are looking more dominant today.
The back-to-back champions, RRQ Akira from Brazil, make their way on the stage once again, going to prove that they have what it takes.
I like this. I mean, they are also out to prove that they're just not the other RRQ team, right? They do want to establish their own presence, their own unique flavor here, and that's what we're seeing. They are very energetic. They're a delightful team. We've met them at the hotel, Gideon.
Oh yeah, they're an absolute delight, and especially Gusta Lagusta. He lives in the moment just like his name.
Wow.
Oh.
And we're going to see how exactly and what exactly that they have in store for us. But before that, let's take a look at the talent predictions here. Okay, most on Team Hack, but remember Adine is from Malaysia. But I don't know. What do you think about this, Gideon?
I'm more surprised that Wolf actually decided to go for Team Hawk. I feel like he's been watching a lot of the games, but I don't know. Right now, I'm feeling that RRQ Akira, I don't want to count them out because they are looking so very good, and I want to see that momentum go all the way through, but you have to know where my heart is. Team Hawk all the way.
I'm not surprised, right? But I would say that either way, especially with the preview that we got from Akira here, I feel like they converted some more people as well, like just today alone, right? So what's not to say, as the tournament goes on, we still get even further impressed by RRQ Akira. As I've been impressed with this band, as you're seeing on screen right now, the support is real.
They need it, right? Because this is basically the proving grounds for the rising stars here in M4, Team Hack as well as Team RRQ Akira. Sure, there are players that have the experience, right? Like the twins, like King, Sagan, and Luis. But now we're going to now take a look at the keys to victory here for the Malaysian side.
Yep, looking at Team Hawk, keys to victory, most importantly, is letting Miniman assist Gary in those early rotations for neutral objectives, because when Gary has the farm, when he has the resources, he can do a lot of work so that Panda can farm and carry for that late game. But as Malaysians like to play, and especially for Todak, baiting out those ultimates is just one of those things they need to do with the way that they draft.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing, right? We see a lot of this push and pull between any of the teams that play. It's who gets those ultimates out first. And again, that's why Valentina is such a hot pick, right? Because it does allow that kind of dynamic on your team composition here. But looking at the keys to victory for RRQ Akira, get mid-trio to rotate early. King will execute opponents. That's what we've seen. Stopping Gary by invading his jungle early. That is also crucial here, especially if you want to set that tempo.
Oh, man. Honestly, I'm struggling to hear you with the drum going wild. The first time I've ever seen a drum live was at M1, and the second time was the grand finals of MPL MY with Team Hawk. So I can imagine how loud the stadium is going to be during knockouts.
Dude, I'm so excited for you to cast in the knockout stage, especially when RQ is playing.
I'm nervous, man.
Yes. There's going to be a band.
You'll barely hear yourself.
Look, with 25 seconds left on the clock, our predictions have already been set in. Let's look at your predictions back at home. Yes, wait, who's the 29%?
Wow.
I'm sending some angry texts back home. I need to know who's doing it. But again, vast majority leaning towards RRQ Akira, while still split decisions between certain regions, about 50-ish, 55 to 45.
Oh man, look at the passion on your screen right now. The RRQ Kingdom It doesn't matter where you're from, under the banner of RRQ, they're going to support you from the beginning up until the end. And this is the level of support that we'd like to see.
Hey, Team Hawk, they got it too, Gideon. Gideon's joining in with them, ladies and gentlemen. You can't see him on screen. Maybe you can see him in the back there, but he's also cheering for Team Hawk here. And again, we're loading into the draft for this match. It's the last one of the day. Bans are already out, by the way, for the most part.
So quick here, going into the last match between Team Hack as well as RRQ Akira. We already see the Fredrin, the Martis, the Benedetta being banned from that side. Whereas RRQ Akira, they've opted for the Fanny and the 1-1 ban.
So fast, so crisp. They already know what they want to get rid of. And again, a lot of targets on towards flexible picks in the jungle and the EXP lane. The fact that they got rid of Martis is rather interesting, but I would like to see, because even though Team Hawk likes to play for those big team fights, there's so many easy, simple counters. Diggy, for an example, being just the end-all, be-all to team fight comps that rely on heavy engaged CC.
I like that they took out the Benedetta as well, right? Because of the Takashi game that we saw earlier. So as we get further in the tournament, you'll start to see those respect bans come out, and we're already seeing them in day 2 here. Last ban, though, from RRQ Akira is going to be that carry here, who we've seen picked up quite a bit of time. And just like we saw with Benny Cutie, the amount of damage and attack speed you can build on the carry deserves that ban right now.
For sure. Right now, I'm sweating for Team Hawk. At some point, they need to lock in a hero for Panda relatively early on. Joy's still available, but it looks like Glue, of course, going to get locked in for the side of Team Hawk. At least Lola, I know for sure, is comfortable on this hero.
Man, we totally forgot about the Glue. The Glue is going to be the #1 priority, obviously, with how crazy and dominant he has been when he gets opened up, right? The amount of level of cooldown that has been taken away from him is just so imperative, and it makes him kind of untouchable at this point. So now RRQ Akira, they are forced in a position that the Valentina is open. Are they going to go for it themselves, or are they just going to go in for the other prio heroes?
I think Valentina, they might want to hold off on. Pharma seems to be a more optimal pick, especially when you're up against the Glue. Although we did see day 1, there were a couple of moments where it's a bit awkward. So for now, they're going to be locking in the Valentina. I think that's not a bad pick regardless, but also the Joy.
So I'm wondering if this Joy, we're going to see Joy again go in the jungle here in the hands of King. It could be a possibility. The Valentina still, I think it is a good priority pick, but you want to be able to ensure yourself that you're not cut off from the ultimates that you need. You still have to play around that like we saw in the previous matchup. And usually, more often than not, you have at least 2 choices of ultimates to take, and that's really up to you or your team on how do you utilize that, right? So again, those choices are going to be here for RRQ Akira to make. But also on the other side, Team Hawk, now they've got to decide what their next 2 picks are going to be for the first phase of this draft. And there you go, it's locked in. It's going to be Dairoth's first appearance here so far in M4. And there's the Kadita who we've gotten used to seeing up to this point.
I respect it. I respect it a lot. The fact that Glue is already locked in, we know for a fact that Dairoth is going to go into the jungle, and that means Gary is going to be quite proactive throughout this game. So RRQ, they need to start thinking of ways to either slow down Gary, and that could be done in 2 ways. Lolita as a way just to, target lock stun, and then make sure you disengage with the Numenor Blast later on, or look for a more invade-heavy, priority-focused composition, looking to push the enemy back, and then invade their jungle and steal resources.
I'm thinking, right? Because with the Kadita being picked up, they are going to rely a lot on that early game pressure. They need to find these pickoffs. And before they go into the second phase, they've actually picked up the Claude.
That leaves very little options for Panda. I mean, look at the bans so far. The Wanwan, the carry, they take away the Claude. That leaves Beatrix, which is most probably going to get banned out. Leslie's also gone too. So again, the gold lane hero options are getting narrower and narrower.
But here's the thing. You don't necessarily have to pick a marksman for the gold lane. That's something that we're seeing here kind of from some teams, right? And that's the thing. Does Panda have something in his repertoire to play that's not a traditional marksman for the gold lane?
Well, here's the thing. I'm not 100% sure about that, because Panda has been known to be playing a lot of different marksmen prior to this. There has been arguments that yes, he could have been able to play jungle for himself if it wasn't for Gary, who took that spotlight, but still, it's going to be tough, because what is left open? Even if you want to play something like Hayabusa, it's a rough match when you're against someone as safe as Claude. Battle Mirror Image, I'm out. Doesn't matter what you pick, as long as I live.
Oh, really, really good ban here. It's gonna start limiting themselves though. RRQ Akira, with the Leslie being taken out, we don't have the Wan, so what does that leave us?
You have like ears.
Bubble Koopa.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday.
Harris yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's a good point. That never crossed my mind. Yes, Panda can actually play the Harith. I'm not sure at what level it is, and especially when you're at M4, it might not necessarily be enough. It's really up to his ego and confidence.
I feel like more so the Harith was, when we saw that yesterday, it was just a good option to play around that opponent real-world manipulation, because then you're forcing that situation where usually it's a disadvantage in that box, right? The death box, but now with the Zaman Force, it worked out really well. And you might, if you did lean towards a mage gold lane, it might be a little bit too much magic damage, where then you see that really countered with the itemization from RRQ Akira here. You can see last couple bans though that came out was going to be the Kaja as well as the Atlas here, and right away the Cho is locked in for RRQ Akira.
Very, very nicely done. All right, so with the armor shred coming in from Dairup, I'm thinking maybe Irithel doesn't look too bad in this particular situation. Having a lot of movement speed really helps to cut your opponents like Cho, running away specifically from Claude, and particularly the Joy, which is rather frustrating because you want to slow her down, but you know, with her ultimate, she says, no, I'm going to keep running at you.
So what do you think about the Irithel in lane with the Claude?
I mean, we've seen the matchup happen tons of times. Claude usually has a bit of an advantage once he hits level 2, but prior to that level 1, it's all about that first initial trade. So, let's say, gold lane, it pushes into Claude, no problem, I hit level 2, then it's smooth sailing.
We're going to see here the next two picks. It's actually going to be Brody as well as the Hilda.
Okay, I like the Hilda pickup, right? We've seen how much of a nuisance Hilda can be, but yesterday when we had that preview, it was also paired up with a Masha. So this time it's going to be a little bit of a nuisance, I feel like, for RRQ Akira, especially is this Joy going into the jungle, right? That's something that they have to keep in mind. But I do also like the Brody pick, because at least you can work with the space that he has and then just kind of fade away torn apart memory. But hold on, RRQ Akira going to lock in a Terizla.
Learning from their brothers here. R7 brought it out themselves against the glue. Let's see how effective it is once more, this time on Takashi. It might be the difference maker here. Maybe Terizla is the answer to glue. Personally, I don't feel it necessarily being that way, but that penalty zone, oh my goodness, it can make the difference with a flicker. So keep your eyes out on Takashi. If he makes that play, it's all over.
Both compositions have been set in stone as we are moments away of entering the Land of Dawn. Are you Team RRQ Akira from Brazil, or are you Team Hack from Malaysia?
Man, I'll tell you what, both team compositions are actually pretty scary here, but I still want to see how this Terizla pick works. Is it going to be utilized very well alongside with everything else being thrown at them? Like you mentioned, Gideon, penalty zone is going to be a tough obstacle to work around here. So we're going to find out as we load up into the last match of the day. Group stages, day number 2 here between Team Hawk and RRQ Akira.
How are you feeling here? I mean, this is the last Malaysian team today.
Look, don't look at me like that. I'm shaking, okay? I'm already shaking right now. And I hope we don't see the proxies coming in from this Terizla, because you can expect the Hilda to immediately start to invade King. Oh, whoa! They brought the whole party!
Already. Min, though, I mean, this is what we expect from a Hilda right early on. Gonna force King here to get whittled down a little bit. Does use that retribution, but should be just fine here. Hold on. Gusta Lagusta on the top side. Also, it was a lane swap. There's some flippy floppy here going on again.
Oh boy, I'm imagining the entire world going like, man, Malaysians really know how to just cheese people out in these lane swaps. And yes, Brody should be able to bully Terizla relatively easy, but Terizla can just play safe, you know, clear the waves, nothing to do. But Gusta Lagusta, he needs a bit of help here, especially with the early game base stats of no way, did man? Okay, he did it. With the base stats of someone like Lou, it should be more than enough.
Wow, okay, Gary's still going to commit on this, or is he going to back off? A lot of pressure here on King already in the jungle early on, but let's see how this all situates. If they stay in this lane. Still, though, 4 members here of Team Hawk on the top side. They grab the first blood. It's Gusta Lagusta that goes down. Can they find Luis as well? Min has to back off. He's quite low, but already first blood for Team Hawk.
Beautiful, beautiful pressure from Team Hack here. They know exactly the winning conditions for RRQ Akira, and that's going to weigh heavily on how Gusta Lagusta is able to farm. And in this early game, he's already been taken down once. They already have a lot of damage onto this tower in the top side, and they're going really crazily more onto this.
They're getting hyper aggressive here. I think they're going to proxy this wave. They might even, honestly, if they wanted to, they could have broken the first turret and traded for the turtle, but instead, they're going to run down and focus on these neutral objectives. Oh, Takashi.
Oh, Team Hawk making their way down to the turtle pit here. They're going to find the target, and Takashi falls here with the setup. Now it's Saijin here. King's still going to be working on the turtle. The rest of the team coming to join the party. Can they grab it? It's King that gets the turtle with retribution. They're going to force the flicker out from Saigon. And just like that, it's 2-0 for Team Hawk with a nice little bit of a lead. Min's got to be careful here too, still making the pressure for King on this purple buff.
RRQ Akira need to find a way to slow things down, right? Because right now they're playing exactly into the tempo that Team Hack wants them to. And Min is so confident enough that he can go in 1v4 and he doesn't care. As long as he's able to deter the rotations from King, he's doing the perfect job.
Yeah, I mean, he understands his only problem is, oh, if I'm too low and then I get CC, that's when he has a problem. So he's keeping a very close eye on Luis. The moment he moves, he can tell the rest of his team where they should expect the upcoming battle, which is on the top side of the map.
Okay, they're going to focus on Man here. He takes a little bit of damage, should be able to heal back up, uses the rough waves as well. Gets out of dodge for now, but still into the jungle we go. It's Min continuing on being a nuisance, but King's had enough. Can he get the kill? Here's going to be working on it. Lola there to help him out. Nobody goes down yet.
Tell me, I mean, everybody can say, you know, EXP late, it's so boring, and Glue, he's not busted. Don't lie to my face. Don't you ever lie to my face. He is so unbalanced right now.
Well, he's going 2 versus 1. Gets the way of the dragon just to disengage. But yeah, wouldn't you rather see this than the Esmeralda or Uranus matchup we always used to see before?
Yeah, true. I mean, like, how many seasons did we see the Esme Dairoth or Esme Uranus?
Hey,
right?
look, as the M series historian here, I'm tired of seeing Lunox Harith. You know, that was a very good amount of a long time. Same goes to Brock, but hey, you know, in this particular situation, at least Glue brings a bit of color.
I mean, right now, RRQ Akira, they are trying to be aggressive as well, and that was kind of questionable, right? Because the last team fight that they actually wanted to go for, it wasn't Cho with level 4 yet, so he didn't have the CC that he wants, and now you can see once again how aggressive they're going, but here we go!
Gary gonna get kicked into the wall. It's King that grabs the kill here. So a pickup for RRQ Akira, and Takashi grabbing another one as 2 fall. They're gonna look for a third. Man on the run here. 4 members of RRQ on the hunt, and Man can't escape that as Luis takes him down.
That's what I was talking about, right? They need to know when their power spikes hit. They need to know that most of the members from their team require that level 4 to have an impact in the game, and that's exactly how they are going to be able to turn it around. They need to play patiently, look for the moments, and not force anything.
Oh, just like that, another pickoff here from Luis, the right target. Min, though, gonna bob and weave the best he can. We've seen this before. He's able to escape with the sprint.
What's up with us in Hilda? We're just cracked on it. We're so crazily good on it. Honestly, even during MPLs, they don't look this good. So here at M4, these supports are really waking up to the movements, and especially with the way that RRQ is handling them. But I do think that RRQ, they're starting to adapt to this. They're slowly adjusting.
Yeah, that was like deja vu. Literally same pathing, same hero, same country. And just like that, another turtle going in the hands here. And Team Hawk, look at the lead that they're building, right? It is slowly but surely building in their favor. But I gotta say, RRQ Akira, finding moments just like this, it might be another kill here, but Luis, look at the damage coming out! Gary punishing him with the strike, forcing the flicker back. Now it's King there, here to help Gusta Lagusta. And just like that, another pickup.
Wow, they didn't actually get the trade kill there. Okay, good moves coming in from Team Hawk. Just fast guerrilla warfare, in and out.
1-0 trade for the moment, as we do have a moment to take a look at the items. It doesn't seem like Sagan or King want to commit onto this, so Gideon, take it away.
I'm just looking at Glue, the fact that he's got 2 complete items already on the board. He's got the most gold on his team. And then I'm looking down at Panda, who's only got 41, and he's just like, yeah, this lane swap was great.
Hey, you know what? You can call it a cheese strat if you want, but it seems to be working, I mean, for the most part, right? Now, how will that continue as the game goes on? Again, you have to look at the small lead that they've built themselves up to this point, right? 7 minutes in, they can still work around that, but still, Luis doing an amazing job trying to find any kind of pickup he can with the way of the dragon, so he's got to kind of get past this mid-man combo. King now trying to poke away here. Look at the ultimate also that Saigon has, already forcing the rough waves. That's big. Conceal play going to be committed here. Lola, though, like you said, the front line. King, though, still going to be committing. They know Man does not have the ultimate here. They're going to go in with the flicker. The TikTok play comes out. Lola still trying to survive, but it's Panda that takes out Takashi on the top side. But Min falls here in the mid lane. Lola's still on the run. Do they find him? Lola can't get away. Oh, he does, though. Panda there. Now it's Luis that gets taken down by Gary. Huge back play from Team Hawk.
2-for-1 trade here for RRQ Akira, and it seems like they're going to look for more. But they do have the man advantage now to be able to go and center their focus and the neutral objective, which is that turtle.
Oh my goodness. Right now, Team Hawk, they're just slowing down the game by, again, just harassing, consistently poking at the opponent. They don't really necessarily need this turtle, but denying it from RRQ is even more important.
Oh, they're just going to focus on King here. Look at the damage already. The retribution came out, too. So Gary just going to go ahead and grab that turtle away. And just like that, Team Hawk furthering this objective lead now. Focusing also in the mid lane. Might be looking to get the tier 2. Can RRQ hold on to it? So far, they do.
Oh, this is an exciting match, and honestly, with Team Hawk, the way that they're playing, again, a series of unfortunate events for RRQ. While they were actually looking for that engage in the previous fight, Team Hawk were actually opting to go for a lane swap. So they caught Lola midway into the river, while you see someone like Brody Panda just taking out the first turn, coming down to join the fight, and cleaning up what he can.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, it's just...
that sucks.
Like, what can you do?
Plain
like,
and simple.
You look at the VOD, imagine like Brawl sitting there, it's like, well, I mean, that's just awkward timing, right? What can you really say?
Oh, I mean, on top of that, Gary now already has a Malefic Roar, so that is more so going to be shredding into the members of RRQ Akira here.
Takashi. Still, though, they're actually able to fight off a little bit here. Man on the run. Not going to find anything just yet, though, but, you know, there's focus on the right places here for Team Hawk. It's RRQ Akira responding to the tempo being set, and a lot of that has to do with Man even on this hill, though, like we were mentioning. Let's see if they can play around this. Gary waiting patiently in this death bush, possibly. They know he's there. No one going to commit just yet. Poking back and forth here as everybody goes back. Lola, though, has to split out of there.
All right. We need to talk about the compositions right now. So, because as good as Team Hawk looks right now, in the later stages of the game, they're going to get outscaled by RRQ. Brazil, and oh, they're not going to time this, are they?
Man has to be careful here. Still has a flicker, though. Gary gonna get out of there. Luis, though, finding a target. It's Min that falls. Panda, though, punishing Takashi. Naka, they still hold on to the tier 1 turret.
Man, 1-for-1 trade for the moment, but in the grand scheme of things, Team Hawk, they are still holding on to the lead. Man, the mid-man synergy, the combo that they can actually go for is insane. And you can see that RRQ Akira, they respect it a lot, right? They try and bait that out. They try to bait the ultimate coming in from Man out before they try to engage onto anything. But here is the next Lord. We see that Gusa Lagusa, he doesn't have his ultimate just yet, so that's actually going to be something that Team Hawk can use to their advantage.
Absolutely. If Team Hawk get this first Lord, they should be able to get at least a couple of the outer turrets to secure a 5k goal lead. And that's important because, again, Team Hawk are playing for a very early game composition.
Oh, there you go!
Okay, and Min's not even there, right? He was going to go top side. Now he made his way back down here. Lord reset. They're just trying to get out any ultimates, like going back to the keys of victory here. Whichever team is able to bait out those ultimates, they get that upper hand. Look at the positioning for King and Saigon. They're still working around. The Lord still being focused. Bob and weave between both teams, though. They could get sandwiched in here. Panda, though, going to find Takashi. That's Gary that grabs the kill. Another flicker going to commit. Man is the one to fall. King on the retreat here. Still, again, a 1-to-1 trade. Lord still for the taking.
Honestly, RRQ is just doing a phenomenal job here at slowing down Team Hawk. They just need time, and if they have to trade 1-for-1 while Team Hawk is ahead, it's such a big win for them.
Look at that. Min forcing back King. Luis, though, another initiation with the Way of the Dragon, but he gets punished by Gary. Lord's still going to be worked on. Lola flickering out. King has to back off. He's too low. Min, though, Saigen able to grab a kill. Min to fall. Lord still up, working by Gary. And now RRQ getting in position. Lord's going to go ahead and reset. Gusta Lagusa trying to focus on this tier 1. Can he grab the turret? Man taking the damage. But he finally clears the minions, and we're back to square one.
I mean, after all of that, nobody has gotten their hands on the Lord, and they're doing this really nicely. Team Hack, they need to... I like the dancing, guys.
That's right.
I like the dancing. Oh my god, what?
He just did it!
Take it out. He did it!
Panda didn't like it because they initiated the mid lane. Gary's going to be in trouble. And also on the top side, it's Man That Falls. RRQ Akira. Hear them loud because they take them down. And now the focus in the mid lane. Tier 1's going to fall, and now the Lord for the taking.
Now that's what I wanted to mention before everyone started dancing here on the caster desk, is the fact that Team Hawk, they need to respect the damage output coming in from Gusta Lagusta because he has already reached that item power spike. The Golden Staff is already there, already dealing a lot of damage, and when they clump up 5v5, they might have a better odd at struggling. And now you can see that they've already acquired the Lord, and RRQ Brazil instantly going to be able to take away that early lead that Team Hawk initially had for themselves.
Yep, we're going to see the replay in a little bit, but you're going to, after this, RRQ, Akira are going to start snowballing out of control. The scaling is really starting to make a difference here, and with a lot of the engagements happening in towards this mid-game to stall it out until that item power spike, it's putting a huge stall on Team Hawk's plans. They need to end this as quick as possible because at the end of the day, Panda, he has to only farm. And when even at max items, he doesn't scale as hard as Gusta Lagusta.
Oh, they're going to be looking to take out Min here as he's going to be the focus. Takashi going to miss that ult. A little bit short here, but still Min on the run. Can't get away though from Saigen as he cleans up the kill. Focus on the tier 2 on the top side. And RRQ just in a comfortable lead right now.
I mean, did you see the items coming in from Sagan there, Gideon? Okay,
Yep.
he had the Holy Crystal before, and now he has the Divine Glaive to top it all off.
Yeah, he's Sagan's right now. He's kind of popping off, and now RRQ Akira is going to start dominating the rest of this match. Team Hawk, I mean, they need to make some kind of glory play here to really top the scales against RRQ.
They need to find a way to take down Gusta Lagusta without a quote-unquote reliable source of CC, right? Because Man didn't opt for the Petrify. He went in for the Flicker instead, so it's going to be a little that much more difficult to pick these really core heroes off.
And he doesn't, I mean, even looking at the items, he doesn't really have that burst potential just yet. I mean, he could probably get someone half health low, but King gonna be the focus here. Getting caught in a lot of CC as Gary's able to get the kill. But still, can they play around with that? Team Hawk might be looking for something. The flicker is going to come out. Lola, though, looking to get a pull, but can't get it. Takes quite a bit of damage. Luis is there. Saigen's going to flicker in to grab the kill, but into the penalty zone they go. Takashi unleashing.
Oh my God.
Can he grab another one? One after another falls. It's a wipeout.
A triple kill for Gusta Lagusta as he was able to just dish out so much damage with that ultimate. I mean, he was basically like free hitting from the backside, and that's it. Wiped out. Is this the final moment for Team Hack?
I mean, they're cutting it down one by one, and I think this might just be it here. They have more than enough damage, and unfortunate to say, I told you so.
No!
That RQ's lane game, that's what we were looking for.
Oh, so unfortunate. It only took one moment, one wipe out for the early lead that Team Hawk had set for themselves to be instantly taken back from them. Well done to RRQ Akira.
You know what's crazy? Like, how many times did Takashi, like, mess up the ult? And even, I don't know if you guys caught that, but even in the early game, right? The mishap. But the one that mattered to really turn that team fight around even to clean it up was that final moment where he landed, I believe it hit 2 or 3 members of Team Hawk, and then they cleaned up from there. And like Eterna was painting, you know, that picture of Gusta Lagusta being online, especially with that Malefic Aurora being locked in, everything just fell into place for them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if we're looking at the way the game was going to go based on the compositions alone, it follows the script, you know? If you aren't able to get that first Lord to secure that lead, the game just becomes more progressively difficult for your team that does not scale, which, again, that's why a lot of teams, if they take up Brody, there's only 2 ways of playing it. Killing spree for that early game, or they're going to go for that weapon master to ensure that they have enough stats for the late game.
Yeah, you're right.
You're happy again.
Huh?
You're happy again.
Casual smiling.
Casual smiling.
Who's happy?
Not me.
There was no hitting the desk in this one.
No. Ito wasn't playing, but yeah, that was really entertaining to watch. I just wish they went in a little more all in for Team Hawk with the Kadita Petrify, because I felt like their combos kind of lacked CC at the end of it. Like they were really good at rushing, they were really good at that in the early moments of the game before level 4, but as soon as all the members from RRQ Akira had that, it looked a little bit more difficult for them to put the same amount of pressure that they had earlier on in the game.
No, I totally agree with you, and I think, that's a fundamental flaw, unfortunately. But again, they didn't get the snowball as much as they want to. If they had a 10k gold lead, very different story, very difficult to come back from. 5k gold lead, it's about 60-40, and that's the odds that Team Hawk was looking to get.
Like the crazy thing though is because of that, cheese track, call it what you will, in the beginning, the lane swap basically. It got them that early lead, but still I think Luis especially on that show did an amazing job at just kind of forcing the team to get back into the game with a lot of those on-point way of the Dragons. Even if it didn't result into a kill, it disengaged things for a little bit for the team to catch up. But then there were times where it did convert into a kill, and I feel like they did a great job at just working back from that lead that was Team Hawk in the beginning.
Man, so patient, so patient. I loved it. Are you sad?
Maybe a little.
It's okay.
Maybe a little.
Wait, yeah, because we're on the second day of the group stage, which means on the 4th day, they're going to be playing again, right?
That is true. Yes, that is correct. But hey, hopefully things are going to change in that time. I'm curious to see the item build here because I'm pretty sure they went with the double support blessings for the side of Team Hawk. So when we pull that up on the screen, then we can get a bit deeper because I want to see what Takashi built as well.
Okay, so now we're going straight into the item builds for that team. 10 to 16, 15-minute game. RRQ Akira winning it out. Winning it out, Ian.
I'm sorry, I got distracted with the chanting going on. It's like, who's still chanting? The game's done. But yes, besides my distractions here, again, number one, Sagan, almost full item build here, consistently not dying to a lot of these situations, mainly because, yes, he has 2 dashes, on top of the fact that he does have the flicker. But looking over to Mon specifically, if we see his boots, he has dire hit. He's looking to one-shot someone. Although I will still question why did he not take the Petrify to almost secure or guarantee kills on people like Gusta Lagusta, or maybe he just agreed or knew he would go for the Purify.
Yeah, I feel like Team Hawk needed a little bit more time here. Gary also had a pretty phenomenal game early on, especially, with this Dairoth pick. First one so far for M4, but RRQ just had the answers, right? RRQ Akira knew exactly what they had to do around it and just played so well across the board, everybody kind of just pulling their own weight. And as we take a look here at the post-game stats, Gideon.
Oh my goodness, I didn't expect Gary to have at least 100% kill participation. Like, okay, fair enough. I thought, maybe Min would be in that role in that situation overall. But yes, again, the people who are making the money moves, Sagan and as well as Luis, holding on. And more importantly, if you are ever caught in a situation in your public ranked games, if you are at a position of, hey, we are falling behind. If we trade 1-for-1 against a person who has a 10k gold lead, that is a huge win for the losing team.
But honestly, on the note of the statistics that we see, it made sense, right? Because Min wasn't really participating in the team fights. The way that he was playing was he was trying to pressure the members from RRQ Akira, and so it made sense that they needed the damage coming in from Gary. But my God, I gotta say, from RRQ Akira, Sagan played insane. Look at his 94% KP. Gusta Lagusta 2 with an amazing 69%. That's actually matching the Cho with 69%.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the MVP here for the match. It's going to be Saigan here on that Valentina pick. 93.8% kill participation.
Wow.
I mean, the guy was just making moves all around. A lot of times we saw him use that flicker offensively to pick up kills, and it just worked so well for them.
Yeah, I think Sagan, he played a phenomenal game this time around, especially with all the shenanigans going around, not only in his own jungle, but even at the side lanes. He played so very well, and he was very calculative about what ultimates to take. And especially in those last moments, stealing Dairoth's ults on top of the penalty zone, that was beautiful.
Yeah, we saw that moment. That was actually quite one of the moments that RRQ Akira had that kind of turned things around at the end. And he only died once!
Yeah, I mean, this is so like a very different game from what we saw for Valentina previous game, right? Previous matchup, and that's what I'm saying. You'll see it here as we take a look at the highlights, but just how useful this Valentina pick was. I mean, even early on, you know, he mostly had assists, but still the work that he was doing, and just Luis, like I said, finding those little picks here and there for the team really allowed RRQ Akira to get back into this game, given that lead that we even see Team Hawk have here up to this point, 11 minutes in.
Yeah, he's just sifting gold somehow every single time to make sure that they at least don't fall too far behind. Like, we've never seen Team Hawk actually hit the 5K mark throughout this game. You know, RRQ Akira have been tempering them, forcing them into situations whereby they're getting harassed and yet still did not let this lead get to their heads. But
so unfortunate.
It is. And more importantly, so when you're looking at these towers and the way that they're controlling the map, you would optimally ideal that Brody should have been the one taking out these towers a lot faster than usual. Although it was rather slow, I will give it to Sagan to put on that pressure on the gold lane.
It was an amazing game by RRQ Akira. It was an amazing game by Team Hawk as well, but at the end, RRQ Akira had to come out of that game on top. And that's putting the questions on the standings. I'd really like to see what that's going to look like.
Well, I mean, again, like, it is only day 2, and no one's going home. We always have to just mention that because, you know, some diehard fans out there are probably, you know, feeling away after 2 days so far. But there's still a lot. I mean, day 3, day 4 will tell us a lot. And like we mentioned even before going in, we are going to take a look at the standings and everything. But we do know that this puts RRQ Akira at 2 points, right? They're going to be at the top of their group so far. They still have 2 games. I believe their other games will probably be on day 4. I'm assuming as we go back to AB tomorrow. So still, they have a lot of room to show even more, to prove even more just how serious these teams should take them. And even Team Hawk, right? Team Hawk still has plenty of games. I think that was only their first game, so they still have 3 games left to go ahead.
I like how when he was talking math, he was looking at you because he knows, 1, I have really bad memory, and 2, I can't count.
Well, now you told the world.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. But what I can hear is 20 seconds left to the standings. See, numbers. I'm kind of good with numbers.
That's not bad. Try counting it down.
I can't. I'm kidding.
It's too good.
Oh my god.
With the
but
zoom
in. Yeah. We are moments away from taking a look at the standings. But remember that although nobody's going to get eliminated, there is a buff of being in the upper brackets because
upper bracket buff.
Basically you have 2 lives. If you're in the lower bracket, you only have 1 life, and then you're going to get eliminated. But here it is.
Yes, looking at the group so far, we've seen a lot coming in from both Group C and Group D. Unfortunate for, well, OT and as well as RRQ, S11, and as well as Team Hawk, all sitting like they're going with, again, most of them with 0 points, all RRQ with 1, tying up with the rest of them, RSG and Echo in Group C. However, again, the Valley only with 1 point, unfortunately, because RRQ Akira is kind of cracked at the game. 2 points looking clean. If they come off with, again, I'm making a prediction, a bold prediction, that they're walking away with this top of Group D, perfect score.
You think 4-0?
I think they can do the 4-0.
Well, put your guess coins on it because you haven't been too hot with those so far.
Okay, look, I got 1 wrong, so I got 3 more to get right here for RRQ Akira.
Okay, we'll see, because all of my guess coins is basically out the window at this point. And now we're going to check out something else here. I bet you guys are curious to see what it is.
Tomorrow's schedule.
No! Okay, tomorrow's schedule. We are gonna start it off with Malvinas Gaming going against Onyx Esports once again from Indonesia. So we're back to Group A and Group B.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow is... Every day has amazing matches ahead of us, and I feel like, again, going back to the point, every day is filled with surprises in some way or another, right? A lot of these teams have surpassed a lot of expectations for some people out there, even us on the caster desk. So, and I gotta say, tomorrow's ending game, Falcon Esports, Blacklist International. We'll see how that all plays out, because I feel like even, you know, yesterday, Falcon had to come back with a redemption arc, and we'll see how tomorrow goes for them.
Yeah, we'll see. And I really want Silent to play this time.
You're making a lot of hopes here. You know, you're making a lot of hopes.
I want Silent to play. I loved him at MSC. I think he was one of the main carries, honestly, for Falcon.
And I think R7 should join Todak at some point in
No!
time. We can all make hopes and dreams here.
We can, but that basically sums up day 2 of the group stage. I didn't feel that. Did you guys feel it?
It was fast.
Yeah,
It was
we said the
fast.
same thing yesterday. I think it just flew by. Before you know it, we're in knockout.
We're getting there.
We
are getting very, very close. But again, honestly, this event has been amazing, Eterna. I don't know about you, but I'm very thankful to be here.
You're amazing.
You're amazing.
You're amazing.
You're breathtaking.
I'm not going to say it. You guys are both
Fine.
great.
What a
You
bummer.
guys are amazing. Thank you so much for tuning in with us for the past 2 days. We still have a lot in store for you, so don't forget to not go anywhere because once again, we would like to thank our wonderful sponsors. M4 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by TikTok, the official content partner supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair, and Esports Charts, our analytical partner, Genk, our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, and last but not least, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia.
Look, that's not all. I mean, TikTok Live's Carnival Cheer Up for M4 is happening right now. So watch the M4 matches on TikTok, and you can participate in it by cheering up for the M4 activities by watching the M4 matches on TikTok and using the M4 exclusive customized gifts to cheer for the teams. There will be a chance that you could be on TV and with abundant of gifts.
Abundant. TV abundant. Special shout out, of course, to Secret Lab, the official gaming chair partner of M4. The Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 gaming chair is the premier choice of some of the biggest esports tournaments in the world, including M4. It's obvious that Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 gaming chair was designed to keep everyone seated in incredibly comfort for a long, long time like us here. So, never go out in style when you wear and game with Genk, a lifestyle fashion brand made for the modern gamer and is the M4 World Championship official merchandise partner. Grab the M4 merchandise at www.genk.asia today.
Today, not tomorrow,
Today.
not next week, today. Have you checked it out? Oh, you have. I saw you in the back room. And I saw him do it too, so it's okay. But guys, we still have 2 days left going to tomorrow with the remaining games, Groups A and B. So this is basically their last, what's it called? No,
Hoorah!
It's the final countdown for group stage.
yeah, you can say it like that. I had another word, but
I'll help you.
I lost it. So we will see more teams in action. Until then, this is Eterna paired with Naisu as well as Gideon signing off. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye, guys. Thank you so much. I love you.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall.
so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest.